mass market and everyone, be for the adults, be edgy, be rich, be sexy about it. You know, you can have the, you know, don't go for the McIce cream. You know, this is all about, as Darren said, made here and eaten here, going uber local. And then going for the Veblen good, having, you know, upping your prices so that it is more, it's much more an experience. So people pay for the experience, not just the ice cream. Just one other thing around that, then I'll throw back to Glenn. In terms of picking a fight, I think with chains coming in, the opportunity is to look at the other retailers that are struggling. And I think you almost want to form a unity in a community of people who don't compete, who have complementary services, and win with local partners. You want the local IGA to be basically tipping people to your store and you tipping back. You want to be looking for local partners who you can actually bandy together with and look for that real community feel. Because, you know, you can even get local, the local celebrity draw card. So I think it's looking that if they're going mass, you go niche. If they're going chain, you go local. You've got to zig to their zag and get predatory.
Yeah. So coming back to that silver bullet, that one variety that everyone will talk about. So ideally you build that. If you can't quite get to that, you can get to it in a different way, perhaps more of a gimmicky way in a marketing-led approach. And I'll come back to the example that Ash was talking about, the ice creamists in the UK, adult concept ice cream. Now they did something which was quite remarkable and had exactly the effect we're after. They created breast milk ice cream. Yes?
Huh? Yes, there was a few.
Breast milk ice cream. The massages have just gone funny. Yeah. They created breast milk ice cream. Now, of course, what happened to the queue outside their shop? It went around the corner, down the street, and around the block because everybody wanted to try breast milk ice cream. It's a novelty. It gets people talking. What is your version of breast milk ice cream? That's the question.
Yeah. Well, it's not even everyone wanted to try it. Everyone wanted to see how did they get away with it? Who were these guys? And they wanted to see who was trying it.
Yeah.
There's a slight difference there, but it's really important. Absolutely.
Finally, and this links together the local piece, the diversifying your offering, the customer experience, they all kind of come together here if you're taking on a chain. And it's this thought of having it your own way. So one of the things that chains will do very well and franchises will do very well, you know, Boost Juice, for example, you have this one, or this one. This is the way it's done. They're fast and they're well priced, but they can't vary from their playbook, just like McDonald's can't vary from their playbook. Well, you know, it's a Big Mac, it's a Big Mac, it's a Big Mac, and that's the only way it works. You could be the guys that have infinite varieties, have it your way. You can have sprinkles, you can have orange with the hokey pokey and the chocolate, super ice cream. Done.
All right, everybody up, unless you're getting a massage, of course, you can stay seated if you're getting a massage. 3, 2, 1, stump or pass. That's a pass. Hey. Woo. Thank you. So keep that lustrous round of applause going as we bade farewell to the Mr. Wolf of Marketing, Darren Woolley. Woo. Thank you, Darren. So it is, it's a shame to see Darren go, but I think we have a more than adequate replacement ready to step in from the wings to keep, I don't know if I can read his whole bio there. It's like a...
I'll tell you what, before you get started, Ash, I'm going to bid you farewell as well.
You're going as well?
I'm off. I'm off. Right. Andy's on. I'll be back later.
So let's hear it again for Darren Woolley. Let's hear it again for Glenn Bartlett. Hey! Strength to our Step Changes Zone Strategy Director. So coming back on is Andy Durack, Head of Copy and Insights at StepChange. And I'm going to start reading Dean's magnificent bio. So Dean is one of Australia's leading performance consultants with over 20 years of legal, finance, sales, management experience. He advises, coaches and trains senior executives from many of the world's leading financial service corporations. I'm actually not going to read this. I'm going to just say that Dean is one of the most impressive speakers, business owners, entrepreneurs, thinkers and communicators that I've ever met. Certainly in terms of a pedestal for someone to look up to, Dean is one of the few guys in business who I really can without reservation say he is there. His company Sales ITV is super smart, and while everyone else is going around doing sort of one-to-one coaching, Dean's built a system that is world-class and basically can come in and not just train people in sales, but actually change sales dynamics completely. So that's probably enough. Dean Maddox. Thank you very much. Awesome, Dean. Jump on. It's a long time. Jump over, Andy Durak's back. So this is Stump the Strategist. We are doing it for the doggies. So this is a 24-hour marathon. Delirium's just starting to kick in with some of the audience, and with some of the presenters. So it is like the Gurun transfer mixed with Thank God You're Here, Mr. Squiggle, Whose Line Is It Anyway, 24 and Survivor. We are going all the way through. We've got some questions online. So we're now taking any question. Do you want to update the board there? We're taking any question on marketing, communication, and sales.
Absolutely.
We've got a question?
Yeah, excellent. We've got a good question on
sales. So there's just for the guys who've just joined us. So the one caveat is it's opinion, not advice. You actually have to pay for advice. This is opinion, it's free. And the one rule is once we do qualify the question, that we just request the 9 minutes without interruption. It's amazing how few interruptions you get for the online audience. So I thank you guys very much. You're very, very quiet through proceedings.
Okie dokie. This question is, I work in the building industry and tender for around 100 jobs a year. We find that we're constantly underbid by the big players and developers who are opting for the low prices out of ignorance that the cost will add up in the long run. How do I increase my tender conversion rate to show my real value?
Okay, so they're tendering in the building and construction 100 times a year.
Yeah.
And they're losing on price.
Exactly.
Yep. So how do I up my conversion rate when I'm losing on price and being undercut?
Exactly.
I reckon I need my little clicker. And we can't ask any clarifying questions, so I might just say, Dean, would you like to start? You look like you want to start.
He looks eager.
The first thing you need to do is challenge up the game. Should you be tendering? The reality is if you're tendering for 100 pieces of business a year and winning 10, you might be significantly better putting that resource and time into a red-hot salesperson who's spending lots of time building relationships so that you're actually doing business before the tender process occurs. The reality is business won through a tender these days tends to be incredibly low margin, and often spending extra money on differentiating yourself, building better relationships, educating your target market is going to deliver significantly more dollars to your business and be a hell of a lot more fun.
Okay. It was interesting within the question that you've kind of got part of the answer there. What we find is that people decide on price in the absence of an easy way to assess value, because you can't decide on price. You can only decide on value. And what's value? Value is what you pay over what you get. And the thing is, the conscious mind can only handle 7 plus or minus 2 bits of information at any one time. We don't have a different bit of deciding kit for big decisions than we do for little decisions. It's the same brain that does chicken or fish as it does building project A or B. What do? We chunk it down and we simplify. When we get tenders, they tend to be hundreds of pages. They tend to be written in 8 to 10 point Times New Roman. They tend to not be visual. And that's why generally 60 to 80% of tenders are decided before the documents have even been opened. To Dean's point before, it's about the relationship that matters. Now, assuming that the relationship was equal, which is a big assumption because it's generally not, we then need to move to how do we actually quantify this value? Well, we need to look where we're strong and the competitors are weak and basically ask those questions of ignorance and what we call a smart choice checklist. And your job is to try and answer 5 to 7 questions where you know that you will get a yes and that some or most of your competitors on that list will get a no. If you have a strength in local production, yeah, you can say 100% locally owned company. You've never had overruns. You've got an on-time guarantee. Whatever you can do, you need to try and find those 5, not 15 questions, 5 questions where you can say yes and you know that one or most of the competitors will say no. That's your smart choice checklist. That's step 1. Step 2 is the hidden cost calculator. Now, people are going for the cheaper one because they think saving a few bucks is the smart thing to do. We need to reframe that and say saving a few bucks might actually end up costing you a fortune. The way we do that is we calculate the hidden cost calculator, because you can't strike cost out of something without reducing this value. Your point is to try and put a magnifying over and identify where that value's been eroded. Are they not having somebody on site to supervise? Are they reducing the quality of the materials? Are they not promising versus the timeline? Whatever these things may be, we need to find a way to quantify the effect of non-completion. We need to quantify the effects of overrun. So actually the risk in saving a few bucks becomes a massive risk of getting something that's poorer quality. Essentially, it comes down to one word, which is smart. Who wants to make a dumb decision? Didn't think so, yeah? We all want to make smart decisions. You need to give people the tools to help them with that. Andy?
Yeah, thanks, Ash. Some great ideas in there. I was just looking at also templating up if you do have to write the tender, as you were saying, Dan. You obviously don't want to be in that situation, but how much of it can you build up front so that you can just
Cut and paste.
Cut and paste.
If you're in 100 for a cheap market, cut and paste.
Exactly, cut and paste. And also, Ash, you touched on it before, the design as well.
Yeah, design's a big one.
Can make such a huge difference. So you see so many tenders that are just super boring, 20-page, 8-point documents. Can they be icon-led? Can the icons then expand on your design work, on the logo that you've got? Can you build your own suite of icons that then help your tender stand out a little bit? You start off with the who are we, the why we're different, then the outrageous guarantees. So Ash, you touched on those before. What guarantees have you got? And really ballsy ones as well. So we're not talking, we always say it's got to be outrageous. So is there a 24-hour delivery if we hit every single timeline? What can you make that's outrageous in the building industry? Then we go into the case studies. So as we're saying here, case studies usually the challenge, our solution, the result. And you have a whole bunch of those you've already made for different challenges, and you can just slot in according to whatever the audience for the tender is. And then I'd get down into the testimonials, and Ash was saying, instead of just having the price appearing on the page, which is people flick to the back page immediately, check the price, that's where I imagine you'd have this hidden cost calculator,
yeah.
or the
Smart choice
with or without us smart choice checklist.
I think to add to this, something that you have to understand is that the reason people buy on price is because it's the easiest comparison.
Yeah.
I can put 3 or 4 prices together. It's very easy for me to figure out which one is cheaper. Bang, brain makes a quick decision. You have to change that comparison. So what Ash is talking about here is changing the comparison from dollars to 5 to 7, maybe 20 factors that they should be considering. Now, here's a really big idea for tenders that's been very successful. Get over the fact that you need to provide quality. You're in business to generate a profit and build things. There is a market out there who are happy to have it built cheaply. There is a market out there who want higher quality. Get into the business of providing 2 options in the same tender. So offer them. We will do a cheap price, but guess what? Your builders will mainly be apprentices. The quality of materials we won't guarantee. Timeframes we're going to give you, we want plus or minus 30 days on completion, whereas our more expensive price is we will give you liquidated damages for completing late. So the bottom line is, if you offer those 2 different price points and just accept that you're going to use cheaper resources to provide the secondary one, a lot of people will understand, choose the more expensive one, but guess what? If they choose the cheaper one, don't feel guilty about providing what they bought.
Yeah, genius. Right, let me just wrap up there. So step 1, the question that you should ask is, should you be doing tenders really at all, or should you be far more selective in tenders? What is the opportunity cost of doing a tender? And if you reinvested that in some relationship-based sales activities, how might that go for you? If people aren't asking the questions, prompt for the questions. What are the questions that you get a yes for that some of your or most of your competitors won't? And make sure that is tied intrinsically with the price. The smart choice checklist should always go next to the price. Don't let people compare apples with apples. Do the hidden cost calculator. What are the costs of taking shortcuts in your competitors? Look at design elements. So often we can actually look and lift proposals dramatically just with some simple design cues. Guarantees, make them outrageous. If you go where others won't, you get results that others don't. Map your process. Often, if you've got a difference in quality, it comes from the different steps in your process, and all processes aren't created equal. So map out your process and get some thought there. Testimonials. A really big opportunity to use testimonials. They remove risk. So it's the social proof that shifts risks. And I really love this thought here that Dean had, which is framing the market yourself. If you have a offer that's down at the value end and one that's at the quality end, and you're actually really comparing the two, and they're not afraid to deliver this, then people will often pay for that. Or if they don't, then you've actually got a really clear expectation of what they bought there. So there are 8 steps to helping your conversion. And I think we'll give you the gift of 23 seconds back. So that's it. Oh! All right, everybody up. Except the people who are getting massage. Darren definitely earned one. Is that a tattoo you got there, Darren? All right. Stump to pass. 3, 2, 1. That's pass. Thank you. All right, Dean, do you want to solicit a question from the audience, or do you want to go online?
More than happy to solicit one from the audience.
Oh, we got one from the audience. Yep.
Hello, thanks for taking my question. I just recently wrote a book for professionals to create their career within their company. And
to create what, sorry?
To create their career within their company.
Yep.
So it's the alternative solution to going to job boards, Seek, looking outside.
Yep.
And it's a very instructional manual. It's lined up with exercises and things to do. And I'm interested in your thoughts on how you'd go about marketing that. Of course, it's very valuable to an organisation, but I'm selling to an individual who naturally thinks their first opportunity is to leave when they're unhappy. So very few people go and think, oh, I'm really excited and having a great career. I should invest in it now. They're often at a point of pain or frustration.
Okay.
What's the book called?
Inside Job, doing the work you want in the company. You're doing the work you want in the job you have.
Okay.
Wow.
Cool.
Inside Job, great title. Okay. So any clarifying questions, Dean?
No, I'm happy with that.
All right, and away.
Okay, the first thing I'd say is that I think that it's a brilliant concept because it's solving a very real problem. But your challenge here is that the problem is not with your target market. So you're saying I'm selling to individuals. The individuals don't have a problem because the reality is technology enables them to find a job outside their firm. The market knows they're going to get paid a 10 to 15% premium by moving firms. And let's face it, Gen Y currently have an expectation they're going to move from firm to firm to firm to learn new things. So you have to change your paradigm in terms of who your target market to where the problem lies. Now, there is a big problem, but it lies within HR, it lies within recruitment, it lies within the CEO of organisations who have a high churn rate, and that's the target market you need to be thinking about. You also need to align with how are most best-selling books actually achieved in the business space. They're not actually achieved by sales to one person at a time, they're achieved by selling to an organisation who buys 10,000 copies. So your marketing strategy needs to reflect who your genuine target market is, and you need to start thinking differently about that. Over to you, Ashton.
Yeah, just to build on that, Dean, the model that I've seen work all business books is the keynote. Now, the keynote wouldn't be called Inside Job because you wouldn't attend one. You can keep the book title as Inside Job because once people get a load of you, they'll have that. It's kind of, maybe it's called, and I'm vamping here, like the career in your career. Yeah, or putting the career back in your career, something like that. So it's a keynote that an organisation can pay you to come and speak. So it's a $10,000 speaker fee. You do it at conferences, and what it does is it helps unlock people's value in their careers at work. I think it would be interesting, if you haven't done it already, to look at this sort of Daniel Pink, where people think it's dollars that brings them satisfaction in a workplace, and effectively, if you're earning more than $50,000 a year, that just isn't true. There's no direct linear correlation at all. He looks at mastery. Are you improving your skills? Autonomy. Do you have decision-making capability within the workplace? And then purpose. Have you been united to the organisation's greater good? If you spoke on a point of view, whether this stands, whether it sucks, how that works with Inside Job, you've then got a point of view where you're bringing something that's been discussed and out there to a workplace with utility. It's going to bring managers. You'll say, in this talk, what I will do is, I'll connect managers back with their staff. I'll help staff find purpose within their career. You'll have 3 or 4 deliverables, and the organisation should be able to pay you. It's 10K for the talk, and then, you know, it's a no-brainer price of an extra, you know, $1,000 for the extra, you know, 1,500 books. So the book becomes an absolute bargain or a no-brainer off the back of that.
The next thing that I was thinking about was probably aligned with target market is how can I create some credibility? How can I create some authority in this book and this authority in this concept? So when did I buy the most business books in rapid succession? It was when I was doing my MBA and I was reading all of these different lecture notes that pointed to this book or that book or that book or that book. Now, what you is a relatively hot topic in the management space. So if you were to align yourself with, in Australia, obviously an AGSM or a Monash or a great institution, potentially you could actually present one lecture inside an organisational development subject, leveraging your book as the core piece of information. And funnily enough, you might be amazed how many people actually start to buy the book. Obviously, that then generates all sorts of opportunities for becoming a thought leader in this space, which leads to bigger markets.
Mm.
Nice. Andy?
You go, Ash. I got a couple of things.
Yeah, you go.
Okay, speaking to the, get what you're saying before, Dean, I was just thinking about the people, perhaps what are AdWords around the job boards when they're looking for new jobs, sorry. Can you own that space? Is one thought. Second is around video testimonials of people who got value, your book helped them. I think the testimonial space is just going to be so important. And the testimonials had in mind were particularly, I was lost and then I was found. And if you can do the video testimonials, the reason we go with videos as well, you can just use a couple of smart plugins on your laptop as well to make it really easy. So you don't need to go to these people and set up a big production. And they can just get online and do a quick 30-second testimonial for you. People trust, people like them. And if they get that story that's right, that hits those points, I was feeling undervalued, I was this, that, the other, I read this book, got some great exercises, they then become really easy little bits of shareable information that'll help you get your word out there.
You probably also need to get some compelling facts and some research and some stats that really stand out and cause your audience not to be able to look away. And when I say audience, I'm actually talking about more the business market who's going to buy a big clump of your books. When I think about Ashton's concept in relation to conference speaking, that topic is an absolute no-brainer for the top 100 ASX companies in Australia to include in a conference, because somebody walking in and talking about, don't go looking for your next job outside of here, look for it inside of here, is very powerful. But to get their attention, you need to have some sort of hideous statistic, some really powerful, promise to say, you've got to look at this, you can't look away. For example, I was over at Dreamforce a couple of years ago. Tony Robbins and another fellow were promoting a new book, and they were talking about the fact that it costs almost $1 million to replace a salesperson if they leave, and they basically gave some stats and some data and some numbers, and you couldn't look away. You simply couldn't ignore that statistic when they then said, and by the way, we found the key to actually retaining them and empowering them. So you need to think about what that stat is, and if you need to create it, but that doesn't mean make it up. Let me just make that clear. I know I'm in sales, so I have to say that.
I just got to build on that from Dean. We had Step Change's own Jeff Cooper talking, used to work at a TAB, and when people were up, they could tell exactly, are you up today, Andy? Yeah, Harry's boy, race 8, came in at, $4.43. Yeah. Are you down, Andy? Or maybe.
A little bit.
When they're down, they ignore it. Humans avoid pain, yeah? We avoid what we don't want to know. We avoid the pain. So to Dean's point, I really love the thought, instead of coming up with a number, because statistics can become meaningless, come up with a framework. So what's your churn rate? Most organizations will tell you a churn rate and they stop there. Why? Because it's not painful to mention the churn rate. We have 10% staff churn. So what? Just work through me. What's your average wages bill? Oh, well, each staff member, because we're professional services, they're worth somewhere between sort of 70 to 120. What about if we called that like 90K? Okay, 90. And then the cost of a staff member, we reckon by the time you've got client disruption, retraining and all the rest of it, it's about 1.5 times their annual salary. You start doing this and man, you get such a lot of zeros. Such a lot of zeros to it. And then you can actually play a fun game, as you can say, look, if I could reduce your churn rate by 3 or 4%, how about you give that to me as a percentage? Or you can just pay my fee up front.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I think one last thing.
Yeah,
One last thing you might think about is look, Salesforce is a company that I've really admired in terms of their growth. What did Salesforce do when they started? They created a war. And they created a war with software companies because they were software as a service. Maybe you could create a war against recruiters.
Ooh.
Maybe you could actually go hell for leather and, I'm creating a war against recruiters. New job is not about new company. New job is about understanding where you fit in this company, where you're going, and defining your own destiny. That war could actually create some fantastic marketing, piss off a lot of people, create a lot of free press, and endear you to those who are stealing their people.
I told you he's good, didn't I? All right, so putting you back in your career. That might be the name of a keynote. You could run it at some universities, become the textbook of the universities of choice, get into the MBAs, get into that space, use testimonials, the stories that you create of people rediscovering careers within their careers. That's amazing. Build a calculator and get organisations presence to the pain. It makes the cost of your 10 grand keynote, your 13 grand with the books, an absolute no-brainer. And get out there and declare war. If you can say that recruiters are not aligned with the best interests of the company, and you can actually get a win for staff and a win for companies, then you win. A win-win-win. Whoa! Oh, he's already up! All right, ladies and gentlemen, how good Steve Mannix? Woo! Yeah, baby. I reckon Dean could almost probably drink beer and be this good as well.
I have been.
Remember, please do treat yourselves. I think that was a pass. I'm just going to chalk it up, seeing as the guy who asked the question was up on his feet. So any more questions for the room? I think we should probably go back to our online guys. Everyone still online? Oh, we got one more in the room?
We've got a live one.
Oh, we got a live one. Oh, we got a live one.
Hey! Calm down, she's got a boyfriend.
Yep. Hi. I've got a question.
Sorry, one sec. Can I just call for a medic on the whiteboard? So Dave, our cleaning lady, is amazing with the... No. Thank you. Sorry.
No, that's all right. Yeah, so before I ask it, I just sort of wanted to give a bit of context. So we've recently launched a new concept, like a sister store to our current store. We've been operating for about 5 years. It's a social enterprise, and the whole premise of it is to get 10,000 women out of poverty. And we've partnered up with Opportunity International, who are famous for doing microfinance loans. They've been doing it for 40 years, 98% success rate. So we figured they're a fantastic person to partner with. And what we actually will be doing is something similar to Thank You Water, where it's sort of like a one-for-one.
Yeah.
And the product that we've got is eyebrows. And what's so special about it is we do a method. So not only do we shape eyebrows, but we use a method that originated in India 6,000 years ago called threading. Yep. We were one of
Look
the
at these things are normally that big.
You come and see us afterwards. And the new concept, we've decided to call it Bombay Brow Bar. We want to take it back to
Bombay Brow
Bar.
Yeah.
Brow Bar. It's a bit of a tongue twister. So we're going to do British colonial India. So we want it to be sort of East meets West, high teas, so very high end. So it's really important that we still bring the glitz and glam into it. But the challenge that we're finding, and at the moment, we've been trading for 2 months. We're already profitable. We're doing really well. And but we still don't have a website. We're getting lots of traction on Facebook. People love the concept. They're all coming in. They're really, especially the women, they're getting so behind it because of the cause. We're basically allowing people to cater to their selfish needs and still feel good about the fact that they're empowering a woman in India. Yeah. But one of the key things that we have done is we've launched a membership program. So it's like a gym membership. You sign up, and then we direct debit you at the start of the month, and you get to come unlimited. So what we've tried to do is every time someone signs up to the membership, we're going to do a microfinance loan in India. So that's the one-for-one product.
Okay. What's the question? This question is
okay, so now the question. The question is, I don't know what to lead with our sales strategy and our marketing. It's kind of, because we've got the eyebrows, it's supposed to be glitz and glam and pampering, and then we've got this whole poverty thing. Do we lead with the poverty? Do we have images of that on our website? What should, sort of a messaging.
Okay, so what's your hierarchy of messaging?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's Bombay Browser, and the point is that if you spend money here, we do a microfinance loan in India.
Yeah, and I think it's also important for us to build that trust with the eyebrows, because I mean, people aren't going to come back, and and we are renowned for doing amazing eyebrows. So.
Got it.
Cool.
Any clarifying questions, Dean?
No.
Okay.
You want me to go first?
No, Andy's going first.
Yeah, please.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Andy.
I was going to say charity comes second, and I think it's definitely the eyebrows and the more selfish message, I think. Excuse me. And then the charity aspect just becomes the rational justification for it. Because it's a kind of, like you said, it's almost a guilty. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't really need to be. I've forgotten the threaded, eyebrows to be threaded. So there's got to be a bit of a reason for you to actually want to go ahead with the purchase. And, people say they make emotional decisions and then seek rational justification. And having that kind of backstory there as the secondary step, that's the turning point where you actually go, okay, and it's doing a really good thing. So that becomes the justification. So it seemed kind of clear cut from where I was that the charity one is the secondary message. Plus the imagery, and we had a question about this a bit earlier, but the imagery around poverty is really saturated and really, really difficult to get right. There's just so many charities out there. There's so many kind of war images, and what we were talking about earlier is the starving African child. And you've seen it so many times that you just keep turning the page. It doesn't have any impact anymore. And in fact, it kind of has that other response where people see it, go, feel guilty, and turn the page and easily forget about it. I think it's a really difficult one to get right in communications.
So I'm in violent agreement with Andy around the hierarchy of message. It starts with you provide a premium, indulgent service. The role for the charity is on the receipts. If you've got a subscription service and you have to send out a tax receipt each month, the tax receipt comes from somebody that they've helped. You inextricably link the money part of it, not the front end of it. The website should be all premium, uber cool, that tapping into that Bombay Sapphire, Hendrix gin type imagery,
rich,
really niche, really cool. Luxury and indulgent. But every time there's money involved, it's a thank you from an individual person. Yeah, we'd like to say thank you. So would Shatrice. Shatrice has been able to start a business, do this. She now her child's going to school, whatever that might be. A personal thank you. And I think I've said it one of the other things today, but the one thing that Stalin and Mother Teresa agreed on is that one person suffering is a tragedy, 1 million people suffering is a statistic. Yeah, so you want to make sure that even though you may be doing a lot in terms of the volume that you're doing, never forget it's that thank you from an individual person that makes things possible. I want to jump to, I think there's a huge PR opportunity for you as well. And I would go for every celebrity eyebrow in Australia. I would write a letter, a public letter to James Halliday, to John Howard, to basically all the big eyebrows and get them in. And I'd call it your eyebrow taming campaign, which is a challenge.
Good.
Get a PR firm. We've got I'll just give a little plug to Parnell from Parnell, who runs Thought Broker, runs a great PR firm. I'm sure she would actually take that campaign on for you because it's such a good cause, to do something really fun. And, that's the sort of thing that could get you on the news. And I think, you then can just really go from strength to strength there.
Okay, so I guess I'm thinking about this from two aspects. One is how do we get people into the monthly account situation? Two is how do we keep them in the monthly account situation? Because it's fantastic to get someone on board for the subscription, but it's terrible when they're going out the back door as fast as they're coming in. The thing I'm thinking about is very consistent with the guys in terms of you don't want to sell the poverty, you want to sell the enablement, the empowerment, the excitement. So the images that I come up with is a woman in front of her little business with a big bright smile and big white teeth, all excited about her business and passionate about what's going on, as opposed to someone in abject poverty. In terms of cost, I mean, I'm not sure what your margins are on eyebrows. I'm not sure what your target market, how big your target market is, but I'm thinking I would actually fly somebody over from India who had been sponsored for a micro business that was quite impressive, put them in a room for a week and host high teas with people from the community to come and hear her story.
Wow.
And so you could get some fantastic PR. You could do some big events and some small events. You could go to socialise. You need to think about your local community, because I think the big thing about your product that stands out for me is that my eyebrows, they grow fast, like these suckers. I'm not sure if other human beings are like me, but I could probably pop in every day. But I think the big thing you have to think about is that there's a convenience factor in what you're selling. So make sure that the people you market to are actually close by or walking by, because otherwise you're going to sell a truckload of people, but you're not going to get the renewals, and that could be a real problem. And the reality is you could almost have a quarterly, this quarterly session where you fly in someone each quarter, and it could become part of who and what you are. That's my thought.
And just one other thought, I'm sure you're probably already doing this. You mentioned the high tea. I just think it's such a cool area to be playing in. I think it's important to also make it not just design. Like as soon as you said, I was picturing, I don't know, I just went to the raffles in Singapore recently, and it was just, the design is really cool, but there's got to be the experience aspect as well, which is what you're talking about, Dean, which is getting the people in, the high teas, you're serving gin, if you've got jazz music in there.
And maybe there's a premium model. So maybe there's actually a premium subscription where high tea is included in the visit. So not only can you come in and get unlimited eyebrows, but you can also get unlimited high teas, or maybe it's up to 3 high teas a month. Yeah. And you sell a slightly premium model. Or
a gin and tonic with it. There's a barber near us that everyone at Step Change goes to, because you get a beer. And it's like $50 haircut. You're like, oh, I'm getting a beer though. I feel fantastic when you're there.
Yeah, I think that Uber premium, Uber exclusive thing is actually quite interesting. Simon Reynolds talks about the ascension model of basically 3 to 7% of your audience not being price sensitive. And I think it's having that option that then frames your monthly subscription as really reasonable. So if you've got basically your standard monthly thing is like $15, you should have basically the $55, $65, something that really frames this as quite low, which is you come in for Hendrix, you come in and you get 3-minute angels as well, or something uber premium around that, because 3 to 7% aren't going to be price sensitive. And in fact, it's the Veblen aspect of the more it is, the more exclusive it is. And if you're still doing good, then it's not, it's permissible indulgence.
One last thing I'd be thinking about is, given that you're trying to create this, are there complementary products you could be selling that you can position as, if you buy these products, fundamentally funds from that sale also go towards the charity? So surely there's some amazing stuff that you can pick up from India, and maybe there's even some really cool stuff that you can get from these micro businesses that you're funding that could also produce a revenue stream, but create an even greater story around the way that you're integrating with these people that you're helping. But I think the big thing for me is, like the guys said, sell around your product, don't sell around the charity, because the moment you start selling around the charity, your story gets nasty, you get confused, your motives get mixed up. You've either got a beautiful, wonderful product that can fund that, or you haven't. It's as simple as that.
So wrapping up, service first, as Dean said, start with a wonderful, fantastic product and service. The charity comes second. When you are talking charity though, tie that bit to the dollars. When there's receipts, when there's payments, when you're asking for money, it's thanks, and it's a personal thanks. I love Dean's thought of Eyebrow Connect program, of once a quarter having those open events of somebody from the area serving high tea, sharing.
Please don't call it Eyebrow Connect.
Actually, that goes to the PR one, which is the open challenge letter of Taming Australia's Wildest Eyebrows for Good. Yeah, Taming Australia's Wildest Eyebrows for Good. It's all about the good cause. It's the fun thing. And then have a premium offering that makes a subscription a no-brainer and works to the Ascension model.
Good.
All right, Andy's left the stage.
Yeah,
has he?
I'm done.
Right, okay, everybody up. Okay, 3, 2, 1, stumped or pass. That's a pass. Woo. All right, let's check in with our online guys. Is there anyone from Perth there? Okay, Dean, do you want to
Sydney.
see who's out there?
Sure, who's out there?
Okay, we're warmed up. So a local question from a PhD candidate of psychology. I've liked the answers I've seen so far tonight, but feel restricted. When we write applications for research grants, we're limited to text only. No videos, no graphics, just text. So what are the writing or in general tips you can give me for writing grant applications that win? NB, the grant applications go to government and research bodies that decide which research areas should be getting research funding. Woo. Woo. So the question is about how do I submit more effective government grants when you're limited to text?
All right, well, are we going to answer this or are we going to run? Because this is very challenging. All right, well, I guess you're a psychology major.
We're going to take it?
Are we going to take it? I don't know how long I can last on it, but...
Okay, we'll see.
We're on.
I was lucky we got Step Change's head of copy and insights with us.
I'm a little bit nervous now.
I'm hoping you got something out. All right, go.
All right, so you're a psychology major, so I think you'll understand a lot of this stuff, but the question is, are you applying it? I understand government's probity tenders are very, very challenging because they have such a really strict methodology for answering them. A couple of things that stand out for me. One is the law of primacy. You really need to think about what that first sentence in your tender says, because the simple reality is that is going to set context for the person that's going to have the greatest impact. So spend 30% of your time figuring out what that first sentence is going to be before you start writing the rest of the tender. Just take some time out and really ask yourself, what's the one reason, if I only had 30 seconds to speak to these people, or I was only allowed 100 words, what would I write? Make sure that you spend the time doing that before you write the rest. The second thing is think about your language. The reality is you're competing with a bunch of other people who are probably going to use very boring, very scientific, very standard language, and every single submission is going to look just like the other one. Do you need to change the game? Do you need to deliberately differentiate yourself? I'm not talking about sell yourself out and devastate your credibility by using like awesome and fantastic and amazing, like I do in my sales pitches. But I do think that you need to think about how can I differentiate through language. The other thing you probably need to think about is your writing style. Is your writing style compelling? Does it need to be more effectively structured? Does it need to use shorter sentences? Does it need to be punchier? What can you do to actually differentiate your writing style from others? Good exercise here. Go out and collect 4 to 5 submissions from people that you know and probably respect intellectually, but read them with a critical eye and ask yourself what you don't like about them. Very hard to do this on your own submission, but very easy to do it on others, especially if you're a PhD. So I'd read 4 to 5. I'd write a list and create 10 or 12 rules of things that I will not do in my submission because I've read that person's and that was terrible. That'll give you some good guidelines to get started.
Yeah, great. I think that the bit you mentioned there, Dean, about the very first paragraph, making it really emotional and talking about the end result is absolutely 100% bang on. So was the point about avoiding the jargon. So you've definitely, without a doubt, and might have heard this before, got the curse of knowledge about your area of expertise. And it would be impossible, and we know this because I've got a couple of mates doing PhDs, when you ask them, oh, what do? You get a 45-minute long-winded answer that you have, and by the end of it, you have absolutely no idea. You know too much about your area of expertise to be able to succinctly wrap it up. So that makes writing really difficult. And there's a couple of things. First of all, you're 100% right. You've got to avoid any kind of esoteric language, medical language, or psychology language that a layman won't understand. Easy way to do that is just run it past a couple of laymen and see if they get it. If they don't get it and you have to go, oh, no, I mean that, then you've got to rewrite it again. There's something really difficult. I think this is the key to this, is attached to your curse of knowledge is the passion that you've got. I love the way that you're diagnosing a psychology student. It's the power of one-way communication, isn't it? Should have asked the question in person. Yeah, that's right. I think there's going to be a lot of stuff that you find really interesting and you care about that they simply don't care about. And it's cool when you do writing. It's a term for writing novels, or in journalism, it's called kill your darling, kill your darling. So what you find super important and that you just have to get across, does the audience actually care? And if not, you've just got to delete it. You got to delete it. And I know all this is really, really tricky. There's two other tricks you can do. First of all is make it, well, you can't use icons and design or that kind of thing. You can make it scannable. Yeah. And the way to do that is to break it up into headings, short paragraphs, even use dot points, because they're going to be pretty dry pieces of...
But you're in a beauty parade, right?
Exactly.
You're against 5 to 10 to maybe 100 submissions.
And if they're laid out on the table and you've just got text, and you've got one that actually makes it easy. Okay, what is it? What's it going to give to my... Sorry. What is it? What do I need from you? What's the end result going to be? With a couple of bullet points on each, that's going to be what's going to make you stand out. And the other trick to writing succinctly and writing well is to write it the first time, delete it, write it again. This is how I write everything, and then go through and see.
That's how Microsoft train you to write, isn't it? Microsoft Word, it kind of just deletes the
yeah, exactly. So yeah, you're forced to do it.
Microsoft strategy. Yeah.
And then go through it and sift through, see what you can delete for it to still make sense. That's the key to actually writing concisely.
Martin Luther King.
Oh God, this is...
He didn't have a tender. He didn't have a proposal. He had a dream. Start and watch Simon Sinek's Start with Why. Don't talk about what you're doing. Talk about why you're doing it, and make it personal. It's something that we see. So we get in this mindset of there's professional academic writing. And you know what? Professional academic writing, it doesn't touch people. It doesn't move people. And when put up against the type of writing that gets people to make decisions, gets people to buy, gets people to make sacrifices, it really just doesn't compete, because it's the justification. People make emotional decisions first and then look for the rational justification second. So I think the real opportunity here is to start with why and make it personal. And that's generally scary. It's generally scary for PhD students because it's their work, it's not them. And I think if you can find a reason that attaches you to your work, if you can bring forward your why, people will admire your bravery, they'll admire your courage, and they'll get behind your cause and your purpose. And it will actually make you stand out versus the hundreds of other proposals which are all doing the same thing. Because see, you're a professional writer. Get a creative writer to rewrite it for you. My advice is don't write it yourself. Write it, then hand it over to somebody who's a creative writer. An Andy Durack, a Dan Illick, somebody who can bring that spunk, that pizzazz, that human side, and really bring it out. So a couple of points to me, then I'll throw back to Dan and Andy. Actually, you go first, Dan, and then
I think two other things. One is answer the criteria.
Yeah.
You know, the reality is you're not writing this to prove to them that you're a genius. You're writing this to make it easy for them to decide that you should get the cash. And it never ceases to amaze me how many people, when they answer tenders, don't, you know, it's all there, especially in government tenders. They say, we're going to weight this that much. We're going to weight this that much. We're going to weight this that much. These are the 5 things we're going to mark you on, and yet people go away and write this document instead of that document. So that's the first thing. The second thing is go and talk to the right people. You've asked the wrong people this question. The simple reality is you are surrounded at your university by a number of people who actually mark these tenders and mark these submissions and make the choice as to who gets the cash. So find out who those people are and literally ring them up and say, I would like to take you to lunch, or I'd like to take you for a beer, depending on what your preference is. I'm really keen to get some advice from you about how you read these things and what you do outside just purely ticking boxes to make decisions about where the first list ends and where Victor gets called.
Yeah, it's a great one, because you win the battle before it's already read. So getting to the decision makers and saying, look, I know you can't give me specific advice, but just trying to get into your head about what makes a great submission.
They'll probably knock back a meeting about the submission you're writing, but they'll be more than happy to tell you about submissions.
I'm just getting some general advice. So just some general principles on writing. People talk about the features rather than the benefits and the implications. You need to have all three, but the way we communicate is implication first, then benefit, then the feature. Think about the points of differences of your research versus the other papers that are likely to be submitted, and frame the language as, we're the only ones to do this, we're the first to this. Look at the absolutes there. And then, as Dean mentioned, don't just guess the order importance, try and seek out from the decision maker's point of view what's really driving the decision. So let's go from the top. Let's start with why. Stop writing like a professional and start writing like a real person. In fact, get someone else who's a creative writer to bring in that extra bit. And start with your executive summary. If you can't win the game in 100 words, you're not going to win it. Boom.
And next time, ask an easier question.
Now go write your research, mate, and stop asking questions. All right, everybody up. How do we go? 3, 2, 1, stumped or pass. We got there. Close. Okay, how many is that? 10, 20, 30, 40. We are 40% through this barking mad challenge. Have we got any more time with Dean? We got time for probably one more question with Dean and one from the audience.
Hi, this is my first time doing this. It's Michael Watson from What Cost. We make any home and its existing appliances the smart home of the future using one single device. That means we make them safer, smarter, and more energy efficient. My question is, we are currently looking to raise money, and this involves going in competitions with judges. Usually the judges are high-profile people such as Richard Branson or Bill Nye, who are usually peppered with just upfront, let's go for a drink or let's go for some meals. I'd be interested to hear about any guerrilla tactics for marketing, that kind of thing, or engaging them that you believe would be the best way to cut over everyone else and just get straight in front of them, kind of push your concept onto them so that actually puts them focused onto your business.
So your question is, how do I get to Richard Branson?
That's the one. How do I get above everyone else on their search to get in front of a high-profile investor?
So are you talking about what are the tactics you can use to win on a pitch panel? Because guys like Branson and all the rest of it, you don't get to them anymore.
Yeah.
They're basically, that's shut down. That's a question like, you know, how do I get to the moon and back? Well, you need lots of money, which it doesn't. Yeah, Branson's working on that one too.
Okay, I'll post it to you like this. If Branson's going to be on a committee or a panel to judge a pitching competition in the future,
yeah,
how do I get the competitive advantage prior to getting in front of him?
Other than finding someone that he knows,
yeah,
I really don't know.
It's not really a question. It's you find someone who knows him and you go by, you know, you look on LinkedIn, go,
or you find out who the CEO of a company that he owns is and go and fit out their house.
That's cool. Yeah, I was just putting it out there.
That's probably what I would do. Is I'd find out who the senior executives are who are touching base with them on a regular basis, approach them.
I think the LinkedIn's the answer. So I've heard people do it. They do it via LinkedIn. They find someone in their network who knows him and can pull a favour. Will they pull a favour? Probably not. Yeah.
Cool. Thought I'd give you a bit of a harder one because you've got 47 houses.
Yeah. What's the sign for stump? Is it really like rude, or what do you do?
Okay, cool. We'll take one from online. We've got a few backed up.
So another cafe/coffee business question.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that like 24-hour marathon people have gone, who's stupid enough to stay up all night? Let's go to those guys.
They're the only ones that have enough caffeine to stay up all night. So I just launched a coffee business, which involves me cold selling to cafes. Face-to-face sales have never been a strong point for me. I get nervous and feel a little sleazy. How do I go about... Yeah. Are you sure she's in the coffee business? So how do I go about approaching business owners in a non-sleazy way that doesn't feel like I'm being an interruption?
Right. So how do I sell face-to-face to business owners without being sleazy?
Yes.
Yeah, right. What does sleazy look like? Did she say that?
I hope she didn't say me.
I don't know if you can turn the camera around or not.
All right. Since that's an online question, it is a sales question, though.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to take
All right. Let's keep it clean. Go.
Okay, all right. Number one, why do most people fail at sales? I mean, the statistics are terrible in terms of sales. Number one problem is this: they can't see themselves as salespeople. So guys, I've got an MBA, I've got a law degree, I've got a GRR from London Stock Exchange. I could call myself an entrepreneur, I could call myself a business owner, I could call myself an employer. I'm a salesman. And I tell myself that every single day because I realise that the success or failure of my business is dependent on selling. So if you can't get it into your head that you are in sales, then you are destined to fail. It's as simple as that. The first thing you have to do is actually accept and identify with yourself as a salesperson. Now, how do you do that without feeling sleazy? You need to change your definition of what sales is. Right now, your brain is associating sales to, 1, sleazy used car dealers, 2, interrupting people in their place of business, and 3, something that's just not consistent with you and your values. So if you don't change your definition of what selling is, you're never going to overcome that. You will never overcome it. It's kind of like Brussels sprouts, right? I associate they're terrible, I don't eat them. So the reality is you have to change your definition of sales. Now, you have to come up with some sort of mantra, like my role when I'm selling is to put the very best coffee available in the market in front of cafe owners who care about the quality of what they're delivering to their clients. You need to come up with some strategies for engaging them in a way that's exciting and fun. So are you a fun person to be around? Are you enjoyable to chat to? Are you great to engage with? Because if you're none of those things, you need to go and hire yourself a salesperson. You need to talk to some people who are actually out there knocking down doors and find out what their strategies are, because quite simply, there are some strategies that will help you be more effective. You need to get excited about your business, set yourself some goals, and every morning remind yourself of what those goals are, because if you don't have a compelling story for yourself to get out every single morning, knock down that door, don't take the no for the first answer, then your simple reality is you'll never have what it takes to actually get enough critical mass in your business. The reality is you have to understand that you have a business that's dependent on sales, and if you can't buy into the fact that that's at the core of your success, you'll fail. And that's why the reality is that more than 80% of businesses fail in the first 2 to 4 years, and another 80% that are leftovers fail as well. So get it into your head, you're in sales.
You go.
Yeah, interesting. I can really relate to that question because I hated sales for a long time. And it was exactly what you said.
I like that past tense, Andy. That was good.
Yeah. it was reframing what sales is and actually talking to people face to face, understanding whether you can actually help them. Coming from a point of view, I'm actually here to help, and if not, then I'm out of there. And I think the one thing that really helps is going into that kind of environment. You don't have to have everything in your head. You don't need to be the world's greatest salesperson already. You should build something that lets you have the best sales conversation and then deliver it consistently every time you go into a new cafe. And we've faced this issue before, and we had businesses who are going in with a leaflet or a brochure like this, and a DL one, which is just look at the front, look at the back, and it slots really nicely into the bin, and then you never see it ever again. So we developed, and I've done this before for one of our clients, a couple of our clients, A3 business cards we call them, and it's the best sales conversation. Discussion guide, excuse me. It's the best sales conversation you can get on one sheet of paper. And it goes through framing up the value, framing up the benefits to the business. And it just means that when you actually go in there, it does 2 things. First of all, it lets you have the most consistent best sales conversation every single time. So if you do get frazzled and feel a bit sleazy, you've always got an anchor point that you can go back to. Secondly, you can leave this behind. You don't actually have to have such an in-depth, salesy conversation. This becomes a nice leave behind piece that still has the really good, powerful message, and it's a real pain in the ass, and it's difficult to throw in the bin. There's 2 things. The other one is demonstrate it. Exactly as you were saying. Just go and demonstrate it. You don't even need to be in there long. Take this for a week or 2. I'm going to be back. If you don't think it's better, I'm not going to come back again. Take the risk off the table.
If you don't like sales, don't sell. I like Dean's point of, what does a salesperson do? They don't need well, you've just changed your frame around selling. And I really like the example of a used car salesman, because a used car salesman on average was selling around sort of 7 cars a month. Joe Girard, billed as the world's greatest salesperson, would sell 70. Why? Because he didn't sell cars. He built relationships, and he built relationships. So when he's walking around the lot with Dean, he goes, "Hey Dean, so what's your favorite song? Yeah? What have you been looking at?" So when Dean comes up, you know, he doesn't just like grab the keys and throw them at him. He comes out with a big bow and he takes a photo of Dean and the car with his key. And then when Dean turns the key in the ignition, his favorite song's playing. It's a gift from Joe. And then he sends Dean a birthday card, because he's found that out. He sends Dean's kids a birthday card. It doesn't get creepy. He sends the car a birthday card with an offer to come in and have the car cleaned for its birthday, filled up and topped up on him. And he did it from a genuine place. And the reputation of Joe build and build. So if you actually said you're not going in, because I think what you're butting up about is this cold call.
Yeah.
If you're going to a cafe, guess what? They've probably already got coffee. Yeah? And a business owner doesn't need an interruption of somebody coming in to sell something to them. But what I would do is I would find the 3 best-selling coffees around Sydney, assuming that's where we are. Maybe it's Toby's Estate, Victoria, any coffee fanatics? Malazza, yeah? And I would say, "Dear cafe owner, I've got some news for you, that there's a new coffee in Sydney that's outperforming the 3 best sellers in terms of taste and aroma. I got them on my box. Do you want to play?" Yeah, you're not selling, you're playing a game. And in a blind aroma test and a blind taste test, see if you can out-taste the 3 best-selling coffees in Sydney. Because then you're not actually selling, you've actually created a game that's fun to play and is engaging. And if they can guess yours and you guess them, they've already made the decision. If then it's not a question of, do you want a new coffee? It's, do you believe that you should be serving the best smelling and the best tasting coffee? And you yourself, as proprietor of this establishment, the answer's done.
You also need to change the whole paradigm of interrupting. I think often when you're selling in a cafe, you're worried about basically they've got people in the cafe, they're running around, you're interrupting. They're not afraid of being interrupted, they're afraid of having their time wasted.
Yeah,
so if all you do is say, "Hi, I've got some coffee to sell you," you're wasting their time. If on the other hand, you're turning up with some valuable information, with a quirky way of selling it, then you're not wasting their time. Why do you buy a cafe? Because you love coffee.
Yeah.
What should your conversation be around? It should be around the love of coffee and why you love your coffee so much. But take some time out to find why they love their current coffee. That will make for a much better discussion.
Yeah. So yeah, the conversation, I think, where we're in violent agreement is they've already got coffee. You need to be relevant enough of why your coffee is better than their current coffee. Is it that you got something cheaper? Because for some people and some cafe owners, they just want to cut it out. It might be something about supply, something else difficult. Or for most of them, I'd assume that they just want the very best. They want the very best coffee they can get. And you won't tell them that. Don't tell me a funny, tell me a joke. The other thing that you can do is quite interesting is if you could get, on your business card, you can get kind of scratch and sniff inks.
Yeah.
So you can have kind of something fun, scratch and sniff inks. You got anything more, Andy, or we'll bring it down?
Oh, if you're cold calling, pick the right time.
Yeah.
It seems super obvious, but don't be going in the morning coffee rush. Wait until the afternoon when coffee's
or maybe
not being
really
sold.
early morning coffee rush.
Really early or late afternoon when.
I think the last thing is probably take some time out, pour yourself a coffee, and ask yourself why you're upset that they're not drinking your coffee outside of the dollars that you're going to earn. Because the clearer you can get about that story and the more you can define that story, the more you can have something truly credible to talk to them about, and the more that's going to come across that they really need to consider you.
Okay. Learn to love sales, model Joe Girard, take on what you're displacing and have some fun. Scratch and sniff, get an A3 discussion guide. Don't you funny, tell me a joke. Everybody up. Wow.
You guys are going through the night. And bring some coffee down.
So, was that a stumped or pass? Did I miss it? We passed, did we? Pass?
Thank you very much.
That's a pass, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, seeing as we're bringing on the funny man, I think it's probably time of the night to go absolutely off your tits for sales extraordinaire Dean Mannix.
Thanks, Dean.
Thank you, Dean. You staying, Andy?
I'm staying.
Excellent. Andy's going. Dean's
you so
Andy's
much.
staying. Dean's going. I'm going. So I think I'm in a state of delirium. So it's time for me to pass both my batons on. Very good friend, media personality, media commentator, comedian, Dan Illick. He will be introduced properly by Glenn Bartlett, our strategy director. But I will say thank you, good night, see you tomorrow at stupid o'clock, everybody.
Are you leaving?
I'm man.
I thought I got to do this shit with you.
No.
Oh, what?
We'll be all right.
We'll be okay.
All right. It's going to be fine. So, it continues. What's the time? 9 o'clock. We're into the third quarter, second quarter.
Second, third.
Deep in the second quarter here. And I'd like to introduce, get things started, Dan Illick here. I'm going to read his profile. Dan Illick is one of Australia's most prolific comedy filmmakers. Been making television shows for 10 years. His credits include 702 ABC Sydney, Australia's Funniest Home Videos, The Ronnie Johns Half Hour on Channel 10, Hungry Beast ABC, and Can of Worms. Downwind Media, upwind of at the moment, Dan's branded entertainment company has been responsible for some of the most talked about campaigns in the last 10 years. Some of the clients Dan has created work for Legitimate Foods, Vic Roads, Get Up, Apple, Game, Mitsubishi Electric, the Australian Olympic Committee, Honda, and Combank. Big round of applause, everyone. Dan, welcome.
Hi guys, it's great to be here at 9 o'clock at night in a warehouse in front of 10 people talking about marketing. Because there's one thing a comedy filmmaker knows about, it's marketing. If there's one thing an unemployed comedian knows about, it's how to market. And I'm here to give you my tips, and you're lucky. You're not even paying for it.
So there we go.
Lucky. So lucky.
We are deep in the second quarter here. Things are about to get interesting.
The next hour, you are going to learn fuck all. In fact, I don't know, you can't see this board over here. Something tells me, well, how many numbers? There's 34, did you say?
41.
41. So there's 41 people that have passed, and on the stump side, there's none.
Dan, you're not going there.
I'm an innovator.
We've got
I'm a disruptor. I zig when people zag. I don't call pivoting, I call it failing. Because let's face it, folks, that's what it is. Hi, I'm Dan. I'm a pivoter. Oh, that's nice. Congratulations. We all know what that is.
carry on. if you can keep this up for the hour, that'd be great. We will start. So, this is kind of turning into a comedy show. It's not though. This is Stump the Strategist. There he is, Dan. We're here to take questions from you, questions from the audience, questions online, any questions on business strategy, communications, marketing. Bring them on, we'll ask them in 9 minutes, and you, the audience, get to vote whether we're stumped or passed. It's walking that fine line between stupidity and bravery and pivoting. And tonight we'll be pivoting on the fine line, which makes it even more interesting.
And let me just say, when it comes to business prowess, that my BAS is often a month late.
There you go.
A month
That's
late.
not bad.
It's pretty good.
That's
A business activity statement for all your noobs out there.
So, there is only one rule of Stump the Strategist. That is, once you've asked the question, please, in the audience, just keep it down, let us answer. We'll get there, okay? No yes buts, yes ands. I've tried that before. Let us get through it. Don't judge the cake before the cake has been fully cooked. So that's it. Who's got a question? Anyone? We're going to go online.
We're going online with a fun question.
A fun question.
We're going to work your creative juices. I know there's barely any in there. So we have Qantas versus Virgin.
Yeah.
How can Qantas win again? I want my shares to bounce back.
I'm actually really good friends with Neil Lawrence, who developed that creative campaign, and he was
Sorry, before we start, Dan, did you have any other questions? Well, you can't really, it's an online question. You're right with that? You're right with that, Brenda? Yep. Quiet over there. Good? Okay. Who's got the clicker? Who pushes go here?
It's
me. It's me.
Oh, trouble. Oh, is Risky coming?
He's been. Go, you're off.
I'm actually good friends with Neil Lawrence, who developed that campaign, the new Qantas campaign, where I think it's just a lot of people crying. And he was actually saying to actually get those people to cry, they actually use real shareholders. Really great. So it's kind of amazing what you can do when you put your head together. You know what you can do. Creative campaigns are good. Look, I think what you got to think about. You can think about the main reason why people fly Virgin than Qantas, and that's because it's cheaper. So maybe look, I'm no Alan Joyce, but maybe make your fares a little cheaper, even though you are a premium product. You want to base yourself as a premium product. Doesn't necessarily mean you have to have expensive fares. You can have younger stewards. That also helps. Here's something interesting. It's what I learned about Qantas today. Qantas are trying to cut costs, and they're doing it in innovative ways. Namely their pilots. So not only, it kind of came out a couple of years ago that Qantas were using Kiwi pilots to do the Sydney and Melbourne legs to New Zealand. So they're actually using what's called through a company called Jet Connect. They're actually using Jet Connect pilots to do, and cabin crew to do that. So it's a Qantas aeroplane with a Qantas logo on the side, but the entire crew is based in New Zealand, so they basically get paid a whole shitload less, which is great news for shareholders. And so they're paying in Kiwi dollars. And also, there is a plane from Sydney to Adelaide. The Sydney to Adelaide run is also not being flown and manned by Qantas staff. I can't remember the name of the company they've outsourced it to, but it's basically SCAB staff. And the differentiating point between the pilots, the SCAB pilots and the normal pilots is SCAB pilots have beards. So if you are flying a Qantas plane with a bearded pilot, you should know that pilot is actually not a Qantas pilot, but a third-party pilot. And be comforted the thought that that pilot is being paid a shitload less than your actual Qantas pilot. So there you go. So there's some good things that they're already doing.
Oh, thanks,
Good is questionable.
Okay, so Qantas versus Virgin is an interesting question because you've got to ask yourself, how did Qantas let it slip? I mean, Australia's airline, first mover advantage, first mover gets double the branch area for the second and twice again the third, yet not in this situation. So what do they need to do? So for me, it feels like home, which if you haven't seen it, is the new campaign which Dan was referring to. It feels like home to me.
Yep.
Feels like home. For me, that's a step in the right direction because what they need to do strategically is reassert themselves as Australia's airline. And that's something Virgin never can be. That's Virgin's strategic disadvantage. That's the weakness. So you've got to stay there. You've got to just focus on nothing else but your Australian airline.
Interestingly, one country Virgin doesn't have an airline in is in the Virgin Islands. So they should.
And that is interesting.
That is interesting.
Okay,
I don't know.
So reassert Australia, absolutely crucial. And I think they're on the right track there. So if you're a shareholder, that's a step in the right direction.
Good news.
Customer service. So there's only two ways to differentiate. There's only two fundamental business strategies. There's the low-cost business strategy, of which there can only be one. Only one company is going to have the advantage in terms of their operations to be the low-cost leader. It's probably Tiger. If not, it's Virgin in this market. There's only one player there, which means the other strategy is differentiation. Those are the only two strategies. The question is, when you differentiate, where's the value? What do your customers actually want? So you've got to demonstrate this value. You've got to figure out what matters, what really matters to customers. And the reason why Qantas is struggling against Virgin in the local market is Virgin are managing for a small period of time to do both. They're actually winning on price and they're winning on service. So if you're Qantas, you've got to go, how can a company that's charging less on fares be winning on service? It's unacceptable. Customer service is where it starts. The third thing is a focus on the core. So, I think Alan Joyce has realized this. So many of the routes that Qantas were flying just weren't profitable. and you can only do that for so long. You can only sustain losses on those routes for so long. You need to focus on the core, where the margin is, and the roots where the margin is. And if that means cutting a few back, it means cutting a few back. Ultimately, a business is in the business of profit, not flying people around as a charity. And so there's two parts to that. What are the core roots and the business customer? If you're not winning with the business customer, you're not winning, because they have the least elasticity in terms of their price, the price of willing to pay. So they're inelastic. Those are the people you have to win with. And currently, you compare the lounges, you compare the seats, you compare the service. There's no reason to stay with Qantas as a business passenger over Virgin. So you've got to win with the business customer. And
with those ads you're talking about, and I think obviously you can't move away from the whole Qantas and Australiana. They're really nice ads, but every time Qantas do an ad, it's bloody big and it's just expensive looking, and it's like, well, is that where all the bloody money's going? Because you're spending $100 million on these. It's going around. Can't you come up with some kind of advertising which actually changes that message around and obviously fitting in with the brand? Could it be a little bit self-effacing, which is the ads are a lot cheaper, they're a lot simpler, and the message is we're actually putting all our money back into the service.
Just do the ads on Skype. I hear what you're saying. Just like really, it's an honest idea. Why not make a Skype ad, record it? I like your idea about bringing back to Australiana. I've actually redesigned the meal for Qantas to be a bit more Australian. I don't know if you can see down here. We've got some red desert peas. That's good. Some gum leaves. Do you know koalas chew gum leaves to get high primarily? So that'll knock you out. So you can sleep on the long haul flight. Got some witchetty grubs here, fresh from Alan Joyce's backyard, and a koala paw because koala paw is marsupial. And you know, they've had it too good for too long. Most of them have chlamydia, so it's a good way to get rid of them. You know, excess koala, like the ones that have got VDs. Also over here, an ashtray. Bring back smoking. Now, what's interesting about this? Why not?
The audience is finding this very funny.
Yeah.
But actually, Dan's bang on strategy here, because what he's really neatly identified here is how you develop sustainable competitive advantage.
Sustainable. Koalas with chlamydia, back on the plate. Let's eat them.
The Virgin are going to struggle to match that. See? And that's something that's really remarkable that's going to drive people back to Qantas. Very good, Dan.
Thank you.
The final thing for me is a bit of honesty. You know, it's the We Broke It, Help Us Fix It campaign. And it reminds me of Mother energy drink that Coke launched 10, 12 years back now. And they launched it and it tasted terrible. And no one bought it and it tasted terrible. So they went out with a campaign where they literally went in with ninjas and slaughtered the guys that made the drink, like the scientists that work in the factory. And it actually got taken off air because it was too violent, so they remade it with stick figures. And it was just like, we apologise and we've picked out the people responsible and we have taken them to task on it. The R&D people in Coke didn't like it very much. Audience loved it, embraced it, gave the brand another try. What you're looking for is for people to give the brand another try. Would you like to sum it up, Dan?
Well,
the overall strategy.
Well, I think it's a great. Let's go back to Australiana. Let's focus on our core. I think making cheaper ads is the way to go. Skype ads. Everyone has a HD camera in their pockets these days. Why not make it on an iPhone? And you were talking about getting rid of some of the things, a bit of excess. Maybe one of the biggest things to brand position this whole too much excess in terms of the flights is shooting kangaroos. As you're flying, you got a gun, and you shoot kangaroos as you're going across this great country because they're a pest.
Diversification. Very good.
Pest.
Very good.
There you go. So, this is Stump the Strategist. You get to vote whether we stumped or whether we passed. So, hands up if we passed.
You guys are terrible. You guys
is unanimous.
That passed. Because that passed, you guys are gutless. You should have failed. You're gutless. If these lights were off and you could text in, we'd fail.
Chalk it up.
It's chalked up.
All right. Do have another question.
I do.
Please, any more national treasures to take a shit on? That'll be great.
Hi, I'm from an anonymous company.
Called what cost?
Anonymous. I'd just like to not mention the company. I think we've had enough. But we are trying to get involved with our customers with like re-engaging them after they've either purchased or just done something on social media with comedy to try and get something that there's been a lot of sharing of like comedy-based thank yous and some lighthearted kind of stuff. But we're in an industry which is energy, which is very reputation-based. You've got to be mature, you've got to be trustworthy, but we also got to do that fine line where we want to be a kind of humorous, kind of lighthearted.
Yep.
How do you walk that fine line between losing trust, but yet being a friend and being a bit funny?
Energy company.
No, we deal in the energy industry.
What kind of who are your clients?
Customers, it's B2C.
B2C.
Yeah.
What kind of energy company are you?
We're not an energy company. We help customers save money off their electricity bill by giving them advice on how to save money off their electricity bill.
Cool, right. Cool, right.
So we're trying to find that nice line between funny, friendly, but also respected and trusted, and our advice is actually taken on board.
Back and re-engage them.
Yeah.
With some form of content.
Yep.
That they notice, basically.
Yeah.
But doesn't offend them.
Doesn't offend them and doesn't take away. Yeah, that's why I brought it up, because we're in media and comedy. But without reducing the brand's image, all that kind of value, all that kind of stuff.
Well, that's really easy. That's really easy.
Well, that's easy. Let's start the clock. So the question is, how do we re-engage our customers, basically build brand love in a way that doesn't offend them? Okay. Right.
That's really easy. Number one, bring back the gobbledoc. And you get a funny character in a suit, completely inoffensive. He's an alien. He doesn't know what energy companies do here. He's got no idea. He's just this alien in this world. And he doesn't know that energy companies burn fossil fuels and are responsible for most of the respiratory diseases in the world. He doesn't know it. He's got no idea about that. Get a funny man in a suit doing that. That'll be great. There's nothing more inoffensive than that, and also baffling to your audience. Your audience will be like, "What? I like it. It's a monster suit. Great." One of the amazing things that I've seen recently is Woolworths have this campaign, and there's all this 3D animated birds whistling and blah, blah, blah. And I was thinking the amount of creative effort to create these beautiful CG birds is phenomenal. If only they could be done for good. Now yours is probably not a good thing, but maybe we could create a beautiful CG alien mascot to represent your energy company. Aliens need energy. They need to get off this planet. As soon as they get here, we'll be like, I need to find a way out of here.
Thanks, Dan. I'm going to come at it from a slightly different angle that Dan was mentioning there. Saying being funny, first of all, I was like, why do I need my energy company to be funny? And then secondly, it's actually it's a question about personality, because if you guys have been mature and trustworthy in the communications that got you to where you are, and then you send in the gobbledoc at the end, I think you'd be like...
Should be called the Goldie Doc, like for gold plating.
Thanks.
Something like that.
Yeah, the new version of the Goldie Doc. And you'd be like, well, why? But we always start our kind of branding or writing with a personality test. So being funny, there's slapstick funny. What type of funny are you? And it makes no sense to me to be mature and trustworthy and then be slapstick and hilarious at the end. So I'm confused about your brand now and who you are, and are you guys actually serious, or are you these funny guys? I think it's a really worthwhile exercise to be going through and building out your brand personality. So first of all, the brand archetype doesn't need to be this kind of jester character. Maybe not. Like if you're in the energy sector, it's probably more like a sagey, trustworthy, respectable. Doesn't mean you can't be witty and clever. but you start to define what does funny mean. There's a whole bunch of different types of funny. Unless you actually build out the we are and where this stops, or we are funny but we're not slapstick. We are clever but we're not highbrow. And then you've got some parameters around there that you can actually start doing that for.
Yeah, do you know what? That's not too far from what's happening at the moment. In northern Queensland, how they're getting locals on side in terms of getting people to embrace the coal mining industry in northern Queensland. An energy company up there has created a character made out of coal to wish the kids good night. At 8 o'clock at night, this character comes on, this lump of coal, comes on the dance on TV in northern Queensland and says, good night, I'm Mr. Cole, blah, 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 I'm the savior of your fucking country, blah, 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 good night. This is already happening. So you've got energy companies doing stupid shit like that, but it's actually true. And true story, 6 years ago, I created an ad campaign for Greenpeace called Your Call on Coal. And one of the hilarious ideas we came up with, we thought, how funny would it be if the coal companies decided to endear Australians with coal by creating some sort of ad campaign with a lump of coal that sings and dances. And sure enough, that's actually what they did 8 years later.
Okay. 3 comments, 3 strategies for you. So the first one is, I think you're right. I think you twigged the fact that the biggest risk you face is not taking a risk in today's media environment. If you're not remarkable, if you don't stand out, no one's going to notice you. You've got 8 seconds, I think it is, dwell time on a website when people land on it these days before they either decide that's enough and I'm off and they've moved on. So the biggest risk is not taking one. The question is, how do we take it? As part of that, buying media these days, it doesn't buy you attention. It used to be if you launched Kit Kat back in the 60s, you bought 3 ads in Coronation Street and 85% of the country had seen it, digested it, and were fascinated by it because it had nothing else to do. Media bought you attention. Media doesn't do that now. It buys you a ticket to the game. You've then got to work really hard to get the attention. So again, we're on the right track. Just picking up on what Andy was talking about, how you say stuff is as important as what you say. So there's really 2 components to this, what you say and how you say it. And that's where the brand archetype piece, which I put down the bottom here, the reason why that's useful is a brand's got to live for a long time. And if we can get really clear on what our brand archetype is, who we are, who we aren't, it means when you're no longer working in the company, you've moved on, your successors can look at a piece of work and objectively rather than subjectively make a decision about whether that's right or wrong for the brand. So that's the preamble. The real thing you're after is a content strategy, because you've got a database of people that you want to go out and communicate to. The question is, what do they need to hear? And the trick with a content strategy is threefold. One is it needs to be sustainable. There's big brands these days that have 50 people employed full-time just creating content. It's a nonsense for most businesses. So how do you create a sustainable strategy? So that means, could it be crowdsourced? It's got to be simple. Could it be about aggregating other people's content and putting some comments on it? And maybe they are humorous, maybe they're not humorous, who knows? The other thing is, it's got to provide value to these people. So it goes back to Dan's first question, who the hell are these people? And what's of value to them? If it's not of value to them, we're wasting our time. So what's of value to them? What are they interested in? It strikes me that they're environmentalists, like they're interested in the climate, those type of things, because they're buying this energy thing that helps them save energy. So figure out what's of value to them, and then critically, what's your brand proposition? And then what you need to do is find where the 2 meet. Something that's of value to the customers and actually links up with your value proposition, but not in a way that's marketing the value proposition, in a way that's providing value. I really like your sustainable content strategy. I think that's a really cool thing. And I think you could really crowdfund that quite easily. I'm just trying to think of like hashtags. I came up with one just then. You could do like a hashtag show us your hole and get your customers to go around and take photos of all your power plugs. And you put up the sexiest power plugs on your Instagram feed. Look at this one from Dave from Burma. Woo! You see how easy it is. Once you get the brief clear, the ideas just flow. And that's the point. Then, because at the heart of your question was risk.
The tenuous link.
Was how do I create something that engages, but at the same time doesn't take my brand down in a screaming heap with it? And that's where we test and learn, and we create what we call safe fail experiments. So for God's sake, don't send it out to your entire database first time. Like pick 5% of it and send them something that's a bit funny, a bit outrageous. We can write that for you after this. Pick another 10% and send them something that's slightly less funny and less outrageous, and start to see which ones are working, and then follow them up. Create safe fails rather than doing a big piece of research to create a fail safe. Create a safe fail. So work out where you can test and learn.
That's called A/B testing, when you test headlines and test content.
Yeah.
I've done some work with Upworthy recently. They don't A/B test. They A/B all the way through to Y test. They have, for every bit of content, every headline curator has to write 25 headlines to send it out before they select which headline they're going to pick to run on the site as the main one. And it plugs into a black box, and the algorithm chooses. So I would say just go one more. A to Z test. Write 26 headlines.
Boom.
Done.
So there it is. You've got to walk that fine line between risk and reward, and between value for the customer and value to you as a brand. That's what we're playing. There you go. So, how did we do? Everybody up? Yes. It's not bad.
It's terrible. This is the worst. I'm trying my best to fuck this up. All right.
So,
who's doing 3M?
Yeah.
We'll take one off. Should we take one online?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are there any others in the audience at the moment? No?
No, we'll take one online and then we'll come back.
Take one online.
Okay, so the question is, when I was growing up, Australian surf clothing brands were going gangbusters. You heard about them everywhere. Yeah. Can you explain why companies like Billabong are now failing? And if it was your business, how would you breathe new life into the brand?
So is this from a business owner or an interested observer?
Shareholder?
I'm going to be honest and say it's not entirely clear. So I'll read it again. When I was growing up, Australian surf clothing brands were going mental. You heard about them everywhere. Can you explain why companies like Billabong are now failing? And if it was your business, how would you breathe new life into the brand? So they may just be drawing on this as an example, and they may be in the retail sector.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's up with surf brands, and what would we do?
Yeah, how to breathe new life into them, and why they're failing now, perhaps.
Okay.
Cool. All right, great. Let's go. Well, it comes down to your logo, really. Look, when I was growing up, your logo was the most important thing. We used to sit around in school in year 4 and year 5 drawing Billabong's logo. It was so easy. I think when Billabong got big, they changed their logo, and their logo wasn't anything. It was meaningless. I remember drawing Quicksilver logos and like Stussy logos and Rip Curl logos. But now it's too hard. If you don't have a drawable logo, the kids aren't going to be interested in your brand. That is fact. Absolutely fact. And also, I think it's got to do with your story, honestly. I think for a point there, Billabong went overseas and really started focusing overseas a lot. And I think they lost their story, and they lost kind of how their brand is perceived that way. I think it might be time for Billabong to get a grip and reconnect with the people that matter most, surfers.
Yeah. So the first thing to look at here is context. So every great business strategy, every strategy, whether it be a military strategy or a business strategy, is only as good as the context within which it's created. If the context changes, the strategy needs to change. So what I'm picking up from that question is that something's changed in the context, and we need to understand that. And the greatest screw-ups in history happen when the context changes and our business strategy doesn't change to match the context. So the French, going into World War I, their sustainable competitive advantage was valor. A sustainable competitive advantage is valor.
Let's not forget the French flag, very easy to draw.
We know who we are, forget that. We can all follow each other, and we're braver. Unfortunately, the context changed, and the Germans had machine guns. So that strategy that worked really well previously no longer works in that context. So the first question I asked...
And let's not forget the Nazis, great logo, really good logo.
So the first question is, what's changed in the context? So we need to understand the context, we need to understand it externally, we need to understand what are the opportunities and the challenges that have arisen in that context. Is it a fundamental business model thing? Are our competitors somehow finding a way of manufacturing their garments cheaper than ours, and we're losing there and we can't match them on margin? Is that the situation? Is it a retail distribution issue whereby there's been a consolidation of the retail chain and we've no longer got the negotiating power? So if we look at Porter's 5 forces and we go supplier power, buyer power, there's been a fundamental change there. We need to understand this. We also need to understand what's happening internally from opportunities and the challenge perspective. Has something changed internally, the way we structure our business? Have we lost some focus there? Before we understand the context, we can't diagnose the issue, therefore we can't come up with the answer. So that's absolutely step one. Go on, Brenda.
No, keep going. Step 2.
Well, let's just go straight to step 2 then. So step 2 is once you understand your context, and only once you understand your context, can you get real about what the challenges and issues are in the market and start to work out how to solve them. I suspect with a brand like Billabong, and let's be clear, not all surf brands are failing. I'd suspect Hurley's doing pretty well at the moment. I suspect Quicksilver's still doing pretty well. Rip Curl and Billabong maybe not so well. So they're not all failing. That's critical to understand. So what's changed internally with our business model and what's changed externally? That's the first question. With Billabong, I think they've diversified too far. They're into everything. What's at their core? So is it the board short? Is it the wetsuit? What is it? Because you can't be all things to all people. Now you go into a Billabong shop and there's literally everything in there and it's all a little bit average. So if I look at a Hurley by contrast, they have got unquestionably the best board shorts. No question. There is no question. I can see that look, but there is no question. And they've got the best technology and that's the lead product for them. And they build the whole brand around those board shorts. And then they do all the other mandatories. They have John Florence, they have their other surfers that represent them, but they fundamentally got a product advantage. So when you're Billabong, you go, what's our product advantage? Do we have one? Where do we let it slip? So it's focus, going back to the core. That's step 2. I'll just charge straight on to step 3, which goes back to Dan's point about story. So all great brands start with why. Why do they exist? What's the purpose? Why are we even here? And if you lose touch with that, you start to lose touch with the brand. And you know what? It's so transparent now. Consumers can pick it up really quickly. If there's just something phony, there's something that's not clear, there's something that's not transparent about a brand. So fundamentally, what's Billabong's belief? You know, Quicksilver's about the search, Hurley's about its thing, Rip Curl's got its thing. What's Billabong's thing? What are we buying into? Because people make emotional decisions and rational justifications. What's the emotional reason for buying Billabong? And then I can rationally justify that these board shorts cost $300. Because there was an emotional reason as to why I bought it, because I'm buying into the story of Billabong. What is that story? That has to be the start point, the story.
Yeah. And a story goes with the logo. This used to be Billabong's logo. I've just done a bit of a redesign and changed the Billabong logo into a bong itself. So I think that is going to do wonders for rebooting that brand.
Yeah.
Over to you.
Thanks, guys. So, I'm a little bit quiet over here. I can't remember the last time I set foot in a surf shop. I just feel like, for me, they just died when I was 15.
You're now in Newtown with a beard and skinny jeans, all that kind of stuff.
But you know what? I think they're like the incumbent brands. Those brands, in all honesty, those guys are kind of the incumbent brands, and they do represent a time when you were 15.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean?
Before you have any kind of styling,
Before
you assume you have to buy Billabong board shorts and
now there's new Australian surf brands who were the underdogs and the champions, and people identify with them more than they do with Billabong. There's something to be said for being too successful with the retail brand. When it becomes ubiquitous, no one really wants to do it.
You need to ask the question, who are you not for? And I think with a brand like Billabong, I don't reckon they can ask that question or answer it. Who are we not for? You know, because it's very easy to say we're for everyone from 18 to 56 who once went to a beach. But that's a nonsense. That's a family reunion. Who are you for? Who do you deliver to where you are the best choice? The best choice.
It's just like when Dom Perignon said to Jay-Z, "Oh, well, I can't stop you buying my champagne." And he went, "What?" And he went and bought spades, made his own champagne. Yeah, boom, 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 Jay-Z.
So understand the audience, and then what are the other routes to market now? So ultimately, surfing's built around image, and when you've lost your image, you need to find a way of rebooting it. And that's effectively what's happened with Billabong. I think there's business model issues. I think the context has changed. They've missed the shift. I think they're potentially disadvantaged in the way that the brand is structured and manufacturing. There's a whole bunch of business issues which sit behind it. But if you haven't got your story right, you're not clear on your audience, you're not clear on who you're not talking to, that's where the problems really begin.
Yeah.
So
I would love to see more wallets with Velcro. That's what I would like to see.
Watches.
Wallets with
Velcro.
wallets. There's not enough of
That's
those.
been a while. Yeah.
They were big when I was a kid.
yeah. And then finally, I'd say I can name a Hurley surfer, John Florence. I can name a Quicksilver surfer, Kelly Slater. I can name a Rip Curl surfer, McFadden. I can't name a Billabong surfer. You've got to find someone. It's just a mandatory in this game. You need to find a champion for your brand. I just don't feel like Billabong's got that at the moment.
Banjo Patterson. He wrote poetry about Billabong a long time ago. And maybe it's time to get him back again to write some more ads for Billabong. Made Billabong's quite popular. Banjo Patterson.
So to sum it up, when the business is failing, when something's changed, it's because something's changed in the context. Go back, re-examine the context, work it out. What are the implications on your business model? Then go back to your story, your fundamental story, and who do you have the best solution for? So there you go.
Very good. That was made for you, Glenn Bartlett.
Nailed it.
Stand up.
Stand up, buddy.
So, how'd we go? Hands up for pass.
I hate passing! Oh, sorry, I broke a chair.
Yeah, got broken the chair, people. So there we go, 44 straight. You just don't know what's going to pop up here. So, who else has got a question for us? Questions? No? No questions? We'll take another one online. We're on a roll here, aren't we, Dan?
Nailing it.
Unbeatable. It's like,
we should go into business.
This is what it must feel like to be Richie McCaw. Seriously.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Just time and time again.
Tough crowd, Glenn.
It's a tough crowd.
Tough crowd out there.
We are calling for a question, people. Next time. Let's do one more.
Let me just scan the online database. I have about 3,000 questions we're sifting through, so I just want to make sure we get the right one for you.
That's really good.
Dan, is this the?
Okay.
I was trying to recall the.
The only way to stump us is not ask.
I don't know.
We had
Stussy? It was like.
See, that, we were having a discussion the other day.
So,
Just about to draw it. No, straight off the.
so are you guys ready?
Off the top of my.
Yeah. All right, guys.
So this is Jeff. This is Jeff from a company called Machumba.
Machumba.
Yeah. So we've developed a new hands-on tool that stimulates creativity in children. Just letting them use their imaginations and not be overstimulated with technology like they're now used to. It costs a little more than an iPad, but we have research that says it works. And we have some children that have really been able to expand their imagination when they use it. How do we get the word out there?
Is this product sold by the gram?
Is that hands-on?
It's a hands-on tool. So it says it's a kind of a desk that you can draw on and enhance your creativity and imagination.
Cool. So it's like a whiteboard on a desk.
Yes.
is going back to the future type thing.
But let's not be
Back to the
racial
future.
normative. Yeah.
No shooting of kangaroos though.
Right.
So, to be very clear, the question is, how do we get the word out there? That is the question. Okay.
Oh, this is great. I love this. This is a great question.
Please.
Straight away, in terms of a media campaign, I would definitely play divisive politics and try and make an enemy. And really, the enemy in your sense is electronic devices and tablets and Apple. I would go out of my way to fund as much research as possible to say that, to kind of highlight that handheld devices are bad for your kid. And then I'll use that research to inform creating media around that. And by creating an enemy, you can create a conversation. By creating a conversation, you can get people to tap into that conversation and find out more about your product, which is the solution to this problem that you've created. First things first, you've got to find the problem, blow up that problem, and then be the solution to that problem. That's my brave concept. Just run amok. Run amok, whatever. And I don't know, but a creative, hands-on, stimulating tool for kids sounds something great, something like the Catholic Church would do.
So for me, the start point would be the story. So what's great about this? Because, in fact, my start point's just slightly before that. I take that back. My start point is mum. We need to sell mum. And mum congregates in very specific areas, so that's really good once we get to the media part of it. It's very easy to get in touch with new mums. They're all out doing the same thing, talking to the same people, got the same questions. When a new technology, albeit a retro technology like this comes up, we need to prove why it's better. Why it's better than iPad, because my experience, when I've seen little children, is an iPad works blimmin' treat. You give them an iPad and you can go to lunch. And it's taken care of. And you're going up against, to Dan's point, a formidable opponent in Apple, essentially, who are building creativity and educational apps for the iPad. Like, it's just a palette, right? It's what you put on it. So it's a tough fight, but what you're going to have is you're going to have mums that are on your side. It's interesting because I read an article the other day about tech giants, so the leaders of tech firms. Steve Jobs is one, they're talking about the founder of Twitter was another. And interestingly, you'd expect that in their homes, there would be technology everywhere. You can imagine going to Steve Jobs' home, you'd think the walls would be panels of iPads, etc. They weren't. And it's interesting, the biographer of Steve Jobs commented on it, the fact that every night they sat around the table as a family. They very rarely used technology in the home because he recognized that there's a downside to technology. So interestingly, there's some stories there that you can tap into to start to get this out there. But before you even go there, you need to understand the benefits and implications of this product. And that actually starts in understanding the features. So that's where we start. What are the features of this hands-on product? And we don't know them all here. It's an online question, so we're going to have to guess a little bit. What we need to do, though, is understand what it can do and what are the benefits of those. So we talk about benefits in terms of learning, benefits in terms of creativity. If we can prove those, and this is the power of a strong because, if you can prove that a product actually has a distinctive benefit, with a because, it will do this for your children because X, Y, and Z, or it will do this and it's proven by this stat, mums will listen. So we just need that story to start with. That's our start point. Target mum, get the story right.
The story, absolutely. I think, as you were saying before, being anti-Apple and saying instead of the iPad, do this, is just, there's just, like you said, Glenn, there's 50 billion apps that can get kids' attention. So I think being complimentary in the message as well. So that makes it really difficult for the Apple guys. If you know, obviously you get their attention to turn around and crush you pretty easily with some kind of Apple game. But instead you're saying, look, there's some great things that technology does. There's some stuff that technology misses and focusing in on those. And as Glenn, you're saying, it's actually the implication that matters for the kids. So what's actually missing with the technology? And I don't know, but I'm assuming it's shorter attention spans, it's instant gratification, it's those kind of things, and it's then a kind of lack of imagination. So then you'd use that to build and explain a video, which I imagine would be animation-led, that can actually demonstrate a kid's imagination and can bring that story to life. And I think what would be really cool as well is, what about you have actual videos of the kids and you ask them a creative question after they've spent a couple of hours on the iPad. You ask them a creative question after they've spent a couple of hours on your thing, and see what their responses are. And I bet you one will be really creative and imaginative, and one will be boring.
Yeah. I think in this digital age, there's a lot of technology gets in the way of parenting, gets in the way of young creativity. And I think this magic desk idea is really cool. But I think one way to reach people would be to have an app about the magic desk. And I wouldn't even make a magic desk. I'll just have a magic desk app to put it on a platform like an iPad, which is a really great tool for creativity. So that way you don't even have to make a desk at all. Just sell the app. Just do that.
Use the enemy's weaponry against them.
Exactly.
Very good.
Exactly. It will look like they're using an iPad on the outside, but in their little brains, they're using the magic desk.
Genius.
You didn't think about that.
So, use the enemy's weaponry against them. Key philosophy. The next thing is, once you've got the story, something like this, you want to create a habit or a trigger. So that's where the science comes in. So we talked about in the story, you start with features. What the silver bullet here is, if you can find a study, either a third-party study, fund your own study, that says 10 minutes a day playing on the magic desk delivers X benefit to your children's creativity, it's game over. You've won. You just need that fact. You can then create a trigger, and then there's people doing this online, ironically. Brands like Lumosity do this. So just 10 minutes a day with Lumosity and you'll have these benefits. There's a number of brands doing it. The studies are out there. What you want to do is link the magic desk to a statistic, some kind of proof that 10 minutes per day on this desk for your children will deliver these results. Now, if that's strong enough and compelling enough, and of course there's lies, there's damn lies, and there's statistics, so of course you can come up with a statistic that works. How could any mum not buy this for their child? Because you're basically setting your child back, right? Like it's an unfair game if they're competing against children at school to have the magic desk and your child doesn't have the magic desk. So you need that. That's the silver bullet. And then in terms of taking it to market, so the question was, how do we get it out there? I think I've just wrote Tupperware, and I think that's interesting because mums tend to congregate in similar places, so online and in reality, very easy to get at them in kindergartens, preschools, etc. So the game here is to go through those channels, those partner channels, and potentially there's a Tupperware type model for this, where mums introduce it to other mums, we have a little party, we bring all the kids around, here's the magic desk, buy the magic desk through me, take the ticket down.
I would also probably end on having a live stream of people using the magic desk, like we're having a live stream here. And so this is our live stream being recorded back to your live stream. Oh my God! We've entered the singularity! Shit! Except it's kind of delayed. I don't know why. I don't know who. I've never seen that. I've never seen these people before in my life. You're on there. You're not on there. This is not a live stream. This is a sham. It's not a live stream. It's a complete scam.
So, to sum it up, target mums, get the story right, make sure there's real proof and real benefits. We need those. Mum will respond to those. Create a habit, create a trigger. You want a daily ritual. That's the key to this. And then go where mums congregate, Tupperware. And then finally, Ken Robinson, TED Talk, talks a lot about the fact that adults lose their creativity as they get older. So start selling it to adults. They're people that really need it, not children. Bam.
Very good.
So, how do we get on there? So hands up for pass. There's another pass.
This is terrible.
This is the worst. Just hang in there. You're going to go do this once more.
I'm going to do once more. I'm going to once more. The next one, I'm going to give all the worst ideas possible.
Okay.
the most heinous ideas to get on that stump stage. I cannot believe.
We've got one more question with Dan. So what would you say your specialty is, Dan?
Pretzels.
Pretzels.
Yeah, love a good pretzel.
Excellent. On that note,
Any questions on pretzels?
I run a small restaurant in the inner west of Sydney. Recently, one of our customers had a bad experience, which was entirely their fault. They complained that a steak was overcooked when it actually technically wasn't. They just wanted something different, but then they went on a couple of social sites, including Urban Spoon, and absolutely crucified us. Now we look terrible and we've noticed a decline in bookings. How on earth do I respond effectively?
Right. Clearly, you just need to. We need to ask questions.
So do we ask you questions about this question? It's a standard crisis response situation.
This is a PR crisis, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, so we've got a PR crisis at the restaurant. Okay. All right, Dan, where you go?
Right. I think the best way, like a good PR person would tell you just to engage with that customer directly and offer them a nice steak in return. I would suggest you go all out flame war with that customer and cause as much noise as possible and just highlight what an idiot that customer was, to the point where you can create an event that everyone's going to talk about on social media and that will also malign you even more. Like, for instance, why don't you take a cow down to that person's house, slaughter it in front of that person's house, drain the blood out, wheel out a barbecue in front of that person's house, cut the fucking leg off the cow, stick it on the barbecue outside that person's house with a big fork and go, hey, I'm cooking your steak right here, buddy. You like steak? You like it raw? Well, I got some raw steak for you right here. All the while, get 4 or 5 people filming you on mobile devices and uploading that to Mamma Mia. Throw in words that are really inflammatory on the internet at the moment. Throw in, hey, I've got some Gamergate steak right here, you feminist. Yeah, how do you like this feminist steak? Because gender really divides. The great thing about annoying people over gender lines is that more than 50% of the people will be behind you, because you've got 50% of people who are of a certain gender, and then you've got the other bunch of people who are for that gender as well. So play the gender card while you can do it. Play the meat card, the gender card, the Gamergate card, the black card, the white card, the red card, the Woozy card, the Catholic card. Play every card you can. Cause trouble.
Yeah, interesting. It's good. You go, Glenn.
So there's something in that, believe it or not. There is something in that. And actually, it depends just how bad the crisis is. If the crisis is really bad, actually getting on the front foot, taking it on head to head, you could come out a winner. It's high risk, it's high return. That's Dan's way. It's not necessarily right, but it's certainly an answer. So that's the front foot. Frankly,
Is that stream right?
it's too late.
Oh, it's actually
So there's a mistake here. You've let people get out of the restaurant without fixing it there and then. So a part of this is making sure it doesn't happen again. You just don't let people out with a bad experience. One way of working that in a restaurant situation is looking at a net promoter score survey. So literally, and it might just be done subtly and informally, but would you recommend us? How's your meal being tonight? You want to catch those problems there and then. Crucial to this is empowering the frontline staff, empowering the waiters and the waitresses to fix these things before they get blown out of control. So there's a bit of staff training which needs to come from this. This is not going to solve the problem that's happened, but it's going to stop the problem happening again. Brenda.
Thanks, Glenn. Yeah, you're right. It is too late, but not responding is not a response. That's the worst thing you could possibly do. And absolutely, I think Dan was pretty right. Obviously, you've got to invite them back, but your response has then got to be really memorable. Because if this person's a detractor and they're out there saying how bad the restaurant was, and to use your words, they were crucifying you on social media. If you can actually turn those guys, and it's been proven that the most powerful evangelists for the brand are when you have a bad experience and then you make it a really good experience, and then they are absolutely evangelical about brands. So what do you need to do? Maybe not slaughter a cow out the front of their house, but you can invite them. It's an option. It's an option. It's an idea. Sorry, Dan.
It is the option. I can't. Guys, what are we doing? We've got 5 minutes. Let's get a cow. Let's get a cow in here right now.
Let's sort
and
this out.
slaughter it right now.
Here and now. Good. It's on its way. It's on its way. In the meantime, maybe you could possibly. Oh, cheap. In the meantime, what we could do is make it really memorable. Is it a candlelit event? Is it the owner comes out
Hold
there?
a vigil for the cow.
You hold a vigil for the cow.
Vigil.
Meanwhile, you have a candlelit dinner where you get the private chef and he comes out there and it's all kind of a little bit self-effacing. The owner probably pours the wine. Make a big bloody deal about it, about how much you actually care for the consumer, and then use that as to turn them into an evangelist. And
write a love song. Write a love song to that.
And what looks like a penis on a barbecue.
No, there wasn't a penis. There was a cow leg. There was a cow leg. That's the cow slaughtered outside the house. This is the barbecue outside the person's house. Yeah. You're having an excellent barbecue right outside that person's house. You're cooking for the whole street. Everyone else can taste how delicious your steaks are. And that person will be like, yeah, they're still out there. They're still out there. You're like, yeah, I've got your steak right here.
And you eventually run them out of the street,
yeah,
the neighborhood, the country.
We are being so myopic and nice about this. Take your beef to the people. Take your beef to the people. Done. I'm out.
Take the rest of the night off.
I'm out. So that 3 minutes of, I don't need 9 minutes. I need an 8 burner and a heifer that's 3 years old and grain fed. That's all I need.
Right. What Dan's talking about there is point 4 of the strategy, which is it's drown them out, right? Because the way social media works, the way PR in an online environment works, is that it's a stream, right? It's a constant stream. It's a stream of consciousness. It's a stream of the community, the globe, the world's consciousness. What you need to do is get new stuff at the top of the stream. So it's like your Facebook page, frankly. Someone puts up a picture you don't like, you can untag it, or you just get better pictures ahead of it so that it drops down your stream. What you need to do is something remarkable to create news which starts to drown out the bad news in the market. So drown them out, something remarkable could well be a spontaneous barbecue outside their house.
Yeah.
But before you do that, or as you do that, you've got to fix it. And as Andrew referred to before, our loyalist customers, interestingly, are the ones that have had a bad experience and then we've remedied that experience. So Virgin Atlantic have done a lot of research on this, and they found that out. The ones that were most loyal were the ones that had had something go wrong and then it was adequately fixed. That's what we need to do. So we need to invite them back to the restaurant, to bring your friends, it's on us, we want to fix this. And just be really genuine about it. Now, 9 times out of 10, unless they're real, unless they're bad people, they're going to give you a chance to fix it, and you're going to take that chance. So you've got to do that before the barbecue. The barbecue comes second. And then I think, finally, in this, it's training, because it's too late. We talked about this. If you let them out, if you let them out after having a bad experience, they're on the loose, they're out there, they're running rampant. There's not much we can do about it. So we need to train, and we need to empower our staff, because frankly, in a restaurant environment, things are going to go wrong. They go wrong every night, whether you be at Jamie Oliver's restaurant or Dino's Diner down the road with the Chinese.
I was recently at a McDonald's where I ordered a Happy Meal and I didn't get a toy.
Things
go wrong.
Yeah.
Things go wrong.
Did you go nuts on the interweb around?
Yeah. Oh, there was not a pickle. There was no roll without a pickle.
You see, and that's it. When you get yourself in a pickle, there's things you can do to get out of it. You drown them out, you invite them back. The key is not to get in a pickle in the first place. And that's about not letting them out of the restaurant when they've had a bad experience, and it's about training.
Yeah.
Do you want to wrap it up, Dan, in the last 50 seconds?
Yep. I think when you've had a bad day, you should just chill out. And I think that's the best lesson I can give here today. I've had a bad day. I've had a bad day. Look, guys, I've had a bad day. I've offered 4 great solutions that are absolutely horrible and still managed to get past side. And I think you're all cowards for saying that we passed. I think I should have 3 stumped, 4 stumps at least. So, who's the coward now?
So, good. He's fighting against us here. But even carrying Dan, we've got a strategy. It's a classic 6-pointer.
I also have syphilis.
It's challenging.
I haven't told anyone that. It's just you.
It's all right, mate.
So
Antibiotics.
I don't know. Yeah, no, it's like a 6-week course, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Okay.
So I'll be fine.
Good.
So there it is. I think that sums it up.
Very good.
How'd we go? People.
Thank you.
I think the thickness might have just stumbled slightly.
Hang on, it would have been a perfect callback.
You don't know what you've got to like that, yeah.
So
hands up for stumped.
cow barbecue.
Stumped. Hands down for pass. Come on, seriously. Brutal pass. No way.
Yes! Finally!
Damn. I want to see a show of hands here. Hands up the pass.
Yes.
Come on. Hands down for fail. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think that's a majority. Just and we squeak through. We're taking it.
Oh.
Oh well.
Controversy here.
Try my best.
Okay, we do need to see a clear show of hands.
Do we really need this?
Yeah.
I try my best to do my worst, and I think I've let myself down. I'm really upset about that.
So, round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Dan. He's gone. He just walked off.
He's out of there.
Oh, sorry. What?
Any last remarks, Dan?
I think I will be the only person to do this in cycling shorts.
Almost certainly. Yeah. All right.
That's my last words.
There you go. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Randolph. Thank you and good night. So there we are. We're now deep in the second quarter. We're coming up to half time. People are tiring. It's getting tougher. It's starting to get interesting. And now's the time I'd like to introduce our next guest, the fabulous Cindy Tonkin, author, speaker, consultant. Here she is. Can I turn you on? Okay, turned you on. You are in business.
Can I be heard? Oh, I can hear myself. Hello.
Okay. All right.
Hello, massive audience.
So Cindy is the energy behind political acumen in business. She's written 8 books.
Yeah, probably more than that, but that was at that count.
At that point, so what would you say?
I think it's 12 or 13 now.
12 or
I broke them
13
up into
books.
smaller pieces.
Right. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
Kindle.
Some of them are small, some of them are bigger, but 12 or 13 books. On business and consulting, is a serial entrepreneur, having created a number of businesses in the real and online worlds. Interesting. Cindy is a consultant, advisor, speaker, writer, coach, and professional facilitator. Exactly what we need in a situation like this. And she's frequently told, the work I do inspires real and lasting change in how people think, feel, and behave. Welcome, Cindy.
Thank you, thank you.
Round of applause for Cindy.
Yeah. Yeah, you're great. You're fantastic.
And joining Cindy on stage, we have, is it Dave? David Siegel making his debut, people. David Siegel, one of our very own from Step Change, one of our very own strategy execs. So, how are we going, people? Who's got questions? We've got questions in the audience. We've got questions online. So for those of you just joining us, just a reminder: there is only one rule in Stump the Strategist. It is this.
Thank you.
It's 9 minutes without any interruptions, please. No matter what we say, let us run for 9 minutes. We generally get there in the end. Give us 9 minutes. That's it. And the final thing is, this is, see you, Dan. This is opinion, not advice. In 9 minutes, we can't give you advice that we'd sign our name to, but we can give you a number of opinions, at least 3, if not 4 opinions.
I'm just going to agree with everything you say.
Are you?
Ooh, a little better.
Yeah,
a little better guess than the last one.
It's unusual.
Oh, wow.
Unless you're wrong, in which case I will not agree with you at all.
Okay. All right.
I didn't properly brief her. Sorry on that.
Yeah.
It's my fault.
Look, my name's not even on the Who's on Stage list, so,
Yeah,
you know,
we
like,
need
it
to fix
doesn't matter.
that. Okay. Right, we've got some expectation management here. So let's throw it out for a question to the audience online. What have we got, people?
A bit of an interesting one. So this was submitted earlier, but he is now in the room. So we're going to read it quickly and then pass over for clarifying questions.
Righty-ho.
So we want to market a software platform rather than a finished product. Specifically, we have a CRM product, but we don't want to sell it as a turnkey product so much, because the point of difference here is that this is designed to be the basis for building completely tailored business systems. This is something that would appeal to a small to medium-sized business in just about any industry. But where the vision is to differentiate themselves by having efficient or clever tactical systems that make the business tick. How could we pitch that concept in a way that is compelling and easy to understand? So I will pass over to the man himself if you have some clarifying questions. This is Craig.
Craig, welcome, Craig.
G'day.
Is that
Kia ora.
a New Zealand accent I hear?
You know me.
Where have you come in from, Craig?
Christchurch.
In from Christchurch.
Woo!
So, in from Christchurch, the land of potholes and rubble and rebuilding. So, I wrote down the word hybrid. I'm just trying to get my head around this question for those in the audience and online. It's almost like a partially built, the building blocks for a CRM, right? That literally turns your business inside out so that your customer can interact with it. Is that right?
Yeah.
Sounds like it actually is a CRM.
I mean, there are lots of online CRM systems you can sign up for 5 minutes flat. The difference here is we've got one that's kind of comparable to those, but the difference is that instead of just joining into the masses and being part of one system that everybody uses, you're making your own one, and you can completely change it to be more than just a CRM. It can run the whole business. It can be customized to run your whole workflow, your job tracking, your members, whatever it is that you do.
So logins for customers, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's more about what happens inside your business. So if you're producing widgets, then maybe it's the whole system for tracking those. If you're running some kind of membership-based thing, then it might run your whole membership.
And is it different in any way from any of the other CRM systems out there?
As a starting point, no. That's the point. It's kind of the same. What makes it different is what you do with it from there. You go and sign up to an online CRM and then say you want to change it. Well, you can't. You can't. It's.
Doesn't that depend on which CRM you're join?
No, I mean, you can't. You go and join Salesforce, the biggest one in the world these days, arguably. You can't change Salesforce. You can add to it. You can buy build systems. You can buy different modules and all this sort of thing, but you can't fundamentally change what Salesforce is.
Okay.
So who are you selling to? Sorry.
So small and medium-sized enterprises, is that right?
So let me give you an example to explain. So up in the Gold Coast, we've got a customer who produces business cards.
Mm-hmm.
So on the one hand, the system is the basis for their whole workflow tracking. So it takes incoming orders that come in from the web or from email, from the phone, and then it processes them through. It produces a workflow that goes through their factory, and it produces, they have iPads in the factory that tell them what they need to do with each card that comes off the production line, and then it manages the dispatch, and it feeds back to an online system where the customer can see where their job is at. Now, I mean, you can't go and buy an off-the-shelf product that does that. It's tailored around exactly how they work.
Right. Okay.
So the end result is something truly unique, and that gives them a competitive advantage, right?
Are you selling the system, or are you selling the system plus consulting to make the system?
Yeah, really, we're selling the consulting and stuff on top.
Right.
But we want and that's what we've done for years, and that's all fine. But what we want to be able to do is take this CRM and put it out there and point out this thing, this fact that we've got this basis that's a really good sort of starting point, and it's different because it can be changed. I mean, you can see my problem because it's taking me 5 minutes to explain it to you.
Yeah. So I think we get it.
So the question is, how do we get it out there and win in the market?
Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
Actually, there's two questions. How do we explain it in much simpler terms than what I've done?
9 minutes.
And how do we
Get it out there.
pedal it? Yeah.
Cool.
How do we pedal it? How do we pedal the CRM system? 9 minutes. We're away.
Cool. So I'm going to start out with the number one thing we need to remember is that we're switching from Salesforce. So the easy choice when you're an SME or a medium-sized business, it's the old saying, you don't get fired for hiring IBM. Well, now it's you don't get fired for getting a Salesforce CRM. It is the everyday, it's the easy choice. So what we need to do is we need to focus on what Salesforce doesn't give us. So that's kind of the first step, in my opinion, and addressing this challenge in any way and forming that strategic framework. So now that we've framed against Salesforce, something and another insight that I would draw off of is that these SMEs don't know about technology. They're tech stupid, and if you ask them the difference between platform A and platform B and platform C, they would say, they all seem pretty similar. So we gotta look at how we can make it easy for the business owners to feel educated and feel like they're making the right choice. So I would do something that's called a when to use the tailored solution guide, which actually addresses, when it might actually be a good idea to have Salesforce and off the shelf. And you know what? When is a good idea to have your tailored solution? It might be things like a certain size of business, certain growth objectives, or a certain budget that can really actually educate your SME customers in the right way to make the right decisions. And you don't really, you're going up against Salesforce, but you're not, you're taking them out of the play.
Cindy.
I'm a small to medium enterprise. I have a CRM system that does all the things you described. I bought it because it was recommended to me by someone I trusted who runs a massive network that I'm part of, like 500 entrepreneurs. So I bought it because Dale said, this is the one you buy. I've tested it, it does everything. And the fact that Dale's getting 25% on everything I pay and I do a monthly fee, I know that, but I still trust him because he uses it in his business. So these guys are going to tell you about strategy, but I'm going to tell you in terms of implementation and SME actual appetite. I'm reasonably tech, but the people around me are not. But we all trust that he's recommending something we can do. So I'd be saying, how do you get into those networks of entrepreneurs? Find the 2 or 3 people they trust and work with that, because that's how I buy, and that's how these 300 to 500 entrepreneurs buy. Yeah, it's an American company, but they have made pretty much, they've got a huge network of people in Australia because 3 entrepreneur kind of gurus are recommending their stuff. So they're not selling as well in the States as they are here. So that's just a personal story. Now more strategy, which will back that up.
So we've got a 5-point plan here, Craig. And unsurprisingly, it starts with unraveling this story that took 5 minutes to explain. So that's where we start. And we do that by and we've said this a couple of times tonight, by starting with what are the features, what's special about this? Because there are things that are special about that are different from Salesforce. And we've got to remember that it's a zero-sum game, essentially. Somebody's got your money. We need to figure out how we get that money back. And that's what Dave's talking about in terms of framing it against Salesforce. Because most businesses are going to have a CRM of some form. So it's very rare that you're going to be selling it on a blank slate. So we start with what are the features? What does it do? And how important are they and how differentiated are they from your competitors? And we bubble those to the surface. And then we talk about implications. So the distinction there is we start with features to get to implications. But then when we actually communicate, we talk implications back. So the classic example of that is Steve Jobs, iPod, your entire music collection in your pocket, a couple of missed calls as well from the looks of things, versus...
Too many babes on Tinder, Glenn.
Versus... Dave, we're live. Versus a Creative Zen, which is an MP3 player 22 months before the iPod had launched, and it came out and just talked about features. Everybody got lost. We need to talk about implications. So what are our implications? In doing this, you start to get a feel for what's important to the customers and how are you different. So when you're looking at that positioning, you're looking at where are our customers. That's a customer. You look at how you're different from your competitors, and then you look at yourself essentially. And in the middle there is where you find that sweet spot from a positioning perspective. For me, it feels like the positioning's around the benefits of both. Like it's this neat little bit where you can have all the benefits are tailored and all the benefits of flexibility in one. And there's something really powerful about that essentially disrupts the way the industry is set up at the moment, which is fully tailored or fully off the shelf. What we're saying is there's a third way. So we started a discussion around the third way. And that's the interesting, I think that's where the positioning lives. So start with the story, get to that positioning around, I think the best of both. Frame versus the fixed systems. because that's largely who we're going up against, is those fixed off-the-shelf systems. And get really clear to Dave's point about who are we perfect for. So I think what's going to make the brand and the product credible is to say we're not for you and we're not for you and we're not for you, but we are for you. It makes that really credible.
Yeah.
Go on, Dave.
So I'm just going to add one more thing before Glenn is just a strategic mastermind over here. So a little tip, once you've got your story right, you want to look at how you can craft the most powerful elevator pitch. And it's 3 simple steps. So the first step is, you know how this happens, which essentially puts you in the mind of your customer. So it's speaking into the listening, it's getting on them, it's building rapport. So you know how this is going on? Oh yeah, that kind of makes sense. Well, we do this. Well, we do a tailored CRM that might have this. And because of that tailored CRM, your business is set to grow 300% over the next 5 years. And all of a sudden that story boils down to 3 easy points, and the SME all knows everything you're about. So back to you, Glenn.
Unless you want to say something, so we've got.
Oh, look,
I've got
some questions. I've got another question, which is, how do you, I can't ask questions?
No
can't
questions.
be interrupted.
We do answers.
It's not interactive?
We do
How can I
answers.
work like this?
They do the questions. So point 1, the story. Point 2, frame versus fixed systems. Point 3, I think, is pricing models, which is potentially interesting because I think it gives you the opportunity to price your product like there's an off-the-shelf price. Just take it off the shelf, no tailoring, $10. Yeah. There's a fully tailored one, which is $1,000, and then there's the preferred one. This is our most popular one, right? It's price modeling. You're driving people to the choice you want them to make, which is the partially tailored in the middle. Oof. So you're driving people to the partially tailored with the way you've got the pricing structure, because you don't really want them doing either of the other ones. So you make that partially tailored decision, the rational decision from a pricing perspective. Then what you need to do, because frankly you're an unknown versus Salesforce, you're an unknown. Yeah. You absolutely must take risk off the table. Because someone's buying this, if they're the business owner, their business and the whole process is at risk. If they're someone that's reporting to the business owner, their bloody job's on the line, you've got to somehow take risk off the table. And that's either, in this situation, I think it's probably a free trial. We will come in, we will install it, run it side by side with your current one for 60 days. And if you don't think it's better, we'll take it back, you carry on. But you're confident enough that it's better, that you're going to win the majority of those. And then finally, in terms of how do you peddle this and how do you get it out there? I think Cindy was talking about this earlier. I think it's absolutely spot on. It's the groups. You've got to ask yourself, where does your target audience congregate? Yeah. So there's business conferences, there's small and medium-sized enterprise months that are run by the government in most of the states in Australia, for example, where there's an opportunity to speak, there's an opportunity to network with these people. That's the place to go, where you get all the people in the same room and you have an opportunity to talk to them.
Congregations.
So they actually have kind of almost government-sponsored small and medium enterprise months. So it's all about the government trying to drive industry in Australia. So you find where they are. So that's it, 5-point plan.
Woo! Wow.
So much easier without Dan, isn't it?
It's a lot easier without Dan.
We can actually stay on track. What? I meant to mention the logos and how hard they were to draw.
Yeah. It would have been more interesting. So how did we go? Everybody up? Woo! Yeah. Happy with that?
Happy with that?
Happy with that, Craig? Very good.
Oh,
it's a pass.
That's a winning pass.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do this one, the inaugural.
Okay.
Gonna need a towel over here. I made a little bit of a mess.
Okay. So, time for another question. Cindy, what would you want to take a question on it?
I am happy to take. I mostly work with people at a one-on-one level. How do you influence people one-on-one or one-to-group?
Yep.
So it's kind of, it's not really marketing. I think they call it more influence and persuasion.
Ooh. Oh, wow.
But I'm happy to, somebody's got a question. Look at that. There's a hand going up.
So it's any question on marketing, communications, or that more subtle influence and persuasion at the one-on-one level?
Getting people to do what you want them to do.
Have we got a question down the front here? Please.
You'll have a question.
We've got a question down the front.
I think that makes a big
difference. On the note that you are very good at the more one-on-one kind of conversation, when you're trying to raise funds with an investor, It's very hard.
Oh, this is not Richard Branson again, is it?
Not Richard Branson, although we'd love if he gave us money, that'd be great. But it is really hard to get an investor on a one-on-one situation to make any concrete steps or movements forward. What kind of strategies are there to try and push someone to actually make actionable steps after an investor conversation or any one-on-one personal kind of sales? Let's put it just generally towards sales.
So in a sales conversation, how do you convert? That's what about conversion, right?
Absolutely, yeah. So what techniques are there to to make them more chance of converting on that sales pitch there?
Okay, so how do we increase our conversion in a one-to-one sales conversation, after or post a one-to-one sales conversation? How do we conversion up in sales? Happy to take that question, Cindy?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm sure you'll have a 5-point model and a 3-part circle to answer it.
Almost
that will
certainly.
add to my question, my answer. Okay, first, I'm assuming that when you're pitching, it's not just a one-off thing that you walk into the room and you suddenly have to go, buy my shit. That there's actually a process that you go through. But I don't know how familiar you are with hypnosis. I don't know how familiar any of you are with hypnosis. But essentially, one of the most effective ways to get people to say yes to your stuff is to get them to say yes first and then get them to say yes to your stuff. So you have to understand their business or their problem or their challenge and let them know that you do. So it's not enough to know, oh yeah, I know what your business is all about. You actually have to be able to say, okay, in your business, it's really important to make a profit. In your business, it's really important to, I'm going to use your example because we've spoken about it. In your business, it's really important to make connections and make sure that sales that you do connect with the database so that the people in the database know what's going on. In your business, you have to actually give them real examples of things that you understand, stories that they get in their business. The theory goes, you'll do that 4 times before the 5th one is, and that's why you need to buy my product. So it's a 5-step process, but the first 4 steps are essentially your research mirrored back to them about what you know about their business. Here are 4 really big problems you've got. That means you need my business. And the theory, the hypnosis theory essentially says 4 truths, 1 assertion. 3 truths, 1 assertion. 2 truths, 1 assertion. 1 truth, 1 assertion. So essentially, you're staging them to the point where they've said yes to you so many times because you're telling them shit they already know that they have told you in some form or you found through your research, that by the time they get to 1 truth, 1 assertion, and then they get to assertion, 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 they believe you. And of course, the assertions at the end are buy my product, sign here, call me for a demonstration. You're here for 6, we'll give you a 6-month free trial and you will sign up at the end. There's a lot more sophistication about this. I've been studying this for like 15 years, but that's essentially the thing. 5 steps and an assertion, the 5th one being the assertion. That's the 3-minute summary. I'm sure the boys have other stuff to say.
Go on, Dave, take it away.
Yeah, baby. So there are 2 types of people in this world. And the joke that I would love to tell is there are the people that use their toilets on the phone, and then the people that lie about using their toilets on the phone. But Dan's not here.
I think you mean use their phones on the toilet.
Yes. But the reality is there are 2 types of people in this world. There are the
those
pleasure
who get binary
seekers.
and those who don't?
No. There are the pleasure seekers. So there are the people that are motivated by the upside and the opportunity and all that is great. And then there are the pain avoiders. There are the people that want to minimize risk. They want to reduce the amount of time. They just want things taken off their plate. So the first step for you in pitching to these investors is to identify if they're a pain avoider or a pleasure seeker. I'm guessing most of these investors will be a pleasure seeker looking at the upside.
The
but you
stats
never
say
know.
it's about 50-50, so I wouldn't say that was true. You can tell though by their language.
You can
so
tell
if
also
they
by
talk
the
about,
position.
if we don't do this, something bad will happen, they're a pain avoider.
That is
If
true.
they say, if we do this, something great will happen, they're a pleasure seeker. So by the language with which they inform you, you know what your pitch has got to sound like.
Absolutely. And so another little hint before you even get into the meeting, just look at the title that they're currently sitting on. So if they're a CFO, chances are they're going to be a pain avoider.
Yeah.
If they're a CEO, chances are they're going to be a pleasure seeker. So little tips and tricks that you can find out about who this person is that you're going to meet. And once you establish that, you want to do what we call look for orange lights. So these are all the little things that can happen in a business meeting that would tell you something's not quite right. So maybe they have been putting you off for 3 or 4 weeks. Maybe when you sit down with them, they're on their phone. Maybe when you say, hey, do you have an hour today to talk about this? They say, you know what, I've only got 20 minutes. Those are all the orange lights that we need to consider in a business meeting, especially one-to-one, to know when to pull the ripcord. Because if you see those, the chances are is that person's not going to be listening to anything you have to say. So you want to reschedule that meeting or find another way to get them when they're fully attentive to you.
Can I just interrupt and say there's another element you have to take into account, that every individual has a certain number of times or an amount of time they have to hear, see, or experience something before they convince. So I've got a 2-kind convincer. You tell me something twice, if I believe you and I think you're right, I move. I do it. But there are people who have a 1-month convincer. So they take a month to even want to have a meeting with you. Which means a month after your pitch, you should be going back to them and going, hey, you've had a month to think about it. So yeah, you look for your orange lights and take into account that the time might be, in fact, a very significant reason they're not saying yes.
Especially because the people are so time poor. If you're investing in companies, that you have no time.
Yeah.
Glenn, I can keep going here, unless you want to jump in.
Yeah. Oh, you got some great shit on the board.
I've got a lot of stuff.
You only have 3 steps.
Model.
Yeah, I've got 3 steps with A, B's, and C's. So let's get cracking on these. So point 1 is get them nodding. To Cindy's point, get them nodding. Yeah. It's the placebo. Yes, 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 yes. We're going to run naked through the park. Yes, yes. Too late. Perfect. So get them nodding. Get your story. Your story's got to be so simple. So why am I here? What's in it for you? Here's my pitch. Here's what I told you. Here's the next step. And this pitch bit here, it's got to be 100 words, and it needs a hook. And it needs to be hooked to something that your target audience understands. So it is Tinder. It's like Twitter, but it's just pictures. It's Twitter with pictures. Twitter with pictures. That could work. Yeah. Okay. We've got Instagram. It's like
photos with filters.
Photos with filters. That's the thing. You hook it to something that they already know about, and they go, yeah, got it. They've got to be able to get it really quickly. So have a hook it to something that you know they're already aware of. Then there's the face-to-face and there's the post-sale. So my approach to this would be understand their pain. Now, it doesn't necessarily need to be pain, but understand what's going on for them that's painful with the current solution, because 99 times out of 100, they've got a current solution. So what's the pain in that current solution? These things slip through the cracks and I lose these bookings and I blah, 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 blah. Crucially then, quantify it. So, okay, so you lose these bookings. How many bookings would you lose? Probably lose 3 a month. Okay, cool. So that's 3 a month, 12, that's 36 a year. What's the booking on average worth to you? $1,000, right? So that's 36 grand. So you're losing 36 grand there. And so you go through and you get them to do the maths, right? And it's becoming really real.
That's good.
And then you go, right, so this is the price check piece. So if I had a solution for you that cost you 30 grand and solved all those problems, that'd be a bit of a no-brainer, right? They can't help but nod because they've just told you they've got 36 grand's worth of problems. So price check them there. Then you say, so is there anybody else that needs to be involved in this decision? Because you need crucially to know who's outside the room. Yeah, the finance guy does and the marketing guy does, right? Okay, that's cool. What you then do is you frame smart choice checklists against those people. The finance guys want return on investment. The marketing guys are about the interface and how pretty it is. So you make sure those things are covered off in your proposal. And then you've got to look them in the eye and you've got to say, what do you need for a yes? And then you've got to stop talking. Yeah, baby. What do you need for a yes? They'll tell you what they need for a yes. If you put it in, it's very hard for them to say no when they've said, this is what I need for a yes. Now, ideally, before you leave the room, you get the follow-up meeting nailed. We'll be back to you in a week. I'll see you Monday at 9 a.m. with everything you need for a yes. If you can't do that, what you want to do post-sale, ideally, is automate a follow-up. So look, great to meet you today. I'll send you, it's an email every week, if that's right, just with a reminder about it or something, so that you've got constant frequency with them, so that they never forget who you are again. That's the process.
Woo!
And
got it right up here.
Steps.
75 ideas.
So we've got 5 steps in assertion. We've got pleasure, pain, get them nodding, turn the pain into dollars, ask for the sale, automate the follow-up.
Look at that. Woo! Your head just went like this, right?
Everybody on the
So,
feet.
hands up for pass. That is a unanimous pass.
Whoa.
Yes.
Yeah, baby.
All right. Very good.
Cool. Jeff, would you mind?
How are we doing here, people? We're just getting started. Yeah? You like that?
Would you mind throwing me some pain pills?
Cool. Okay. So, what other questions do we have out there? Any in the crowd? Any questions on marketing, communications, new people that have come in? Business strategy? How to optimize your Tinder profile? Anything? No? Okay. We've got one, an online question.
Yep, we've got an online question.
Okay.
Let you clear your boards.
It's a dirty board, isn't it?
That's a dirty board.
Filthy.
That's a filthy
I
board.
think it's this that's the
Got some
problem.
of this. Oh, yeah.
Can
No,
you
no,
give
that
us,
made
give
it
us a bit of
worse.
spray, Dave, while we get the question? Fiddly in the answer. All right.
Fiddling in the answer.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, hey. Oh. Here it comes.
Why are you doing a 24-hour marathon of this?
Oh, we love it, Craig. Done.
Doggies.
2 seconds.
You don't even
publicity.
plug assistance dogs.
Doing it with the doggies.
It's like a dance marathon, but with strategy.
Yeah, and dogs.
So the real answer,
Doesn't get any
Craig,
better than that.
is that we work with an amazing non-for-profit called Assistance Dogs.
Yeah.
And the best way to describe these dogs is like, everyone knows guide dogs. Yeah. Assistance dogs are kind of like guide dogs on crack. So assistance dogs are the ones, remember how we just talked about framing it? So they're guide dogs on crack. They'll do your laundry for you.
Here's one.
They'll do all sorts of crazy, unique things that a guide dog can't quite do. So we thought, what better way to lend our beautiful brains to their charity?
There you go.
That's why we're doing
That's
this,
the
Craig.
reason. Right there.
Yeah.
And when we say beautiful brains, notice that we were talking about our own brains at that time because we are not modest or self-effacing in any way.
If we were modest people, we wouldn't be asking people to challenge us all around the world for 24 hours.
Yeah, I know. Where
What
are
else
they?
is it
Where are these
on a
people?
Thursday? Seriously. What day is it? It is Thursday.
I'm flying to Singapore tomorrow at 5
All right.
o'clock.
Okay.
5 flight to Singapore. We're still going to be doing
So how far away have you had questions? Have you had?
What's that?
So how far away have you?
47.
No. What parts of the world have you had them from? Further afield than Aussie and New Zealand, or
We've had them from Perth.
Perth? Oh yeah, practically the other side of the world, really.
There are a few US questions there.
We've got
A few
Europe.
US questions in
We've
there.
got a few from the US. Europe's coming online shortly. I'm sure they'll be into it.
Yeah.
They've got their financial crisis. There's a few questions going on over there. Can't keep interest rates at zero forever.
That's sure,
So
Fiddler.
what have we
Yeah,
got
we need a-
online?
Online, we have a New South Wales question.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a long
Not
way
too
Oh,
away.
Jesus.
So I have a bottled water company that has been running for about 5 years now. We're getting past all right, but we don't have a clear strategy going forwards. We don't really know where to start and how to start in terms of a business strategy. What would you recommend? And yeah, how do we get started? As background, we're just the one bottled water product and we distribute only in New South Wales.
Okay. So bottled water company going for 5 years, New South Wales, doing all right, but what do we do from here?
Yeah.
So how do we develop a growth strategy? Yeah? No clear strategy. How do we develop a strategy? Okay.
And that's business strategy.
You're all over that, aren't you, Dave?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Cool.
So
So
go.
at the heart of every great business strategy, there's one common thing, and it's the story that bands people together. So we've talked about this a lot tonight, and it seems to be a reoccurring thing. But a great example is the Simon Sinek start with why. So you've got to find your brand story and your why. And what that really is, and Glenn touched on it a few questions ago, is it's a mix between your story, the customer story, and the industry story. So you've got to find the points that are valuable to a customer and the points that create difference from you. Unfortunately, in this category, you're a bottle of water. So you might want to think about what's your backstory, what's your why besides that, what's your why outside of your product features that's going to get people to buy. And so once you've developed that why and that story, what we call a positioning, then you can start looking at the different points of leverage, whether it's through distribution, whether it's through partnering with other organizations. But it's really the core piece and the first piece that you need to put together before you start thinking about how do I go to market, what kind of media channels should I use, and how do I build my customer base.
Would you like me to begin here?
Yeah, I think you've got it handled.
Well, look, there's quite a few steps to this, but let's start with the first step because
There'll be at least 5. There's going to be 5. Come on, there's 5 steps. Hello. There will be 5 because there's always been 5.
The longest journey starts with a single step, and that's where we're going to start. So you need to be clear on why you're in business. What's your aspiration? Do you want to be a global water brand, a New South Wales only water brand? Do you want to go beyond water? But what's the aspiration? And that starts with your purpose. Your purpose is your North Star. It's what gets you out of bed in the morning. It's what touches, moves, and inspires you and your customers. What is that for you? And only you can answer that. You and your team, crucially your team. You want to build all of this, the 5, 6, 7, however many steps we come up with. You want to do this collaboratively. Building strategy is not something that you do once every 36 months, put it in the bottom drawer and then carry on. You do it continuously, and it's not something you do alone. You do it with your team, and as broad a team as possible. Because A, you need to get everybody's perspective, and B, you need to get buy-in and alignment. That's the way to do it. So purpose, why are you around? And this was talked about it's been about 5 hours ago now. Probably the most famous purpose statement, certainly one that comes to mind for me, is Ford. When Henry Ford started Ford Motor Vehicle Company, the purpose was to help Americans explore this great land. That's what he did. That was his purpose. Now, if you had asked customers what they wanted, they would have said, give me a faster horse, please. But that's not where they started. He started with a purpose, and that's where every great company starts. And then you have this thing called an ambition, which kind of sits with it. And the ambition is how you know you've got to your purpose. And you're never going to get to your purpose, and that's the beauty of a purpose. So for Ford, it was a Ford in every driveway. If you look at Coke, I worked at Coke for a period. Purpose, share happiness with the world. Ambition, a Coke within arm's reach globally. Now, the interesting thing about this is if you frame it right, you get it builds to an aspirational measures that are by definition about winning. Because it's very easy to go out as a business with a new product, with something, and we've got a yawn in the back row. So I might speed it up or something, we'll juggle.
Oh, I got my balls in the.
I want to pick up on something you said earlier, because I think we really need to be really clear about this. You can't just be what your purpose is. It has to be everybody's purpose. Everybody who works for you needs to be into it. We had an example earlier when Dan was here about the steak people had a steak that was returned, and then social media blew up because basically the waiter didn't handle it properly. If you're selling water and the guy in distribution doesn't know what your purpose and ambition is, and they go, no, I'm sorry, I can't do that, customer, because basically that's not policy, then you've fucked up your purpose and ambition really quickly. So you need to make sure that your entire team knows every single day with every single thing that they do, from distribution to warehousing to marketing to just the person who answers the phone at the front desk, that they understand what the purpose and ambition is. Because when you do that, it makes everything easier. So yeah,
cool.
That's my 2 cents worth.
We do quite a bit of point of sale work and quite a bit of retail brands. And we had a brand come to us called Beerenberg Jams. They're an age-old brand, Australian, and we're having mic issues. But anyway, so the insight that drove Beerenberg to have the highest sales in 6 generations was that the battle is in the point of sale. So the battle's in the storefront. And that's the same thing when you're selling bottled water. So you need to think about, what is the story in my position and how do I start winning in point of sale? So think about the last time you were at a grocery store, or I guess they call them not a gas station, what we would call a gas station, so a service store. And there's that whole, a petrol station, thank you very much. And there's a whole wall of water and juices and all of that stuff. And so think about what's actually gonna stand out. I, believe it or not, went to a little Barbie last weekend, and I saw a really interesting position from a beer brand, and it was a 6-pack that was completely wrapped in paper bags. So every bottle was individually wrapped in paper bags. The carton that it came in was organic cardboard, and it was just a really interesting way to position the brand in point of sale. So I bought it. And that's the key insight here, is you've got to win in point of sale, no matter what you say or what your purpose or what your ambition is. Otherwise, customers just won't buy you. There's too much selection out there, and that's the real challenge.
So back to the strategy.
Oh, you went to 7 steps because I gave you shit about having 5.
Yeah, well, the average human brain can hold 7 pieces of information.
Plus or minus 2.
So anywhere between 5 and 9 works.
Yeah, but 3 probably because we're all overloaded.
Yeah, it's been a long day. So where were we developing the strategy? So we've got our purpose, our ambition, our winning aspiration. Then we need to understand our context. We talk about this with the Billabong, the surf example. If we don't know our context, if we can't define our issue, we can't create a strategy. We need to understand that. That's the bit that's called strategic planning. It's where Porter's and his 5 forces comes out. Woo! It's where our SWOT analysis, our strengths, our weaknesses, our opportunities, our threats, we do that. It's where we look at our PESTI analysis, political, economics,
nice.
Social, technological, environmental. We look at all these things to get a picture of what's going on. Then we ask ourselves, so where? Like, what's attractive and what's not attractive? Do we stay in Australia? Actually, would we be better off having a brand that is just sold in Asia, because that's where the bloody opportunity is now that we've looked at this. So you understand where you're going to play. Now you've defined the context, where you're going to play, then you go, well, how are we going to win? What are we going to do? What's our strategy? And that's where we can think creatively. And we're creative and disciplined at the same time. We've got to think outside the box because we need something different from bigger players. We need to be creative in our strategic thinking. We need to be disciplined in our strategic planning. There's a clear distinction there. 1 minute 20. The strategy gives us our how. It's the absolute crucial piece. It's a how. A strategy is not an objective. It's not bravado masquerading as a strategy. We're going to try harder. That's not a strategy. We're going to double by 2020. That's not a strategy. A strategy is a how. Should have a very clear how, which will inform a coordinated set of actions. It'll inform the capabilities you need to build into your organization. Do we need to build innovation to our organization, or are we just going to do bottled water and it's easy? Do we need to build face-to-face sales, or are we going to use a distribution model and use somebody else to do that? Understand your capabilities. Understand the management structures you need. Only once you've got that clear do you start looking at your go-to-market. This is where your marketing, your sales, your innovation, these things come in. And the first part of marketing, we've talked about it once, we'll talk about it again, is getting your story right. Got to get our story right. Why our water? Water's a commodity. Costs 1,000 times more out of a bottle than it does out of the tap. You need a why. There's a lot of strong whys in the water. Thank you water is probably the strongest why out there. What's our why? And then what's our marketing strategy? Now that's going to be informed by this. Can't even tell you what that is, except point of sale. Because Dave's obviously jumped to that bit. Bottom up thinking, top down, and we meet in the middle. So that's pretty much it. 7 steps.
Jump 6 steps. Sorry, guys.
4 seconds.
Just jumped right to the answer.
Did we make it?
I'm exhausted.
I don't know.
It's getting hot up
There's
here.
people out in the audience there. They'll make decisions.
What do you reckon?
So hands up if you passed.
Hands up for pass.
You're
On the
very
bottoms
generous,
from down
thank you.
under. Any bottoms?
What's
Oh.
It's unanimous.
I think
So
we
another one.
passed. That's amazing.
That
It was
is
the 7 steps that did it. Those extra 2 steps
Extra 2
that made
steps. I felt
all the difference.
Yeah, we were shortchanging the odd person earlier.
I know,
just
but that's
skipped
because
right
they
to
were less
mine and
intelligent.
stayed all
This
the
is a
time.
much more intelligent
I can
audience.
Yeah, we've got Wednesday in here now. One of our strategy execs.
Right,
She's hard
okay.
to impress.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Can she hold 7 to 9 things in her head?
Probably.
Oh,
Probably
that's
12.
She'll be up here later answering questions.
Okay, good. Excellent.
So we'll find out. All right. So there we go.
I'm living in the lurch there, Dave. Sorry for
We've
that.
got time for one more
Didn't do any
question
cleaning.
with the great Cindy on stage.
Oh, really? We've had... Yes, that's
Cindy will
amazing.
take a question on anything,
Oh, on anything.
pretty much anything.
Ask me about the merits of Picasso's work. I don't know.
Ooh. Oh, really? I wouldn't ask that.
So what do we have?
Don't
Do we
ask
have any questions in the crowd? Any online coming through?
I've got one online. It's a bit vague, but
It's a bit vague.
It's here?
Oh, good. We'll make it into something else.
Make
then.
it into
You can
something.
link anything to anything.
So I'm a regional sales rep in a business-to-business shop fitting. And I find my sales are limited by the number of relationships I can create. There's only one of me, and I don't know how to win on a bigger scale. Do you have any strategies that will help?
Yeah, you need his CRM. Next question. You need a good CRM.
The
No,
answer,
sorry. There's
Craig.
probably. Yeah, Craig, let me give you his card.
So, sorry, I'm a regional sales rep.
In a business-to-business.
Business-to-business sales, yep.
Essentially, it's the limit on the number of relationships.
Yep.
I think this guy's got an obsession with height when it's not about height, it's about width.
So,
Or depth.
don't start giving away the answer yet, we haven't started. So let's just finish clarifying the question. So it's business-to-business sales, regional, limited by the ability just to reach people, is it?
Yep, sales are limited by the number of relationships I can create.
Right, relationships. How do I create more relationships?
When there's only one of me.
More relationships, only one of me. Okay. This whiteboard's running into all kinds of trouble.
Yeah.
More relationships, one of me.
Ooh.
Okay, Rick, can we take that one, Dave? You got nuts?
Oh, I got something.
Yeah, good. Cool. All right, Cindy, something about width.
All right, yeah. Okay, so I reckon this question is obsessed with length when we should be talking about depth. It's not about the number of relationships, it's about the quality of the relationships that you have. One good deep relationship that brings you a lot of contacts and let's go with a metaphor. One deep relationship that brings you lots of satisfying, ongoing investments of time and energy and buying of shop fittings is worth 300 very shallow, totally meaningless encounters. So to put that into real terms, I think concentrating on having 300 relationships is kind of the wrong thing to be looking at. People buy from people and they buy because they're trusted. So we talked about the CRM. I bought my CRM because I trusted the guy who recommended it to me, as did hundreds of other people. If you find those leverage points, the people who are, if you look back to Malcolm Gladwell's tipping point, you talked about mavens and connectors. Mavens were people who know stuff. Connectors were people who know people. You've got to find the connectors who know people, and you've got to find the mavens talking to the connectors, tell the mavens to tell the connectors how great your shit is, and they will buy your shit. So you just got to find your mavens and your connectors. You don't have to have 300 relationships. You have to have relationships with 3 people who have relationships with 100 people. If you haven't read The Tipping Point, take a look at it. It's fantastic. Because it's not about width, no, length. It's about depth. So there you go. That's my thoughts. What do you guys think?
Cindy, I think you're on the right track. So essentially what you said
I was hoping
is...
you're going to say I was wrong.
Oh, never.
Never stitch up.
3 rules. You never stitch up a fellow
before I
strategist.
leave.
So it's a marketer's dream to talk to more people with less effort.
Yeah.
And so that's what Cindy was going after. So essentially these mavens, or they're the connectors, yeah?
Mavens know shit, connectors know people.
Right, so you want to connect with the connectors to know shit. And so what could be an interesting thing for you is to look at what kind of events can you put on, whether they be hosting 10 people, 20 people, or just 3 people that actually reaches more than one person at a time. And so how do we add value to our customers' lives? That might even be looking at other partners that we can bring on the stage. So are there other pieces of the puzzle for our customers that they would be interested in coming to, say, an executive lunch with? So you might make it a really special occasion in the boardroom, host them in, and just try and add as much value as you can. So what's really important with those partners is that they also bring along their key customers, and you start growing your customer base outside of what you originally had. And then once you have that event, you give them something to take away, because in the end, we want these connectors to go away from us and then just kind of keep spreading the love. And one tool we've found that spreads the love better than any other tool is something we call an A3 discussion guide. So for those of you who've never heard of an A3 discussion guide, it is basically an automation of your best sales conversation on a page. It's beautiful, it's icon driven, it has a clear call to action, and most importantly, allows your customer that attended your event to walk away and have an effective sales conversation with someone else. And when you can do that, you not only have the marketer's dream, but you have effective on-sell of your key messages. Glenn.
What we've got here is a classic situation of a sales guy crying out for some marketing.
Yeah.
And what I want to be clear right now on is the distinction between sales and marketing. And all marketing is leverage sales. And there's often this big debate between sales and marketing. Only the marketers, the sales guys are just giving me shit. At the end of the day, marketing is leverage sales. Because if we could have a sales, if every product was worth $1 million, we could hire a salesperson and we could hire 7 billion salespeople. We could all just sell to each other. It'd be really easy, right? But we need to leverage it. And that's where a database comes in this situation. Before we get to the TV ads and the press ads, and that's another way of doing it, you start with your database. So if you're going out there, reaching all these people, you don't want to have to go back the next week and the week. You don't want to, it's manual, it's just silly. You get them on the database and you let the database do your talking for you. So, of course, this is to Cindy's point, you want the right people there. That's the start point. But once you've got them on your database, how do you provide something of value to them automatically ideally across the purchase cycle? So depending on the product, if it's a 3-month purchase cycle, you want to be in contact with them every week or every 2 weeks for 3 months. Not calling them up, getting creepy every time, just hitting their inbox. And email is the key to this. A key to this database activity is email. McKinsey just released a report last year suggesting that email is 40 times more effective than social media in terms of converting a sale. So it's email. You're in the inbox. That is prime real estate. So when you go to meet people, you need to have a value offering that says, hey, great to meet you today, Cindy. Cindy.
Cindy.
I got excited.
Hello.
Hey, so here's the
I'm
thing.
excited too.
I'm excited.
You know, I bought a Parisian apartment.
Yeah.
No, I didn't buy it. I bought a holiday.
Yeah.
It was exactly that. The email marketing was magnificent. The first thing, there was a sequence, and the first sequence said, how to choose your holiday apartment in Paris.
Boom.
The second one went, how to have a great holiday, even if you've got kids with you. The third one said, things that will lose you money in Paris that you don't want to do.
Asking for a cappuccino.
Fourth one is, so it was basically, they thought through my tourist experience and the kind of sequence that I was going to go through in my, geez, do I want this? Is it expensive? Is my, They thought it all through, and they had an email sequence that courted me over a 6-8 week period.
Boom. And at about week 4, you're like, you know what? These guys get me.
Yeah, I'm signing up anyway.
That's how it works.
I don't pick up the phone. I use the internet. It's Paris. Hello.
Yeah,
but that's exactly that. Put it through a sequence.
This is what you do. You stick them in your CRM. You know who they are. You give them the stream that they need that's of value to them, that leads them through that path to purchase to make that decision. Because you need to be in contact with your customers 7 to 13 times a year. Otherwise, they're not your customers. And it's just impossible if you've got thousands of them to be out there in contact with them in person. So you let the database, the automation, do the talking for you.
Yeah, and don't use Outlook. Use a CRM. Don't use Outlook.
Use a CRM. Talk to Craig, people.
Yeah. So a little tip from our man, Dean Mannix, that was just here. He's the sales guru. And he says with every single meeting you walk into, have an alternative objective. So have that one extra thing that you want to accomplish. So maybe it's cross-selling, maybe it's meeting another stakeholder, maybe it's just doing a little dance in the middle of the room to get attention. But as long as you go into that meeting with the one extra thing, you can start selling more to that same person and stop having to worry about how you can talk to so many people. And I'm gonna answer your question here. Read a book called The 4-Hour Workweek. It actually values your time and puts that into dollars translation. So if you can save 4 hours a day by outsourcing your email, what the hell is that worth? How many new customers can you go to in that 4 hours? So read that book. There's tons and tons of gold in it for you.
And
then
you
get
should
your
rent an
customer
apartment
to
in
back
Paris
you.
just to test the. Just go and sign up to alacarteparis.com and see their sequence. Because
alacarteparis.com.
Best practice. So 40 seconds to wrap this up.
Only 5 steps.
Interestingly, there's 5 steps again.
You missed mine.
So here's the first thing is, who are they?
You had
It's not
3.
about length, it's about width. Find out who the quality people are, tipping point, who your mavens, who your
It's about
connectors.
depth, not width, but you know, hey.
You know, it's something about girth. Which ones really count? Then let your database and automation do your talking for you, so you're not running around like a mad person. Events is a great way of getting a one-to-many conversation going on. Get a bunch of them together, tell them all in one go. Much clever. LinkedIn, business to business. LinkedIn's a great place to connect with people. And then a discussion guide that automates the sales conversation.
Woohoo! Yay!
Here's a new one.
There it is.
Usually they give us a round of applause when you do something that brilliant.
How many hours are you finishing up right now, by the way?
That's 11. We are 10 hours into this. 11 hours into this. We're almost at half time.
Welcome the other half of the world, wherever you are.
Come in Europe. So there we go. Hands up for past.
That is a flying pass.
That's another one.
Well done, panel.
All right. So there we are.
I agree with Dan Illich. I think we've got a kind of weird sample space here.
It's a little
We should
bit
get some texting going on. Text us. Do you like it or not?
Ooh.
I want more penis metaphors. Something like that.
So Cindy, are there anything else you'd like to say? It's been great having you.
Anything else that I would love to say? I'm just getting warmed up. I'm sorry that I have to fly to Singapore tomorrow.
You got to fly.
Good.
Cindy has to fly to Singapore.
So
tomorrow.
I can't stay for another 7 hours and have fun with you. But enjoy. Hello, Singapore, wherever you are.
Come in
2 hours
Singapore.
behind.
Singapore, it's so
only 9
expensive. Why don't
o'clock
they
in
call it
Singapore.
Sing-a-rich?
Yeah. Oh, that's
That
hilarious.
was for the people.
If you could put a penis metaphor on top of that, you'd be totally fine. And then draw the
Singapore.
logo.
Ooh, that'd be a good one.
yeah,
Get your hand
so-
chopped off.
You've been a great audience. Thank you, camera. Thank you for
And
looking
thank you,
after
Craig.
me.
Thank you, Cindy.
Cindy, thank you. It's been a
Thank
pleasure.
you.
It was an absolute pleasure.
Good.
That's the end for
That's
Cindy.
it.
Who's on
Thank you.
next?
That's
I'm off.
also the end for me. We are welcoming back Jeff Cooper, ladies and gentlemen.
Woohoo.
Hello,
Here he
welcome
is.
back.
He's handsome
Good to
as
see
ever.
you all.
Got that on. Yeah.
So probably good to give a recap. I'm not sure when the last time was that the stats were run through. So we're exactly 10 hours in. I started the shift today at midday, did a 2-hour shift here. And so far we've done 20, 40, 49 it would be. 49 problems solved. We're at about 10 hours, so actually slightly ahead of schedule, which is a really great place to be. So look, what I'd like to do first of all is introduce one of our strategists that's going to come join the panel right now. Now, this is a guy that you want to have a think about your entrepreneurial questions and anything around startup. The lovely Andrew Ward, who's a good friend of mine. Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks, Jeff.
So Andrew's got multiple businesses and actually managed to do that thing that so many budding entrepreneurs have wanted to do, which is create a business that truly lets him have a lifestyle that he wants. So some of you will have been into nightclubs and pubs and seen 3-Minute Angels, maybe even got a massage. This is the brains behind 3-Minute Angels. So he knows about digital technology, he knows about lean startup thinking, and he's also a very savvy marketer. Thanks for coming on board.
Thanks, Jeff.
All right, so by now you guys know how this works, but we're hoping that some other parts of the world are coming online right now. And so we're putting the call out again just to ask for those questions that keep them rolling in. Now, the only way we can make it to 100 questions answered is if we get 100 questions in. So you email them to stumpme@stumpthestrategist.com.
Stump me at stepchangemarketing.com.
What would he know? It's not, that is not
like
the
I set the
address.
thing up or
That's
anything.
right. It's stumpme@stepchangemarketing.com. So I do remind you that it's just 10 hours in for us here, and we're hoping for a really good show.
Cool.
So we're just going to make a call out right now to pull in a question. All right, we're just grabbing one offline.
You mic'd up? Hold on, we need to get Jeff mic'd up here.
She's this one.
He's old school.
All right, he's old
He is
school.
old school.
He's new age.
It's better for my beatboxing. So you cannot do that with the lapel mic. All right, have we got a question? Yeah, hit me up. Ask me if I can beatbox again. I'll do it.
Really? Am I feature?
Anything really.
Yeah. Ask us a startup question. My
Just
business
try and
was a
stump
startup
us.
once.
Okay. How would you source and evaluate a potential co-founder that you don't know previously before a startup?
Okay, hit me with that again. So how would you source a potential co-founder that you don't know previously?
And evaluate. So if you are a business or a marketing co-founder, and yet you're looking for a tech co-founder, obviously you don't have the skills to evaluate them, and vice versa. So how do you find the opposite person to you and evaluate their skills?
All right. That's a really, really, really great question. And we just start the
This
clock
is
over here.
actually a question for a friend with Stashed app, STASHD. She's looking for a tech co-founder.
All right. So we've started the clock. Correct?
Can I have a crack at a few first observations? Or do you
Yeah,
want to have a
absolutely. Go
at that?
nuts.
Like, it's highly possible that you won't find the perfect co-founder. And the reason I say that is it's a really long-term relationship that you want to have with a co-founder. If you're setting up a business to only go for 3 years, you're probably not going to make that business work. You've got to be able to think, do I want to be in this business for 20 years, or do I see building a culture and a team and a bunch of customers that will love it for 20 years? And the person that's starting it with me, they're essentially a spouse. And it's just like in a dating relationship, you can start off thinking, wow, they're awesome. But as you get to know somebody, you might actually discover that they're not awesome. So I think that rather than trying to find the perfect co-founder, which may not be possible, and you've got the capacity to not find the perfect co-founder, you need to set up the right sort of environment. So there's 2 things that I would say which have served me well. And one is that you've got to both be like, fuck yeah, about the strategy. Otherwise, it's no. Like if you're passionate about a product, is she into moustaches and that's why it's stashed or something?
No, it's stashing clothes.
Stashing clothes,
Yeah.
like hoarding or something.
It's Tinder for clothes, so it's impulse shopping.
Okay.
So lefties, I don't want that. Righties, I'll keep that and stash that in my wardrobe for later purchase.
Do you know I pitched an idea like that, independent of hearing this tonight, 2 or 3 weeks ago at a content pitch for the advertising industry, and I thought it was genius. And there's a lot of people that couldn't get their head around it, but I think it's genius.
It's been around for about a year.
Okay.
They've
Oh, I
just
thought we
signed
had no rule
Okay.
number 1.
Cool.
sorry, no, I thought.
That's cool. I talked.
It's genuinely a good point, but whoever she chooses has to be as passionate about that idea as her. If they're not, you're either carrying them or they're carrying you, and it's a dysfunctional relationship. So it's got to be built on a functional relationship or it'll crumble. And the other thing is to give yourself escape clauses. So I would usually say, look, if after a week this isn't working out, if after a month this isn't working out, if after 3 months this isn't working out, if after a year it's not working out, give yourself sort of escape clauses and what would trigger them that you would be okay to separate without taking one another to court or having a shit fight which might affect the business, the team or the customers. Because that's really important, because one of you might feel passionate about it and want to keep going. And you don't want a good co-founder all the way through necessarily. You want one who can leave when their time is done, and that's the most important thing. So that's my point is fuck yeah or no on the strategy, and you've got to have escape clauses, and it will probably take you a year to find whether that person is who you think they are.
All right, so here's my 2 cents. 5 businesses now. Some of them make money, some of them don't. But business partners I got. And I know the ones that work and that don't work. So I'll just run through how I went about it and what some of the things that I learned. So the first one is, this is a recruitment job, right? And so you don't want to think about it as anything other than, so LinkedIn is your #1 place to look. Get a LinkedIn Pro account, scope out. That's how you're going to find people and drive the leads into your recruitment funnel. It's the #1 place to look. You know what I heard was how I really got a sense from your question that it was about evaluating their technical capabilities. And that's fair enough. You need to do that. But the most important thing for me in a co-founder or a founder relationship is actually the chemistry. So the reason I say that is that starting a business is quite an unholy thing to do to your body. You will, as you know, not sleep. You will do stupid things like 24-hour marathons. You'll eat the wrong things, spend time in the wrong places. You'll get knocked down and beaten around. And unless you've got that amazing chemistry, things just don't work. And so I remember I was asked about a year or two into starting Step Change why I'd chosen those two partners to go ahead with. And the truth of the matter was that at that time, it kind of just all fell into place. So there wasn't really a conscious evaluation process. But looking back at it now, I just would never want to start a business by myself. I think that would just be the toughest, most difficult thing to do. And really for me, what's kept it going is the fact that those guys are really out for my best interests and really out for the business to succeed. And there's massive, massive chemistry there. So for me, that's the number one thing. And you can't fake that. That's not an evaluation process. Yeah. That's spending a lot of time with someone. Right. When it comes to skill set, again, it's a recruitment job. So there's some easy cheats here. First of all, reputation. You can have a look around. You can talk to people that know them. And because you're in a community like Fishburners, I assume, it's pretty easy to find out who knows who. Sit down with them and have a chat, have a beer. The next one, obviously, is interview, have a set of questions, see how they handle it. But my favorite one in any situation when I want to know what someone will do when no one's looking or what someone will do and how they'll behave within a relationship is I actually use thinking behaviors tell. So I sit down and I think, what sort of behaviors do I want in that partner? And then what I do is I make sure that I set little tests for them that they don't even know about. So in a sales environment, for example, I'll always ask and leave someone with just one thing that they need to do, because I know that if they do that one thing, that's a really good indicator they're likely to do business with me. So it might be send me that report they talked about. It might be further define, the problem. It might be answer some of the questions that we had within the scoping. Having a good business partner is exactly the same thing. If you can set up little milestones or little tests, then you can find out whether or not they're really interested. Because if someone spends their time, their effort, or their money moving towards the same goal as you, that says more than anything that they can say to you, because humans lie. Yeah. The last one is just have a look at their track record and what they've done previously. It's really easy to look at how many startups they've been involved in, how often those startups were. And what you can actually get is you can draw in your head a little bit of a picture of was involved in that startup, was gone in 9 months. Was involved in another startup, never really went anywhere. Was involved in another startup, see what I mean? So what you're trying to do is actually get an understanding of their track record.
Wow. So Wardy, Jeff, phenomenal framework here. I'm going to throw something a little left field. And as kind of a solopreneur / entrepreneurial guy, we know that entrepreneurs are all like each other, right? We're all pretty much fuck yeah, and so we just have to find a lot of fuck yeah people. And what I think is an interesting idea is find a company that you can actually work for that is full of entrepreneurs. And that's how you're going to find the people that are like you and not lose a boatload of money trying to start something up and not have a job or income or just anything to live on for your 6 to 12 months. So I don't know what the guy does, what his situation is, but an interesting idea to surround yourself with entrepreneurs is not be one, essentially. Work for a company full of them.
Nice.
So if we want to wrap it up, I think
to add, or you got more to go?
Yeah, I've got one little model. It's called the ALP model, and it starts, it's gifted to me by a guy called David Solomon, who started off with the idea in the first few weeks or the first interaction is you need to be inspired by the person. If they can't inspire you, they fall off the cliff. Mm-hmm. Loyalty is the next thing. So you're going to go through that forming, storming, norming, performing thing. So the loyalty is can you stick by them? Can they stick by you when you're going through the storming period? And then the final part, which is actually where you get performance out of a partnership. The first part's just investment. Comes after 12 or 18 months, and that's when you've already demonstrated you can inspire one another, you can be loyal to one another, and then you can perform with one another knowing the other guy's got your back or the other girl's got your back.
Nice. We're going to actually wrap it up there. There's 30 seconds to go. Rather than draw it out, I think that's a pretty good couple of frameworks to work with. Nice, thank you very much.
And the questioner is happy.
It's obviously relevant just to yourself there. All right, so we'll just stop the clock and move on to the next question. But before we do, we just want to have a quick vote for those of you in the room. Stumped or passed? Hands in the air for passed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well done, boys.
All right. All right.
And I didn't have to do a rap. I thought it was a rap.
Oh, no, I'm not going to do a rap. All right, so look, what we're looking for right now is just another question from the online panel or someone in the room.
Could even use this time to plug assistance dogs.
I have a startup question. No. Live from YouTube. We're a startup company yet to launch, selling homeware products such as pillowcases, decorative artwork, jars, etc., etc. So quirky craft items. Almost all of our capital is tied up in the products themselves. So how would you best sell, market, and promote our products into the city market with limited funds?
All right, so it's homewares and pillows and that sort of stuff.
Quirky craft items.
Quirky craft items. Okay.
Oh yeah. Pillows, decorative artwork, jars.
All right, cool. So we'll start the clock and we'll take that. So the number one thing you need to do when you're low on funds is remember the 1-4-7 rule. The way that rule works is that it takes $1 to keep a customer, 4 times that amount to cross-sell them into another product, and 7 times that amount to acquire them. What this means is that for every single dollar you spend, it's best spent on your existing customers and retaining them, provided you can get them to spend more. And that is absolutely your goal. So you want to firm up all of the things around your business that make sure that any customer that starts with you comes back. So bringing it back to homewares products, the best idea is to understand how to cross-sell and make sure that once someone's bought one, they're buying another. To do this, you've got to have your database working for you, and you've got to understand their areas of interest and also have an automation program there so that you are selling and delivering new offers to them day on day and day on day. After that, you want to make sure that you've got your net promoter system set up. This means that after every single transaction of a certain amount, you just touch base with that person and ask them whether or not they've had a good experience and whether they like the product. This is crucial. If there's people that are giving you a score of under 6 in terms of their satisfaction, then they're detractors. They're probably not going to come back and they're telling people bad things about you. You need to call them straight away, fix the problem, and do anything to make sure that they're happy. Between around an 8 and a 7 is your area of passives. These people aren't necessarily upset or unhappy, but they're just kind of sitting in the middle. Now, the idea with these guys is to make sure that they're put back onto your database and market them onwards. Between a 9 and a 10, now these are your passionate and your happy customers. You want to push them straight through for a testimonial and give them incentives to share your products with other friends and other people within their social circle. Because they've got such a high score, they're likely to do that. Now, the way it works is that they found out that if someone gives you a 10 in terms of their advocacy, they are 97% likely to transact with you again or call someone else to. Once it drops down to 9, it's about 54%. And once it drops down to 8, it drops down to about 30%. So what that tells you is that it's actually really important. Your best marketing dollars are spent on retention. Woody?
All right, so it sounds like this company, I don't know who I should address, but it sounds like this company has already decided on their product. I'm a bit older school in terms of marketing, but I think there's like 4 Ps, the product, the price, the promotion, and the packaging or something like that. They've already settled on a product, so and it's quirky by nature. So if they're going to try and achieve breakthrough and get into that word of mouth, they've got to really fuck with one of the other Ps. So pricing is one of the things that people are most reluctant to stuff with. But when it's something like homewares or pillowcases, stuff that you sleep with, that you have an attachment to, I think it's highly likely that you can mess with pricing. So instead of maybe trying to sell them stuff, maybe you try and lease it to them. Like, that may not be the solution, but if they're after quirky homewares, they're probably after a quick turnover of the product. And if it's packaging them together, you know, if somebody wants, you know, has expressed an interest in the pillowcase, I think that's a dead set sucker punch for getting them the sheets as well that go with it, and the bunny and the pillows that go on girls' beds for that matter. And then the last thing I want to kind of understand about that business to get a clear idea is you can either be boutique or scale. And a scale means that you're going to drop your costs of production so that you can make money, and that you've built scalability into the products. And if you're a scale business, you should be immediately trying to get your stockists, where all their capital seems to be tied up, to put you on consignment. But if you're not, and you're going for boutique, which is the only other place to make money, either scale or boutique, you need to be 10% better so that you can charge 100 to 200 to 1,000 times more, which also feeds into price. Like if you're struggling for capital, you do not want to be selling these things at a discount. You might want to package them up with other products, but you want to be selling this really, really expensive. In the absence of any other, knowledge, price is the only indicator that a client has about quality.
This is too true.
Do not drop your DAX because you've got all your money tied up in capital to try and sell that product. You've got to triple your price. Will get you a better result than halving it. That would be my suggestion.
So in order to sell this magical item that we're from kitchenwares to quirky things, we need to first know what the hell is our story. And the first step, it sounds like you've got a lot of things you sell. The first step is switching from the more shit than a show bag, we do this, and this, to a more tailored niche marketing approach. So what we call inch wide, mile deep. So find your one thing that you're great at, focus in on that, and then sell that. And once customers get what you're about, you can start cross-selling into those other areas. I'm not saying don't stock them. I'm saying develop your story about your biggest strengths, which can set you apart from all the other kitsch suppliers. So I've got 4 kind of tactics here that are free or practically free because we have this capital restriction. I'm just going to buzz through a few of them. And I think the biggest one for you will be looking into joint ventures. So what I mean by looking into joint ventures is look at the other companies that have your audience and use your product before, during, and after. So if they're buying pillowcases, sure enough, they're buying pillows. So maybe you do a partnership with Sheridan and you figure out something where you can actually add value to them. Maybe you give them the quirkiest demo display pillowcases and now you're in every single Sheridan outlet. Figure out a way to get in those areas. And again, it's before using your product, during, and after. And that's how we identify the right people to joint venture with, as long as we can leverage their database. So once we've done that, we want to have super easy, I hope no one has it, a Squarespace website. It is practically free. You will look spanking good, and you can display all of your products for really none of the cost of launching these other massive websites.
All right, so look, as often happens, the best stuff comes at the end. I just kind of actually realized that given what you've told me about the business, you guys may in fact be undercapitalized. And I think that it's actually quite a scary thought to think that there's no money or such little money left for your marketing. So here are some stats for you. If you want to stand still, you're spending 4 to 7% of your net revenue each year. This is what the research says. If you want to grow as a business, it's somewhere between 13 and 20%. Now, it's a good idea to have a look back at what you've still got in the war chest and ask yourself those sorts of questions, because if indeed you are undercapitalized, there may be a fundamental issue with the financials of the business that will inhibit you from moving forward. And so you'll have to go out there and say, well, look, what are our options? Can we switch over some of our marketing spend? Can we look for debt finance, or can we raise capital? Switching back on to the marketing side of things, your audience may be much more tightly defined than what we got from the question, but it's actually important that you get that right down. So I'll give you an example. Being homewares is a very, very easy way to get lost. Being homewares specifically for pregnant or nursing women, now that's something interesting. It gives you a point of relevance.
That's interesting, Jeff.
I'll give you a case study here. It's by a brand called Hot Milk, and these were bringing the sexy back to nursing and maternity women to make sure that they still felt sexy when they're about to have a child.
So this is girls you date?
No, Dave, they're not the type of girls that I date. But it is a really good way to be relevant, because all of a sudden it's not just about lingerie anymore with all of the budgets of Victoria's Secret and all of the budgets of the rest of them. It actually becomes a very, very niche positioning that all of a sudden drives where you find these mothers. So you can think about mothers groups, you can think about places that they'll turn up. So I guess the urge there is really to sit back and say, well, look, within your product, what niche audiences can you talk to? And how can you be inch wide but mile deep? Which means a relevant positioning that's so tightly defined that you can lead that category, but it's deep enough so that there are enough customers to come through and sustain your business model.
Cool.
Whew.
Oh man, that thing gets me every time.
Nice. All right, so we'll just line up another question, but before we do, thank you, I just want to check. When it comes to marketing homewares products for as little money as possible, were we stumped or were we passed? Hands up for passed and hands down for stumped. All right.
All right, that's a pass. Ladies and gentlemen.
It's a majority pass.
Woo! Hot stuff, Jeff.
All right. So we're going to pull in one more question here.
Yeah, well,
straight away. What have we got lined up from either the audience or in the online panel?
Where's my rag?
Who knows?
There it is.
Got one from the bank online.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a freelance photographer who mainly does wedding photography.
Okay.
Most of my business comes word of mouth, but I really want to grow the business and get a steadier stream of customers.
Yeah.
How do I get started? What should my strategy be?
Okay. So could you just read that to me one more time?
So freelance photographer who mainly does wedding photography.
Yep.
Most of the business comes from word of mouth. But I really need to grow the business and get a steadier stream of customers. What should my strategy be?
Okay.
To grow the business and get more customers.
Okay.
More customers.
And do you guys have any clarifying questions or anything that you'd like to discuss before we grip it and rip it?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, we'll start the clock.
Cool.
So the first thing that I would look at is to have a strong guarantee for your business. So typically, if you look at the pricing models and the charging models used by photographers, particularly in the wedding space, there's not a lot of certainty for the people on the other side, right, for your customers. Now, I have a joke that when I get married, whoever the lucky girl is, I'm going to have a really, really great party. It'll be at a really nice restaurant. There'll be lots of people there, my friends and family, and every single supplier is going to find out on the evening that that's a wedding. Because here's what happens whenever it's a wedding, the price triples. And everyone knows this. So a cake is worth $12, but a wedding cake is worth $1,000, $300. So particularly around weddings, it's a really high stress time when, you know, these photos are meant to be cherished for a lifetime, but also I don't really know what I'm going to get. So I would have a guarantee around the showing of the photos, which would mean that there's a fee to turn up and take the photos, but that there was a selects meeting, much like we do with clients in advertising, where I could see some of those photos and decide whether that initial investment was for me. What you want to do is once you've been to, because this is all about acquisition, once you've been to the wedding and you were the only photographer there, they are going to buy your photos. There wasn't anyone else there and there aren't any options. But what you've done is you've removed the perceived risk with this guarantee up front and you've put something on the table that frankly no other photographers will. As soon as you can get them into your service to buy from you, as soon as you've taken those photos, the chance of them not going through with the photos and purchasing and paying the rest of the fee is very, very, very slim. The next one is referral partners. So if I'm getting wedding photography photos taken, I'm getting a wedding dress, I'm getting a wedding cake, I'm getting a wedding venue, I'm getting invitations, so on and so forth. So there's this ring of suppliers that turn up around weddings. And I think the insight is to start thinking about, well, who gets called first? It's often the venues. And then you want to think, well, okay, well, if the venues are getting called first, who's second, who's third? And line up a set of referral partners where they have an incentive to bring you business and you have an incentive to bring their business. The idea then is that within this circle of referral partners, for every lead you get in, you're sharing it with your circle of referral partners, and for every lead they bring in, they're sharing it with you. So if there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 referral partners, then that is perceivably 8 times the leads for you.
I don't know if I've got a strategy, but I've got a few tactics for you.
Nice.
We deal with a lot of weddings with my core business, 3 Minute Angels. And what we've found is that the bloke's got absolutely nothing to do with the decision-making process about the photography. What we've found is
all the rest of his life.
At least about the wedding, like you're a spectator, mate. And basically, if it was my business, what I'd be trying to do is, before they've even looked at venues and stuff, I would attend their hens party, take the photos for free, and prove that you can make the bride-to-be look hot.
That's genius.
Once you have done that, you're sold. And if you offer the hens party just the first 2 hours for free, you will get the wedding guaranteed. And you'll get all of her hens who attended who aren't married to also get you for their wedding, which will shore up your certainty. And the other thing that I've seen is people buy the wedding photography package as a gift for the bride. And so maybe look at the mum or the father of the bride or the mum and the father of the groom to do that.
Nice.
Cool. So I know you wanted an answer that says, how do I reach out to a lot of people and do these big campaigns? But I'm going to give you a really simple one. And it's about supercharging referrals from your current customers. And Jeff touched on it a few questions ago, but it's called the Active Net Promoter System. And it's based off, there's one question you have to ask which can supercharge, and it's how likely are you to refer me to a friend or a colleague? And you get that score out of 10. What's really important is that there are 3 sets of people. So there's the 0 to 6, there's the 7 to 8, and there are the 9s and 10s. The 7 and 8s, they're your passives. The 0 to 6 are your detractors. These are the ones that are not referring you. These are the ones that are dragging your business down. And in fact, they talk 10 times more about you negatively than 7s and 8s, which are your passives. And so what's really going to supercharge your business is when you hit on those 9s and 10s, because they're actually 3 times more likely to pass you on and refer you. And so when people give you those 9s and 10s, you reach back out to them for a referral. And so you might do something like get a video testimonial where you can capture that and put it on your website. Or you could do something a little remarkable for them. Maybe you put a gold seal on one of their wedding photos. Maybe you send them an edible bloom or a big bouquet of flowers that says, gosh, you loved us, we really love you too. And that will get them talking. And so once they talk to their friends about this amazing moment you created for them, you need to have something online to showcase yourself, because people are they make emotional decisions and have rational justifications. So if they hear all this great stuff about you, and they go online and you're not showcasing your best stuff and it doesn't look great, then you'll lose them. So you've got to win that battle emotionally and then back it up rationally.
All right. So I've got a couple of tactics for you here as well. So you've been to the wedding, you've shot it, everything's gone really well. Now at that wedding, there was somewhere between 50 and 300 people that can probably be your customers. The other thing is that we know weddings happen to a lot of people of different ages, but actually between sort of 20 and 35 is where probably most of the weddings are happening. So the insight here is, well, how can I talk to the other 300 people that were at that wedding? And there's a really simple way to do it. You take the very best photo from the day, you get it printed onto a set of postcards at roughly 5-10 cents a piece, and you send them to the bride. You send them so that they've got a little very discreet branding on the back of them, but that's actually a note or an aide-memoire that she can send to every single one of her guests. Now you let them know up front that they're coming, and that's the reminder, because of course, at the end of every single wedding, you get the thank you note for attendance. You want to be that thank you note with very subtle branding and very, very subtle contact details. Taking that a step further, you would find out a way to do this electronically. If, for instance, you could find the bride a month after or 2 months after and just let her put in her contact details for everyone that arrived, which will all be in an Excel spreadsheet somewhere, then you could electronically, at much lower cost, deliver the same thing, which is just that thank you note, that reminder of the great day. It's if you can get this frequency and this exposure to these 300 people that you're going to start to grow. Dave mentioned asking for referrals, and I just want to hit that again. Make sure you actually ask for them.
Yeah.
So if someone's had a really great experience where they've told you explicitly or you just can see it in their face, you want to make sure that you actually ask them, do you know anyone else that might be getting married in the next 6 months? Do you have anyone else that's planning their wedding now? Can I have their contact details? It can be a really hard thing to ask for, but if you don't ask for it, you don't get. You know, they say you never won the lottery without buying a ticket. The last one here, I think, is just be a thought leader about getting wedding photos. So it's a risky business. It's very risky for the bride, and frankly, it's expensive. So why wouldn't you know what sort of prices are being charged, what sort of prices should be charged, and pull that in together into a piece of knowledge or a sales conversation with them around the risks, the pain points, and the issues, so that rather than sitting there and telling them about how good you are, you're sitting there and telling them that you understand them. When you can sit down with a bride and empathize with her on all of the issues that she's worried about, and also position yourself as having the solution to those issues, it's then that you'll make the sales. Woo. The last one here is what we call a smart choice checklist. These are all of the things that she should be considering that she hasn't even thought of yet. Now, of course, they're all the sorts of things that you do really well. So you want to go through your business, find your strengths, and frame a criteria around that so she's always making a smart decision.
Woo! Woo! That was a smart framework. Maybe you guys can refer us on to any businesses that you know might need a marketing strategy.
All right. All right, thank you.
That's what they usually do. Give us a little.
All right, so as we must do, just a quick check with the audience. Were we stumped or were we passed when it comes to marketing a wedding business?
Hands on your head if we passed.
Oh yeah.
Woo! Flying colors in here. It is rocking at Fish Burners tonight, and believe it or not, the doors are open until 1 o'clock p.m. Did you hear me right there, Wardy? 1 o'clock p.m.
Tomorrow.
So we're on stage now. We're just past halftime. We're a little delirious, but we're building some pretty incredible marketing strategies. So I'm going to delay for a few more seconds until we just gather another question. So we're just going to open up the panel right now, see if anyone has any questions on marketing communications. Any takers?
I want to, is that working? Yep. I want to set up an online business collecting Australia's boutique beers and then selling them onto a membership base.
Okay.
Sold.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got one customer right here.
How do I find my audience base? Except for
Huh? Okay.
Is that really a question?
that's the question.
That was it.
How do I find an audience for boutique beers?
I suppose you want to go on for that, how do I reach them after that?
Okay. All right. Does anyone have any clarifying questions or discussions before we launch into it?
Yeah.
Nice. Start the clock. Woo! So this seems like such a good idea that it worries me. And the reason it worries me is I'm pretty sure there's a whole lot of competitors out there doing this. So I don't know in the craft beer space, but I know that there's wine selectors and many like them and the Australian Wine Society that are out there doing exactly that. They're handpicking the best value alcoholic beverages and delivering them on a monthly, quarterly basis. So the first thing I do is really have a look out there as far as it goes with competitors. Now, if this is the best idea ever and it's never been done before, which I would be surprised, then absolutely go for it. But I think what you'll find is that there's a lot of people that are already doing it. Now, if there isn't, hello opportunity. Because all of those people I mentioned before, being the Australian Wine Society and also being the Wine Selectors Club, they all have databases of people that drink wine. Now, people that drink wine also drink beer. Not all of them, but there's going to be a really big crossover there. So the question is, out of their membership base, those that are drinking wine, how many of them also would drink beer, specifically if it was boutique or craft? My best bet is it's pretty high. As soon as you know that, of course, you have a partnership strategy and a way to go out to their database and make more money out of their customers. Now, craft beer almost always has a retail location or a brewery of some description. Now, this has got to be ground zero for recruiting people on to your membership and subscription base. Now, every single craft beer manufacturer is looking to increase sales. There isn't one out there at the moment that isn't. And the reason for that is that overwhelmingly and across the category, beer sales are actually reducing. People are moving out of beer and they're moving into things like cider. So if the market is in decline, which we know it is, then the only way to get more customers is to shift them out from other beer brands. And craft beer, as you've probably already caught on to, is one of the highest growth segments or sub-segments that's able to do that. Now, you want to therefore be wherever they are. So their particular sub-segment is in market growth. They also have a need and a want to sell more beer. So you leverage that and make sure that whenever someone's buying one of their cases from the brewery or from their retail location, that you're there with a value add and an explanation of your story and your value to catch those customers and bring them in to your funnel.
I could be really quick.
Go, be really quick.
Be really quick there.
Okay.
Be really quick.
I'm the 3-minute angel for
like
a reason. Yeah. Here's the deal. So home brewers are a unique group of people, and they're not usually one person. They're usually a collective that get together. And if you give them points for their consumption of other home brewed beers, and if they accrue enough points, they then get to stock their beers in the catalogue that's then available for other home brew societies. They will spend like crazy to get theirs on so that they will then have theirs sold.
Cool. So these guys think that you have an amazing product and an amazing opportunity. I think you have a major problem. And that problem is, where's your sustainable advantage? Other people have better distribution, they've got better advertising budgets, and they've got better access to brewery and craft beers. So you've got to think, how do I differentiate this product so that no one else can move into my category? It's a classic, oh, you know what, I can start an insurance company. Well, anyone else could move into that category. You see Google moving into cars, you see Google moving into all these different categories. What if Google moved into this category? They'd destroy you. So what I'm going to say, a few ideas to create this sustainable competitive advantage is look into preferred supplier agreements or partners. So you can either part with multiple breweries at once, or as a great entrepreneur, your first thing you jump on is partnering with Dan Murphy's. They've already got people, they've already got vans, and they've already got tons and tons of stock that you can call boutique brews. So partner with Dan Murphy's, get them in the game, and guess what? Chances are they can shout louder than any competitor that you think could come in there and steal the market share from you.
Okay, so it's all very well to sell beer and for that to be enough. That happens every single day. The problem is that there's a lot of habitual purchasing going on. There's also, unfortunately, a lot of competition. I think what you need is a story, but more than just telling you that you need a story, I want to give you a way to look at creating that story. And the way to do that is to have a selection philosophy. What you want to do is romanticize the way in which you go about getting the beers, why you get them, who you get them for, and what sort of beers it is that you're looking for. Is it that you're looking for beers that are limited release? Is it that you're looking for beers that have a certain flavor profile? Or is it that you're looking for beers that will stay on the shelf and mature, or whatever it is? It's within this romancing of the story that you can create relevance and have a following. The second one is check out Simon Sinek's Start With Why, because you've got a great idea where it's like, great, I'm going to sell beer, and obviously there's an audience out there for that. But what's the reason that you've started to do this, and how can you connect with your audience on an emotional level? Because they're all out there drinking beer. It's an incredibly habitual purchase where they know where they drink, who they drink, and what they drink. And that's a brilliant thing because it proves our market, but it's also a terrible thing because there's a ritual there that's very, very hard to break. So the idea here is to get really, really clear on what is that reason that would allow someone to change those three things and do something different.
Cool. So as Wardy finishes up here, I'm just going to give you a pricing theory called broken window or shattered window pricing. And essentially, it was implemented best by the Wall Street Journal when they launched their digital offer. And they said, For digital only, you get it at this low price. For print, you get it at this other price, which is about the same as for print and digital, because they want people to be on both. So what it is for you, one beer, you might subscribe and it'll cost you $2 a month. For a 6-pack, it will cost you $99 a month. And for a 12-pack, it will also cost $99 a month. So what it does is frame the pricing conversation, so they will upsell and buying the biggest
everyone's always getting a
size
deal.
always gets the deal.
Yeah, got
so it's a frame shift in pricing.
Yeah, nice.
I'm still tactical.
Nice.
Like you're trying to sell beers, craft beers with a unique flavor profile, etc. These enter into the realms of gifts and hampers. Try and find the roses only types. They're much more approachable than the Dan Murphy types, from my experience. And then you are able to access corporate sales. So corporate gifting accounts for a few $100 million a year, particularly at this time of the year.
How would you know that, Wardy?
We're in the market.
You're right.
And there's another thing, which is like all these, particularly in Sydney where the licenses have been created, that you can have small pubs and they've got bespoke brews on tap. They're trying to get people to be members of their venue. If membership of their venue also gets them a subscription into your database, then that's a win-win.
Nice.
Woo! Should we wrap it up?
All right, we'll wrap it up. That's all we've got for this particular question. So we just want to ask the audience again, were we stumped or were we passed by cheers? Fantastic.
I think everyone likes beer
That's a
more than...
sweeping pass.
Alrighty.
It's been smooth sailing since Illick left, hasn't it?
So just a quick shout out, guys. We are still taking questions and we need them. For us to make 100 questions in 24 hours and 100 business problems solved, we need questions submitted online. Now, we have an absolute boatload left from today, but that is going to run out sometime between now and 7 a.m. tomorrow. Now, with the event finishing at 1 p.m. tomorrow, that means we need questions. Now, we're the night shift and we want to make sure that we are kicking it right through the night. So all of those that are streaming in live to us, submit your questions.
We got tons on there.
All right, we'll grab a question.
Oh shit, I gotta wait.
So this is from Grace from Wine.
Just with the mic.
Sorry.
Thank you. I can now.
This is from Grace Farm Wines. They're wondering Margaret River region in.
So everyone's at home. They've got on the terps, and all of a sudden they're brave enough to ask questions. So we're getting all the winos, all the beer drinkers.
Grace Farm actually supplied the wine tonight. So
Oh, really? I mean, great job, Grace. Is it Grace Wood? Grace Farm.
Grace
Of
Farm.
course.
They have the best
Oh,
Shiraz.
Grace Farm. Of course it is. They are amazing.
They have the best Shiraz.
Nice. All right. So Grace Farm.
It says the sandwich is sold off the shelf in one of two ways. It's
Mhm.
either cheap or it's got history and reputation. As an emerging boutique vineyard with a premium product, cheap is not an option for us. Our marketing budget is limited though, so how do we go about selling more wine? We've got all the awards, we've got multiple gold medals on a regional, national and international scale, 2 trophies in the last 2 years. So how do we capitalize on that success and translate it into sales?
All right.
You know, I love this one.
All right. Okay. Well, start the clock and ready to go.
Uh,
So,
You go
you want
nuts.
to go?
You go nuts. It's
So
a tactic.
I actually challenge that 100%. So the assumption here is it's either cheap or it has history. I think that used to be the case. I'm just not really sure that the Australian public's that educated when they're in a wine shop.
I don't think anyone is.
Yeah, I don't think anyone is. And actually, if I was to have a look at the bulk of wine being bought in the country and the price brackets of that, I would say that actually it's not down at the cheapest end, which might have some volume, and it's not right up at the sort of expensive end. It's somewhere in the middle, because the thing is that most Australians have absolutely no idea how to evaluate a wine, especially without having a sip of it first. So that's why we find brands like Oyster Bay sell really, really well, because it was about $20. I don't feel cheap buying it. And yet it's not so expensive that I worry about it. Now, in the absence of other differentiating factors, price will be the biggest indicator of quality. And this is exactly one of those products where you can't really tell the quality. So the first thing I would do is actually get down and dirty with some ethnography, and you can do this for free. Have a look at how people are actually buying wine in the country, because I bet you that they might not tell you honestly, but if you watch them, I bet you most of them are buying it on, I like the region, or I like the grape, or I happen to have walked in and liked the label. There's not a great deal of deep thinking going on there. And in fact, the history on the back might work for some of those more reputable brands that have been around. But if we actually look at how people are making decisions, there are opportunities in label design, there are opportunities in new product development and new wine varieties, there are opportunities in specifically targeting to an audience. So for example, we might create a wine that was for fitness freaks, and we call it a nice name like that. And what it is, it's a low carb wine that sits easy and that's very, very refreshing on the palate. What you've actually done there is you've created an opportunity past this history, and you've targeted right in on a specific audience that says, this is for you. The last one is just, once you've understood that selection process, actually look at the things that are being done well and being done poorly across the point of sale and across the product, because there are opportunities within label design.
Yeah. So just got some Grace Farm wine right here. And I agree with Jeff that consumers are stupid, and they don't
not
know.
any of the ones that are listening to this webcast, but other ones,
of course not,
of which we also are.
They don't know the difference between a good wine and a bad wine, and we really have the ability to craft or create our story. We might not be the oldest, but there's got to be something in some way that we position ourselves. So it's develop this story and then back it up really strongly with a brand personality. So a brand personality, how we define a brand personality is a few ways. And the first way that is the primary way to get recall and relatability with customers is position yourself behind what's called an archetype. Now, an archetype is basically a character, and there are 12 main archetypes that have come out time and time again through history. So we see the magician is an archetype. We see the hero is an archetype. We see the lover is an archetype. And you'll find when you address each one of these archetypes that a lot of wine brands are positioned behind a certain one. So there's a lot of lover wine brands. There's a lot of jester wine brands. But find an area that you can really stand behind in terms of a brand personality, and then make it come out on your bottle. When I see it right here, it would get lost on the shelf. It's your classic black bottle, white label, a little gold trim. So how do you translate that personality really strongly onto the bottle to start winning in point of sale without having to drop your prices?
So,
Morty? Jeff?
I'm just going to give some wine experience of some people that have done it successfully that you can copy. That might be a good strategy. So again, it goes back to the 4 Ps for me. You've got product, price, promotion, packaging. Packaging seems like the best P to fuck around with here. There are 2 opportunities. One is you get the label to change at the ideal drinking temperature from a red color to a green color, indicating this is the temperature to drink this wine at. Or you get it to change at the right age. So if the label has been applied 2 years ago, it should go from red to green, meaning drink it now before it turns to orange or yellow or something even worse, right? So that gets consumption, that gives you a point of difference on the packaging. We discussed this with a group of Mudgee wine growers, and Orva, which is the Orange Region Viticulturalists Association, adopted it. Orange is probably the only New South Wales region that's still going up, in my estimation. If you want to see wine done really well from a company that's similar to you, Grace Farms, go check out Inkwell, based in the McLaren Vale area. And Dudley Brown there has done an amazing job. He's been the owner-operator for only 8 years, but in that time he has produced a fine quality product, and his distribution is to mostly US-based drinkers. And he gets them to pre-order before he sends a container load over. And Americans love Australian wine. Any
and Australian guys, I've heard.
And onophiles.
And Australian women.
Really?
No.
Now you're too close. Too close.
Okay, so the Australian onophile market is like this many people. The American onophile market is that many people. If you can sell to the US based on a great personality, based on a nice label, Inkwell it provides you with a perfect case study. And the last one is Lafroig, again in the packaging. If you can't get your label to change colour at the right age or at the right temperature, perhaps you should include in there what Lafroig does with their most premium whiskey. You are given for each whiskey bottle a metre squared plot on their property, and you are invited personally to come and check out your metre squared. If you turn up, they hammer in a plaque for you on that metre squared. It looks like a bit of a headstone, but it gets people to the cellar door. And once you have been to the Lafroig distillery and you've hammered in your little headstone at their place, you are a customer for life, and you will not stop telling that story. Why not do it in the Margaret
Even on
River?
Stump the Strategist, you will tell that story. So look, what I heard was that it's either being sold or it's been sold on cheap or it's been sold on history. I think that's not because they're the only two strategies. I think it's because the industry is lazy. Let me demonstrate. So there is little to no new product development being done in wine in a way that is perceivably different to consumers. I will give you an example. What if there was the new to wine, where we picked every month a couple of varietals to deliver a wine that was very, very typical of that style, and on the back of the label, it actually taught us how to taste for it, what we should be tasting, what it went with, and made us better wine drinkers.
That's a good idea.
Now, this hasn't happened, and yet there's an opportunity right there that talks to all of the people in Australia that want to get a nice wine and want to know more about wine, but just aren't sure about how to get into it. What about next one, star signs? What about if we brought out the Aquarius and he happened to be bubbly, really, really good in the summer months, went well with chicken? Now, the brilliant thing about bringing out the Aquarius wine and actually matching that back to a star sign is that we can bring that out in February. All of a sudden, we're talking to all of the people in Australia that have a birthday in February. So we've given them a reason, beyond it being cheap, beyond it being history, to buy it. And I tell you what, if any of the girls I know that go down to the bottle shop and aren't quite sure what to buy that night, they're either going to buy what they've had before, or they're going to grab something that catches their eye. And even that story, to have a wine that's meant to be like me and to relate that to whether or not I exhibit those qualities, that's something that I think would sell.
That's interesting.
The last one, the second last one, is to have a look at what Coke's just done. Now, Coke sold a boatload of Coke by putting people's names on it. They made it for me. That validates strategy 1 and strategy 2, but it also gives you a boatload of places for new product development. So all you have to do is you have to look out at between the ages of 18 and 25, look on the census data and find out which names are most common. You then create wines specifically for those names that tell people about those wines and match it back to who they are as a person. There's 3 examples of new product development that would give you an edge beyond cheap and beyond history.
Some people give us a clap for that.
Yeah.
Woo! Well done, Jeffrey.
Take it back.
Hey.
Warming up now.
It's on fire.
Warming up now.
I love the star signs one.
All right, so I'm just going to take that as a pass. I feel like that was a job well done.
What is this, Republic of China?
You could hear a penny drop in here. What does that mean, Dave?
You can't vote.
You got to vote.
Oh, you can vote. You could let them vote if you wanted to, Dave.
I like it. Em's already got her hand in her head. She already passed us.
Perfect. So
Lisa
just
gave him
keep
the
the
right to
scoring
vote.
even, guys.
So hands in the air if we passed. Woo! That's a royal pass, ladies and gentlemen. For all those watching in the UK and in the States, that's a pass on the ground here.
Nice. All right.
Keep it up.
So I don't know if we can top that for this evening. That was a smashing effort by all panelists. And yet we're going to try, stupidly enough. So what I'd like to do is load up another question and let's get that fed in to the panel.
So Jeff, what happens if they don't get all their questions answered in these 24 hours? Is there anywhere they can go? Anything they can do to find us again?
So look, we run a smaller version of this event every second Wednesday. And if you go to www.stumpthestrategist.com, you can find that place to sign up and get those emails and have your question answered anytime. Now, the thing about marketing problems is they don't come when it suits you. They come when it suits them. And so by registering, you'll get on a mail list, and then you can make sure that whenever they pop up, you're at maximum 14 days away from the solution. So let us feed in the last question for the hour and your swan song, Wardy. So thank you very much for your time tonight.
Oh, there's been nothing on entrepreneurialism, but Jesus, it's good to have some on beer and wine.
Mate, some of them were startups.
There are also two of them, two or three.
Alrighty.
Oh yeah, nice.
I have a digital business called Align It Online in Sydney.
Whoa. Sorry, just a bit louder and a bit clearer.
I have a digital business called Align It Online in Sydney.
Okay.
And I work on it on the side. I help companies manage their own Google page, but work full time. I'd like to get my leads online coming in during the day and then spend the nights and weekends doing the real work. I'm willing to invest around 10K on it, on getting the marketing machine running and automating. What would you do? What would you do?
What would I do? I'd ask what you're doing on the side of. No answer? All right, fair enough.
No answer on that.
Okay, cool. Well, let us start the clock then and get cracking. So, absolutely the key to a business like this is to make sure that you understand your cost of acquisition online. So, basically, you're going to have a packaged product because all packages online these days are packaged, and they tend to come in at under $200. So, there's been a lot of research done that says that if you can get the price of the product under $200, your sales go up dramatically. So the way it works is that $200 is about the amount of money I'm willing to spend online without really knowing who you are. I'll chuck in a credit card detail depending on my age. Once you're above $200, you force this reappraisal of should I even be doing this transaction online. So I'm going to assume that you've got a product, it's about $200 or less, and it's sold online in a packaged form. Now there is a cost of delivering that product. We will call that X. In between X and the price that you sell it for is what is called your profit. Now, the question is your business model sustainable? Is the first thing that I would want to look. And so what we're trying to work out is from this profit, which is Y, how much of that might we be willing to spend to acquire a sale? Yeah? Right. To acquire a sale. Now, there's actually an easy way to do this. What you want to do is, first of all, list out all the terms that you think someone might search before they would buy your service. You then want to have a look at what those terms are worth online in terms of dollars, and also the competition that sits around them, right? Which you can get a score of. There's lots of tools on Google. If you look at keyword analysis, you'll get the answer for this. The job is that you need to find a set of terms that you believe, and it's still a hypothesis now, that will convert. And that's by looking at the competitor activity around them, and you can get a score from that off Google. But also that are low enough cost so that you can ram enough of them through to come in under this threshold right here. So once you have a hypothesis, you're then going to test. You're going to say, great, I might have 7 terms that I believe that I can buy and get enough traffic for to come through and convert. Now, keep in mind that conversion on a page like this might be as low as 1 or 2%. So it makes sense that whatever term you're buying basically needs to be 50 times cheaper than your cost of acquisition that you're willing to spend. In other words, you need to be able to bring in at least 50 to 100 customers off one click to get that conversion. From that, and that's just a net-wide average, from that what you can do is make sure that you're tracking through that so that you can actually work out what will your conversion rate be. Because once you've got one term and you work out what it costs you, and then you know your conversion rate or the percentage that come through, you can actually work out what your cost of sale is. Now, provided the cost of sale comes in within this acceptable threshold and the profit left over is enough for you to sustain your business, then you're happy to move forward. This is the thing that I would do absolutely first before I did any online business.
Great. So, Wardy, I see you've got a lovely thing here. I'm just going to go into
2 points. Keeps it brief, nice and concise.
It is two lines, one sentence. Kind of.
Nice.
So, I think what you need to do is look at ways to make business owners think they're missing out. and you need to get in front of them while you can't be. So maybe this is during the day, maybe this is during the week. And an interesting way to go about that is develop all the pain points in the areas that missing out could cost them business. So I think a Google My Business page done correctly has something like 5 times more real estate than the average listing. So that's an interesting point for business owners is, are you being lazy or are you ignoring this? And guess what? Your competitor is 5 times larger than you in search results. I also think that there's some new algorithms going on that are placing weight on the testimonials given in those Google My Business pages. So, hey, how many testimonials do you have? Your competitor might have double that. And so what's the opportunity cost and how do you make that real? So once you've quantified all of that and got a compelling argument as why that business owner needs to switch from doing nothing to you want to get in front of them. And Jeff said AdWords might be a really interesting idea. I think LinkedIn might be a little more appropriate. The audience is a lot more limited, but you can target the CMOs, you can target the CEOs, you can also target by size of business. So you might have, I'm not sure, you didn't specify in there, you might have an ideal customer or that might have 5 to 15 employees. He might be a CMO. And if you want to get in front with engaging content to those people, take a portion of that 10K, find those pain points that make them real, and get on LinkedIn in front of the right audience.
I might have missed something, and maybe my fellow strategists can help me out here. But was the question I need to know, like, is he wanting to know how he can create a business so that he can only work on the business on the weekends?
That
I haven't
kind of
quite
a side
understood
point.
it.
So my understanding of it was that he wants to acquire customers online that are businesses to clean up their Google listing so that it's best practice and charge them a fee to do that.
Oh, because I thought he already was doing that, and what he wanted to do was just do it on the weekends. I'm like,
no, I think that was like an end goal, and the immediate.
you guys rock. Yeah.
Okay.
Sales.
So here's what I would do. I would set up a template so that I could mock up what their listing should look like. So I would take a snapshot of what it is now, and when I would have tools so that I could drop in the things that would make it great, and then I would email them their own listing. Here's what it is now, and it sucks. And here's what it could be if you pay me your new fee.
Maybe CC the boss on that email too.
Well, exactly right. Or better yet than that, and you can acquire these guys through other channels, but send them their best competitor. I guarantee you want to get me to move, send me one of my competitors' listings that's mocked up really well. Now, you can either mock it up, you can fake that, right, using Photoshop, or you can actually send them one that exists out there that's really, really good. Once I see that, this is called keeping up with the Joneses. Once I see that the person next to me, who I'm actually in competition with, is beating me and is in front of me, I'm going to run a hell of a lot faster. And the last one there is, for both of these, you want to let them know what it is now and what it should be and what some of the likely implications are of switching. Now, let's just say, and we didn't get this information, but let's just say it is a $200 product for argument's sake. What we want to do in the implications is we want to ask all of the questions that make it an absolute no-brainer. So things like, if this got you 1 more sale a year, would that cover the $200 fee? That's the kind of question that for almost any business online, the answer is yes. And then, of course, you ask, do you think it's perceivable that if we made all of these changes together, you would get that 1 more customer? Because all you're trying to do is make it really clear that the trade here is a smart one. You guys got more? I've got a little bit more.
So I've got 1 more here. So I guess 2 more, but I think one that's a real game changer. It's launch an outrageous guarantee. So anytime a business chooses a startup, there's a little bit of risk involved. And what an outrageous guarantee does is take that risk right off the table. So an outrageous guarantee for you might be something like, if you're not happy or satisfied, or if you don't turn it around within 24 hours, guess what? We'll not only do it, but we'll do it in 3 other places online. So maybe you own their Yelp for them, their Facebook, and their Twitter account, and say, that's my guarantee. It's a 4 times payback guarantee. So get that outrageous guarantee and take the risk off the table.
All right, so the last one here is, we tend, when we talk about our product, to talk about how great they are. The problem is that 75% of humans on the planet, the research has been done, actually move away from pain, and it's much more motivating than towards gain. So start having a look at the things that are getting in the way of them doing it. For instance, if you were to quite simply to say, look, the time it takes to update something like this for the average business owner or for the average person might be 7 hours by the time they've done all the autoresponders, they've done all the filling out of the forms. Now that 8 hours at the standard pay rate actually comes out to be $447. What you're doing here is you're letting them know there's a piece of work they should be doing that's painful and it takes a lot of time. It has a commercial value of $475, you're only charging $200.
Woo! Woo! Yeah. So if Mr. Align It Online were in the room right now, would he give us a stump or a pass? So hands on your head if pass. Yeah. Woo! All right. Well, I think it's time that we lose one of our favorite entrepreneurs and a man that donated a lot of his services to us tonight. So Wardy here, as we call him, Andrew Ward.
Wardy's a good friend of ours and also a brilliant businessman. So thank you very much for spending your time with us tonight and sharing your knowledge.
What's one of his businesses?
My pleasure. But can I do
Angels?
Can I do a personal plug rather than a business plug?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I've got this funny looking hairdo. You might have noticed it. Some people pay attention to it. And the reason I've got it is I said that I'd cut my hair when I got better, and he subsequently died of 2 rare cancers that affected him. And I'm tomorrow finishing a crowdfunding campaign, which we've already blown through the target on. Nice. And I've basically said I'll cut my hair to make my mum happy. And then a bunch of people have said, no, we're going to make you keep your hair. Or we're going to make you style your hair, or we want to shave your hair in Cunnamulla on a sheep station. If you particularly feel passionate about hair or my hair, can I suggest you go to the crowdfunding page? Now, I had it up on a little thing earlier in the day. You could probably find it by going to rarecancers.org.au and look up for Andrew Ward. Whoever donates the most, and the current donation top is at $301. Whoever donates the most gets to choose how, when, what happens to my hair. And apparently, as a wig goes, this would be quite useful for
almost anything.
Merkins, those sorts of things. So please, if you've got some care about hair and care about cancers, then please do that for me.
Nice.
Thank you.
And last thing, Waddy, before you run off, this is from Assistance Dogs. This is an actual miniature remake of Opal. Opal currently knows how to get a beer from the fridge. She knows how to take your socks off, and she knows how to open a door for you.
Excellent. Thanks,
Awesome.
Jeffrey.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Now, it is just on midnight, so this is what we call the crazy hour. Some people said that when we said we were to answer any problem on marketing and communications in 9 minutes, some people said that was brave, some people said that was stupid. Now, when we said we would do it over 24 hours non-stop, take questions and answer them all throughout the night and try and solve 100 of them in 24 hours, people said we were absolutely barking mad. Now, another guy I know that happens to be absolutely barking mad is Nick.
Yeah, clearly.
Hello.
How you doing?
Now, Nick, what is your specialty?
Social media and digital, the world of digital, really.
Okay, cool. So I happen to know that Nick started agencies in the UK and Australia.
In Dubai, mainly Middle East, but also some developing countries as well. So, yeah.
Never disagree
so
with the guy with the
here,
mic.
but it's 5 p.m. in
Yeah, that's
Abu Dhabi.
exactly right. Somewhere.
Good afternoon, Karachi.
Nice.
Yeah,
So look, that's exactly it, guys. It might be midnight here, but somewhere it's 9 a.m. Someone
Not
just.
midnight in other places in the world right now. So that's good.
Well, exactly right. Someone's probably just got to the office. It's 9 a.m. They've walked in, they've
Having
checked
a
their
cup of tea.
emails, and there is obviously a marketing problem in there somewhere.
Correct.
So around the globe, we're asking for people to submit those questions. www.stumpme@stepchangemarketing.com.
All right.
All right, so we're going to take a
Where are we?
question.
Hey, Jeff.
Oh, we've got one from the audience.
We
You
didn't get to go
beauty.
inside. We got one in the
Now,
room.
what I want you to do is just because it is midnight here in Australia, I just want you to sit and frame that a little bit in your head. Get ready for it. Before I take your question, I'm going to reintroduce someone to the stage. He had a cracking session this evening with Dan Illick. It was probably the best of the day. Dan was absolutely crazy. Glenn actually had something good to say. So Glenn, please hit the stage.
Back to the stage.
Hear that?
Thank you.
Nice.
Here
So
we
you
go.
noticed that although the quality of strategies over the last hour was amazing, we got the loudest cheers for Glenn Gorgeous Bartlett, and that is from all the women in the room.
So we're actually doing this, aren't we?
We are
It's
actually doing this.
This has happened.
This is happening.
This has happened.
Some would have thought we were crazy. Some said we were barking mad, but we are taking questions. So, what's your name, sir?
What you need is a pen.
My name is Robin.
Sorry?
Robin McCarthy.
Robin. Gotcha. Don't give last names, mate. The whole world's watching this. You have people at your doorstep. You have knickers in the mail. It's not good. All right, Robin.
You stand
in the middle. Great. Okay, here we go.
You got the middle.
Okay, great.
Okay,
Robin
what?
with a Y.
I don't know. Is it with a Y or with an I?
It's with an I.
Of course it is. See? This is teamwork.
What's the question, Robin?
Yeah.
My question is, look, I'm a sound engineer. I've been in the live entertainment industry around the world. One of the things that I've noticed is being around some of the greatest musicians in Australia, who are incredibly evolved and dynamic in comparison to world music, that there isn't a scene here in Sydney to support them. And what I've noticed is there's a diminishment in venues for them to play in. And it seems that Sydney culturally is shut out to the concept of live music. So my question is there an economically viable live music circuit scene business structure that can exist in Sydney, that can be created, or is Sydney not the city that could ever hold that? Are you clear about the difference between Melbourne and...
To be honest with you, it's a good question, but I don't agree with what you're saying. Like you're saying that Sydney's shut out of the...
Wait.
To the idea of
We're going to wait for the clock to start because you don't want to give this stuff away for free.
No, don't give it away for free.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, great.
Now,
9 minutes. 9 minutes.
Clarifying question though. Do you have an aspiration to make this happen, or is this more of a hypothetical?
No, I do have an aspiration to make this happen.
Can you tell me a little bit about that, just because it'll help me be more relevant?
Yes. So to give you an example, on a Tuesday night, a trio of guys are experimenting with a form
with mind-altering drugs.
No, they're not actually. They're playing digital music using current technology that's pushing the boundary. They're using gaming technology, and they're using it to play virtual drum kit. And he's one of the leading drummers in Australia.
Yeah.
What strikes me as frustrating is that it's played to a crowd of 20 people on a Tuesday night in Redfern. And it's significant music. So for me, what I want to do is create a viable live music circuit for them that doesn't have to go to big arena, to create an environment where, because culturally I don't think that exists in Sydney, that people are interested in live music. If we look at the Hopeton in Surrey Hills, that shut down. We look at the Sandringham Hotel in Newtown, that shut down. These were venues that were known for hosting live music. I don't believe that that's not what the people want. I believe that that's publicans steering a certain direction. So for me, to make that a significant business, I'd like to be able to turn that trio of artists into a money-generating and culturally shifting group. It doesn't have to stay with them. It could be an evolving agency, and it requires venues and a willing audience.
All right. That was awesome. Greatest question ever. I'm ready to rock and roll. I know you had something to say. The question is, how would you, and what is the viable, economically viable model for live music in a city like Sydney? And how would you make it work? So I'm assuming if we chuck little things at you like how we'd market it and other things like that, you'd be happy as well. Cool.
Okay.
Let's roll the clock.
It's on.
Okay, I'm going to come. Do you want to go first?
Well, I just want to say one thing. I think you're making an assumption that that's not what people want. And I would challenge that and say, actually, I think it is what people do want. A friend of mine is a promoter and puts on, did put on Park Life and puts on Field Day and all these other ones. And you know, it's like 25,000 people and whatnot. And over the years, it's moved from pure electronic music and DJs to now it's very much about live music and bands and and musicians and more granular things and more live things and more real things, and they want to be a part of that. So I don't agree with that. I think it is what people want, it is what younger people coming up want, whether you call it Gen Y or millennials or whatever, it is what they want. If we look at the trends, I mean, I run a social media company, and if we look at some of the stuff that we do, if we look at the sort of prizes and promotions and stuff that people, that young audience of 18 to 25s are into, they're definitely into that. They're definitely into something that's authentic and live, and they want to be there, and then they want to be Instagramming it and showing their whole friends that they were like one of the 20 people that saw whatever it is. So I think it is what people want. There are some factors that are going against that, such as, you know, obviously poker machines in pubs and all these other things.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay.
But I think it is what people want, but they're not being delivered.
Yeah. So fact remains, you're right. Like venues are closing down. There's less and less on offer in that space. So maybe there's a market need, but I think what you tapped into is that around that business model, it doesn't necessarily make sense economically. So I've got two concepts that I want to share with you that hopefully blow your mind and take you back to last Tuesday and the mind-altering drugs. I'm just kidding. Now that you gave your last name as well, Mum's listening. No good. So the first thing is, the reason that those models are closing down is there are better business models as far as as far as being a publican. There's better business models now, right? So the way that it moved was we moved to all the big beer gardens. It was about fitting as many people in as possible and getting the cost per service right down. So that's why it was like beer gardens everywhere, the Oaks, all the rest of it. Then poker machines came out. They were even better a business model, and the regulations came up to match them and raised the cost of service. So the insight here is that in a pure play model, maybe it doesn't make sense, but you've got to ask yourself, what are the revenue streams that would sit around it? So I'm not suggesting poker machines. I think that's a horrible idea for a live music venue. But what if it was what if it was unique merchandise, where the merchandise sold there, it was only made for that pub? What if it was that when artists played at your pub, people could actually take a stake in their future success? And the trend I'm talking about here is crowdfunding. So it's being used to revolutionize markets and free up money and capital and make things economically viable that weren't before. So the way it might work is that a band comes in and they are going to play live, and I can choose to take a small share in their band. Now, that is just cash coming into them, and perhaps it's on a subscription model. So it might be $10 a month for me to support that band. Now, in exchange for that, I'm getting the updates, I'm getting exclusive content. I'm basically getting whatever that band will give me to keep me giving them that $10, and I can stop anytime. Now, what we say is that that band, once it reaches a certain funding level, say it be $100,000 in record deals. I don't know anything about the music industry, so it might be $2 million, or they make $100,000 in merchandise sales or whatever it is. At that point, this share agreement kicks in. And all of a sudden, I can start being rewarded for them going on in the future. If we can turn it so that people have an actual investment in that, that's a really interesting model. Now, you might say that's hard to do, but it's not actually my idea, and it's just being launched. Funnily enough, the guy that was just on stage, Andrew Ward, has set up a startup business, which will be going live, called Me Amigos, which is about taking a stake in anyone's future and backing them as a person. So what it means is no matter what they do, right? I might be back to someone that person thinks will be successful in business, and it doesn't matter what venture I'm in, they have a share of my income over a certain level. So he set up the platform, he set up the reporting, he set up the social media integration, and it's just a really interesting business model to get people to buy in and have something to do with the artist. And of course, it could be used to drive revenue for your venue. So alternative business models is the place to look. I just don't have the exact answer, but maybe
yeah, I agree with that. I'd say two really simple things, right? One is you could look in the UK and there's an example of a telco like O2, for example, setting up programs where they basically sponsoring the venue, and then they're bringing people in, bringing bands in, and then they're actually bringing the audiences in through their social media platforms, and then they're actually amplifying that experience, right? And then you can only go there and get in if you're an O2 subscribers. So Vodafone could do that, for example. We lost 2 million customers in the last 5 years. If they wanted to bring them back, it would be a good way to do it because they actually want to target 18 to 25-year-olds. So, or Pepsi, or Coke, or McDonald's, or any of them.
Okay.
So that's one way. The other thing is I think government has a role to play, because actually,
Government and live music.
So local councils, for example, the City of Sydney Council.
Yep. This could work.
Standing in right now. They actually do support the local arts community, and whether that's graffiti artists or bands or whatever. And actually, these people need to actually get part of those programs or advise how those programs can be improved, because there is money there waiting to be released to these people. So I would do that if I was that.
Nick, I'm going to have to stop you there because I have the answer on this board here. So we spent 6 minutes talking around it. Here's the actual answer.
I don't know.
The first thing is, Robin, we need to diagnose the problem. So why has Sydney not got a live music scene? Melbourne's got a better live music scene. Why can Melbourne do it and Sydney not do it? It's one point. But if we don't understand the problem, we can't find a solution. We're kind of reaching around, clawing in the dark, right? So we need to diagnose it. There's a couple of thoughts, right? Sydney's a decentralized city. It hasn't got a heart like a Melbourne's got. And I think that's one of the issues we face.
It is.
The second one is that it's all about beaches, right? It's really hard to fight against the beach positioning. So the first thought, and it comes actually, it's not mine, it's from Michael Porter, probably the most famous business strategist in the world. He talks about the power of clusters. He wrote about it in the Advantage of Nations. So how nations get ahead and how industries thrive in nations. Great example of it is the yacht building industry in Auckland. So in this little cluster, we build more super yachts than anywhere else in the world because we've got a cluster and people go where there's a cluster. So what we need is a cluster. So stop thinking Sydney and think a suburb. It's just one suburb that becomes famous for a music scene. Yeah. So you think Copenhagen, and there's Christiania in Copenhagen, it's this one suburb that people flock to from around the world because it's got one thing going on. Don't try and change Sydney, you'll never do it. Find a suburb and make it happen in one suburb. That's the key to it. So that's the start point.
Support to do that, and they probably would support it. So
yeah, and then I think a calendar. Like you need a calendar of events in that suburb, but maybe in Sydney, like it's Newtown or something, that becomes the heart of the scene and people come from everywhere to Newtown. And what you start to get is you start to get a multiplication of advantages because you set up multiple businesses that all do it. You know how if you go shopping for shoes, you go to a place where there's like 65 shoe shops on the street because that street's known for shoe shops. It's the same in every industry. There's a place where there's all the cafes in one spot. They're not spread out. It's exactly the same. It's that theory. So find the suburb, focus on a suburb, stop thinking Sydney. That's the key to this. I think there's...
Build it and they will come.
Yeah, it needs a rhythm, right? It needs a calendar and the calendar's got to have a rhythm to it, and that's a deliberate pun. So you need a rhythm of events that people become used to that happens in that suburb. So it's kind of a calendar. There you go, 19 seconds ago. I think corporate partners are probably going to be more effective than the government.
Yeah.
I'd start there personally.
In 10 seconds, I have a tactical idea. It's called Share for Care. It means that whenever you buy a ticket, it's one price. If you exhibit certain social media behaviors, the ticket then goes to another price. The idea is share it on your Facebook and share it around, save money. Turn your people into your advertisers. Very, very kind. There's only 11 hours to go. I'm sure we'll do very, very well. Nice. So we'll take it from that round of applause that the audience is happy, but just so that we can keep the voting running, can we just get a show of hands in the air for those that believe we passed and those that believe we failed? All right. Well, you might actually be able to help us by chalking up the ones for the last hour and just checking that's done. Of course you have. Of course you have.
All right.
All right, hit us up. What's the next one? I'm not going to be here all night. We might be.
Well, I am going to be here all night, but you're not going to be here all night.
35 more minutes in there.
It's got low bat.
Questions on social media?
I haven't got one on social media, but I've got one on a web game.
Ooh.
So this comes from Nicole at Cashitivity. So Cashitivity.
Okay, great.
It's a by gamifying business experiences, Cashitivity inspires entrepreneurial experiment experimentation and stimulates practical learning in teenagers between ages 13 to 16. That's what they do. The question is, how can we convert teenagers, 13 to 16-year-olds, into users of an entrepreneurial web game?
Can you just go back to like, what does it do? What's the thing? Sorry, because it's what is this?
Red Bull.
It gamifies business experiences.
Gamifies business experiences.
Yeah, so high-level business startups for kids.
Yep.
Business startups for kids?
Yep.
That's the high level.
It's education, is it?
It's an educational game.
Okay, cool, got it.
Education game.
They've got zero ad budget.
Right.
Of course.
The customer segment is kids
Really want to do this?
13 to 16.
Okay, cool. All right.
You got it.
Yep.
And what are they trying to achieve? What do they want to do?
Their value proposition is succeed as an entrepreneur. If you at first you don't succeed, try again.
Oh, okay.
So they want to convert teenagers into users.
They want to turn teenagers
13-year-olds
into users. So they need to acquire them and convert them. They need to do both, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Shall we start
And
the
they've
clock?
got no money?
No money.
No money.
Why don't you kick us off, Nick?
It's not doable. So,
All right. I think.
No, hang on. Because, let's get realistic, okay? Because a game like what we're talking about, you need money, and we have to, find some people to do that, because these sort of games, you're talking
Unfortunately,
minimum, 250,000 plus up to about $1 million. So
we've got a situation here where we've accepted the question. We now need to answer it.
That's cool.
So
Okay.
we have to answer it.
We certainly do. We've got 8 minutes and 35 seconds left.
great.
So
All
I
right,
have two pieces of thinking. Look, the first one is, I want to give you an answer anyway, because you've asked a question and that's the job, right? I do have to question any business model and the financials of any business that wants to grow and says they have no marketing budget. That is a fundamental issue. The stats out there are that 4 to 7% is what you have in the kitty if you want to maintain your market position, which I'm sure that you don't. And that 12 to 17% is what you have if you want to grow. So there is some genuine advice in what Nick said, which is go out there and try and find some money. So whether it's debt finance or refinancing the way your business is or raising capital, whatever it's got to be, some marketing budget is going to be helpful. That being said, 1 second, Nick, my good friend. That being said, I do have a tactic for you that will reach your audience and could be very, very profitable. So the answer for me lies within the schools. They have your people. They also have economics and business studies within those schools, where they are looking for anything to engage these kids. And do you know what? They've got even less budget than you do. So there's two things that you need to keep in mind. I can't spell either of them, but it's syllabus and curriculum. If you can get the New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria, and the rest of the states in Australia, if you can get their curriculum and their syllabus and look for the learning outcomes within business studies, economics, maybe even maths, but I'm not sure. There might even be schools today with entrepreneurialism. You can actually work out how, if this platform was within schools, would this deliver learning outcomes that they're looking for? Now, provided your platform is engaging and fun, it's a hell of a lot better than any textbook. So your competition within the school environment, provided it ticks these two boxes, is actually really, really low. And there are schools all throughout Australia. So you want to align with those two things and then go and start talking to some teachers about whether or not they'd be willing to have this in. Now, branded content within schools is not a first. It's been done by McLean's toothpaste. It's been done by Danone. It's been done by Fonterra. So there is precedent for taking businesses and moving them into schools and giving them exposure to school kids, provided you can hit those two outcomes.
Okay.
This is going to live or die not on the strategy, but actually on the user experience of the game, actually. That's whether it's going to be successful or not successful. So you actually need to try and find some people cheaply who build games, game developers, and bring them on board to, with some money, or I don't know, you're going to have to get some great game developers to help us build this wonderful game.
Okay, so I think you absolutely can market this game without any budget. And the key to it is asking 3 questions. You've got to say, who's currently got your target audience? And Coops has money, their skills has got to be a start point. Who's got them and is looking for additional ways to actually interact with them? So you're looking at partnerships, you're looking at JVs, where you're actually providing additional value to the school, and in return, you're getting a small clip of the ticket. You don't want to take on marketing this thing yourself, you need partners. So who has got your audience? Then I ask myself the next question, which is, who wants this audience? But ultimately, if you're building business and you're a big business owner, you're a big business in Australia, you need entrepreneurial, smart, educated people to be the next generation of your business. So if you're Google in Australia, if you're Lion Nathan, if you're Commonwealth Bank, you've got a talent shortage. And what you need is talent. So the prime people that want kids that are entrepreneurial, that have tried and failed, that are going to bring disruptive thinking to their businesses. So you go straight to those big businesses, and they've got, and I can tell you because I've worked in them, they've got massive corporate responsibility budgets. You know, NAB, for example, spending 50 odd million a year just in that. There's a budget there for you because this is easily build a story around what they're doing for the next generation of Australians. So find a sponsorship and let NAB market it for you. The third thing,
pay for the development of the game itself.
Potentially. The third thing is who profits? Who can profit from this? So the other way of doing it is forget the whole business model where you go out and develop it and market and spend all the money, but just license the tech. License it to somebody else who's already got that audience, already has a platform that you can tap into, and give them 90% of the profit. And just take 10% for basically doing nothing. Go to Barbados, get your boat, chill out, it's done. Yeah? So 3 questions. Who's currently got your target? Who could potentially profit from this as well? And who wants these people, these educated people in the future? Those are the keys that unlock this one.
Yeah, and just to support that, Glenn, so to make it really tactical, some groups you might want to talk to, Kidpreneurs is specifically about bringing entrepreneurial thinking to kids. That exists. It's run by a guy named Kirill Price, if I remember correctly. Fishburners is also very active in the space. The Entourage might be a little bit older, but these are the places you can look. They exist. So get on Google, search them out, and find those people.
Yeah.
Any last words, Nick?
Go for it. What is it?
No questions.
All right.
Go hit us with a statement.
Code Camp is also a Fishburners
Coke Camp.
that's specially targeted at young coders.
Oh, Code Camp.
Okay.
And 10.
Okay.
Yeah, got
Good. Yeah.
Perfect.
Tapping into developers that are actually learning their craft and getting them together and maybe bringing some sponsors on board. To me, that's smart.
Yeah, nice.
That's doable because at the end of the day, these things, they don't take 1 day to build. Usually like 6 months or.
They've already got traction.
All right, so there it is. It's a 4-point plan.
There you go.
Look at the partners, look at the schools, start there. Look at the business model, the fundamental business model. Could you license it? You don't need to own the whole thing.
Yeah.
Look at who wants these people, these educated people in the future. And finally, look at the groups that already exist, Kidpreneurs, for example.
Yeah.
Perfect. We'll close that there.
All right, done.
Nice.
Call it.
Is that it?
So,
we do a time check? What are we now?
We're about half an hour into your set, my good friend.
Okay, great. Sounds good.
We've got at least 2 more questions for you, mate.
2 more questions,
So, but before we go there, we need to turn to the audience, our fine audience. And we need to ask the question, did we pass or did we fail? There we go.
Yay!
All right. Dominating. There we go.
That's really good.
This is like an All Black Australia game. It's something like 50-odd nil at the moment. This is fantastic. Any opportunity. So.
All right. 2 more questions. Hit us up.
One at a time.
It's more like All Blacks America, no Australia. Come on.
I like that.
Here. Let's just go. How do you evaluate the value of customer engagement on social media platforms?
Sales.
Wow.
Because that isn't directly correlated to sales.
It isn't directly correlated to sales, right?
I'll give you this one.
It isn't directly all actually about sales. It's about other things like.
So are we starting?
So hang on.
Are we going to start?
The rules. You're not one for the rules, are you, Nick?
I don't do rules.
That's all right. Why don't you let me look after the rules?
You
You
look
sit
over
back,
the rules, you scribe it, put it in.
and we'll throw it to you when we're ready. So first of all, Glenn, are there any?
Went around, still percolating here, working on ideas. What is it?
So Glenn, have you got any qualifying questions?
I'm just trying to pick up the original question, actually.
Yeah, nice.
So could you just repeat that?
How do you evaluate the value of social media?
It's social media engagement.
Yeah, fine.
It can be in any form, but I believe it's different to social media. I believe it's different to like a sale or something else. There's social. Yeah. So I want to. How do you evaluate the value, or put any form of price on social media engagement?
So an engagement is defined as?
Well, social media engagement, there's many different metrics there, and they're weighted differently.
So we just want to.
Yeah. What I'd be saying is any interaction between a brand and any form of customer, individual, potential
How do we
customer.
measure the value of it?
How do we value it? Because there's lots of metrics to measure it, but there's not many that can place a firm value. There's a lot of principles that you can do. Evaluating, like getting a customer to a website, you can associate all the value to them, or you can, there's plenty of different ways, but how would you personally evaluate that?
Okay, got it. Start the clock. Nick, you're away.
Nick, this has got to be right up your alley, buddy.
So in terms of that question, basically, there's no direct correlation. It's not, unless you're actually doing social sales. So like one of my clients is Sharp. They have a shop, like a Facebook application inside their Facebook presence where you can buy product directly. So you go into the application, you can buy a TV, a microwave, whatever it is. Right? So they do actually sell product. Now that's rare. Most brands on social, it's not about that. It's not about a direct sale, right? But how do we actually measure the value of it? We look at we look at a suite of data. We look at the social media metrics, but we also look at web metrics. We also look at everything else that they're doing. We also look at sales, and we overlay it all on top of each other to make sense of that. We look at that distribution data. So, for example, on a confectionery brand, which I'm not going to say what it is right now, but that's obviously not about sales. I can't measure that if I spend $500,000 on social for that brand, it doesn't necessarily directly relate into sales. But what it does do is it gets reach very cost effectively vis-a-vis the other competitors and also the category. And so very competitive, cost-effective reach vis-a-vis like television and above-the-line media. So that's one thing. Like social has moved to becoming a reach medium. It didn't used to be, now it is. And that change has happened over the last 12 to 24 months. So now the conversations are like, what's your monthly reach? What's your country reach? Okay, and we never used to talk like that. Now we do. And we look at a suite of different metrics, but it's usually down to each particular client as to what we're looking at. In this particular case of this confectionery brand, what they're looking at is two things. One is brand preference, and they're also looking at reach, country reach, monthly country reach, because they want to know how many of that target audience they're going after, are they reaching through social, right? Which we can measure. We can measure organic and paid and come up with the monthly reach figure.
Okay.
So,
okay.
I think that really answers the question.
So I totally get your issue. It's really easy to find out what someone paid for a click or paid for a view, and you can kind of look at the behavior and look at the spend. But I think what you're actually saying is what the value, not what someone paid for it, but how will it impact business. So I don't have a completely simple answer for this, because like if I'd solved this problem right, I wouldn't be here. I'd be talking with Zuckerberg in my grey t-shirt, having a latte at 9 a.m. in the morning and telling him how to run his business. But I've got a few things that I can share with you, right? So don't have all the answers, a few things I can share. So First of all, we want to look further than what was paid for it. We can actually do propensity modeling. So we can look at how customers come through and whether or not they'll spend with us by assigning different quality scores to activities and behaviors. Now, interestingly, we might not be able to say, well, that click was worth, the value of that was $2. But what we might be able to say is when this shifts by X, that has this impact on revenue or this impact on site traffic or this impact on, right? So what we're looking is at the top of the funnel, what are the behaviors and the engagement metrics that are like pretty hard to put a value on, but then we can try to isolate them as to which ones make the biggest difference. So first of all, we can do that by natural variations in them. For example, if that spikes in a month, but our business metrics don't move, then one might perceive that that's not having an impact. If this one spikes and these business metrics move, then we can start to follow that through and assign a business value to it. Now, it's not an exact science, but as we get more data, we get more and more accurate. The last one that I've got for you is just split testing. So it's really old and it's quite crude, but when you don't know if a marketing channel is working for you, just stop spending in it. You'll find out pretty quickly, right? So if you're spending a lot of, I've got a really good example. I had a client who was spending a lot of money in Yellow Pages, getting the color ads and doing all of that to me. He said, Jeff, what is the value of this to my business? And I said, I can't give you a dollar figure for it, but I got a hunch that it's not delivering very much to your business. So I said, hey, look, why don't we find a couple of the Yellow Pages in a few geographies and just stop. We're not going to pay for them this month. Or, I mean, this year coming. Or we'll downgrade the ads significantly.
The activity that he's doing in that meeting.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then what we were able to find out, I said to him, look, I believe they're not contributing. If we do that, we'll be able to prove it. He said, you know what, Jeff, I reckon you're right. I'm downgrading them all to the lowest minimum amount. He did that. It saved him $150,000 on his next year's budget, and results didn't change. Now we've seen him over the year and his results from other marketing activities are 20% up. So I can't put a value necessarily on the channel, but I can prove whether or not it's working for us and impacting. So that's correlation modeling and split testing, two things that I do around my engagement metrics. So look at what's moving and if it impacts the business results.
Go for it.
So the truth is, this is a really difficult question.
Nightmare.
It was only today I was reading a Harvard Business Review article where there's literally senior chief marketing officers globally are starting to ask the question, how do we measure return on investment from social media? People haven't got it figured out. It's a tough, tough question. But I've got 4 thoughts for you. The first one is it's return on objective, not return on investment. So you need to think about what is your communications objective? What are you trying to achieve with the communications? And then measure that. So move from return on investment to return on objective. And what that does is it forces much more, much harder strategic thinking up front, because that's where the thinking's got to go in. And you think about specifically what are we trying to achieve, and it gives you a much better chance of measuring it. So that's the first thing. Return on objective, not return on investment. The next thing is really we measure it the same way we measure any brand interaction. It's just a channel. People are mad about it because it's new and what have you, but it's just basically the same as a poster, the same as a TV ad. You measure it in terms of your brand efforts. So if it's not about sales, you're looking at brand equity, you're looking at awareness, you're looking at propensity to buy, you're looking at likability. And it's tough to measure, and that's where, you know, companies like Coke, where I used to work, would have 10-person customer insight team, would be paying $500,000 a year just on research to track the slightest move in sentiment and be able to track it back.
It went from 96 to 96.5. Everyone cheer.
Which is huge when you've got 99% distribution and you're selling 200 million litres a year. 0.5% changes the whole game. So you need to look at awareness, likability, and the kind of social noise around it, and that's the same as anything else. It's really hard in reality to measure for a small business. It's fine if you're Coke. It's really hard. The other thing is to separate what I call creative and clicks. So what you want to do is measure the creative piece in a vacuum, essentially, and go, does this creative work or does this creative not work? Whatever that creative is. And then you can make an assumption that if that creative works and this many people are seeing it, you can kind of start to measure the two together. If you haven't measured that up front, you know, whether it's the creative not working, whether it's where the media hits people, it's hitting at the right time or the wrong time, you need to actually pull the two apart. Go, does that work as a piece of creative? And then is this the right media channel for it? Be very clear on that. The other thing is, in social media, you've just got to have click to buy. It's the best practice. today's day and age, you want to break down every barrier to purchase possible. So you look at it now, look at like the Aquabumps emails that come out here in Sydney every day. They come out, you can click to buy right there, right then. That's best practice. So for me, it's a bit of a nonsense using social media as a solely an awareness platform. It's a much more sophisticated platform than that. So you should be doing awareness and sales at the same time.
It's confectionery brand, you can't buy a stick of Mentos.
Okay. So I've got two things. So I reckon we've cracked just about all we can on the whole value question, but I have 2 points on how to get value from it. Does that make sense? So very, very, do you know what? I missed a decimal place. I missed a decimal place. So that was a curly one.
Which is the return on objective piece. What's your objective?
Correct. Yeah, that's it.
So there we go. Another question. What do we got? It's the men in white.
It's really there. We're here.
And coming up next at 1 o'clock, we've got a man in black, people, to mix it up. But until then, it's like a cricket game.
What is it? One more?
So, firstly, we just need to check in that we did officially pass it. I sense we did.
Oh, I think we did.
We should.
Sorry, there's rules on it.
So hands up if we passed. That is a pass, people. Very good.
Oh, you don't think so? You're not convinced? You're not sure?
That's all right. We'll take a majority. Okay, it's bright under these lights. Do we have another question?
One last question for the hour.
See that the switch there, the switch up, just to keep things interesting.
So, an innovation question.
Jeff's now on the left wing. I'm on the right.
Oh no, I'm just cleaning your board for you. But I can hang out over here. I love a little lefty. A little lefty and a little righty.
The clicker's just up there, mate.
Okay.
No, it's fine.
All right.
All right.
Question.
So the question: how do you shake up a long-standing, internationally recognized NGO to bring it into the 21st century? For example, through the use of technology, without losing its core foundation, and which is giving hope to those who need it most.
Okay, so
great question.
This organisation, she didn't want to name it, but it's in a league of the Red Cross and the Smith Foundation.
Oh,
and
isn't it just?
Salvation Army. It's all
Lovely.
up there.
Okay, and could you just break that down into a few little parts for me? I was doing a little bit board wiping and the rest of it.
We want to shake up the long-standing, internationally recognised NGO, bring it into the 21st century.
Yeah.
It's a religious organisation.
Oh, giving away hints.
That could be through the use of technology or anything else that you know of.
So the challenge with this question, because it's an online question, is it does need to be defined slightly better, because we're just going to shake it up, people. We can give you a million ways to shake it up.
Yeah.
What do you want to
Get Taylor Swift as a sponsor.
Yeah, done.
Yeah, sorted.
So what's the actual issue is the question of being not in the 21st century.
Or is that all we've got? Should we pick another question?
Can pick
With
another
a bit more meat,
question.
and perhaps we can get clarity on that question.
Yep, I can get clarity on it later.
Should we take another one while we're
Another question. What was
while
the
we're clarifying?
one we had on that
Because
email?
we'll happily take it, but we'll just give you 9 minutes of shake up.
And it's only a 3-minute song.
It's like a meeting with studs.
There's another one here from Checkside. So they're a consulting business.
Yep.
So they deal with people. So dealing with rapid change and growth in business, finding and retaining the right people, increasing productivity and performance, that sort of stuff.
Yep.
So from a PR and vlog or video blog perspective, how do we get the balance right between leveraging the credibility and profile of the principles of our consulting business versus making heroes of the team and the brand itself? They're saying it seems to me that the media outlets want to make a hero of the individual rather than the brand. So the brand's getting little attention. Is there a way to twist this round or create a balance between these two elements?
Okay. So it's a consultancy that's about helping individuals perform better, that kind of thing, in the workplace performance. And how do we move from it being a personality-led brand to a brand-led business?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Cool. You got that, Coops?
I definitely have something.
That's good.
I'm just not sure exactly what it is yet.
Yeah.
Well, let's start the clock and let Nick
okay.
loose.
Oh, I mean, all I would say on that one is, I know we're going to start.
Wait. Yeah.
Go. We're racing. I've been racing. I would say the answer to that is, can you do that? Can you actually find the balance between the people who, who are sort of representing this organization and the brand? Absolutely, yes, you can. And you can use the people to hero the brand. You can use the people's personalities to actually represent the brand, and you can create a brand story around those personalities. So actually, that I wouldn't even look at it as a weakness. I would look at it as a strength and build on. Really, stuff sounds like it's not necessarily a weakness or a bad thing. I build on. What do you guys think?
Okay, so I love this question because it was, can we find a balance and move into a more brand-centric communications era? I would switch that to, you have to. If you don't find that transition, if you don't make that transition and you aren't able to do that, then you don't have leverage in your business. If this is all about the senior people in the business, then it's going to be all about whether or not they're on my job, if I can get them on the phone, why don't they call me back? It limits the growth of the business and it makes it very hard to scale and leverage. And we're talking about a service business here. It's something I know very, very well. So we have to move it from the people to the brand. The success of our ability to move it from the people out to the brand is the reason that places like PwC are huge. Now, when someone goes to that, like for good reasons or for bad, they have a positive brand association with PwC, regardless of who's working here. The turnover is massive there, and yet they're still acquiring customers.
How does step change marketing do that?
Well, step change marketing is still on this journey, but absolutely, that's why I understand it. I have empathy with it.
It's just very close.
Okay.
So some places to have a look is, first of all, you need to have something newsworthy. Look for fears, desires, barriers, and pain points. So across your service mix, across your industry and the people you're talking to, what's going on across fears, desires, concerns, pain points, and barriers, because it's within that you start to find your newsworthy angles. Now, you've got to have a transition plan. So at first, of course, that might be people-led and that might be easy to get coverage. What we have to do, though, is make these issues bigger and larger than they are. There's a couple of ways that we can do that from a PR standpoint. The first one's called broadening the demographic. Now, if I write a news story that says young general managers of marketing agencies called Step Change are in danger tonight of being mugged on the way home, that story is relevant to one person. If I broaden the demographic and I say young Australian males in Sydney are getting mugged on the way home, what I've done there the opposite of that. What I've done there is I've broadened the demographic, I've made it relevant to more people. Then you want to make it tangible. You want to take your facts, your figures, and your issue, and you want to make them something that I can carry in my head. So, for instance, if I tell you that the moon is 9,642 kilometers away, that doesn't mean a lot to people. If I say it was like getting your car and stacking it on end 1 million times, all of a sudden I realize just how far that is away. So you want to make it very, very tangible. And the next thing is you want to calculate all of your issues to their grandest scale. So you might find that this issue, whether it be the cost of replacing an employee, you might find that that is 1.8 times the cost of an employee, which is actually a stat. What you want to then do is go, well, what's the average turnover? Then how big is your business? And so what you're doing is creating a formula that makes the issue much bigger than it is. If you do these three things, what you can do is create a news story that is tastier and juicier, and in doing that, pull it away from the people to the issue and the brand.
Yeah. So this is an interesting question for me, because what I think it's about is actually your earnout. So as a business owner,
absolutely,
you need to think about how you're getting out of your business from the start, really, because it takes 6 years to earn your earnout. It takes 3 years to prepare for it and 3 years to do your earnout. So one of the keys to why businesses, particularly people businesses, particularly consultancies, miss their earnout, miss the big payday, is because they're in the way of it. Their business is entirely reliant on them. So you need to start finding a way of making the business not reliant on you or other senior individuals. And that comes down to systemize. It's basically your IP. If it is in the heads of your senior staff and your founders, then you're stuffed. You're never on your boat. You're never in Barbados. You have to systemize it. So it's about automating it so that, frankly, anyone could take that on without you. Not only does that mean that it's the brand people are buying and not the individual, but it actually makes you a much more efficient business. So that's the first point, is systemize. That's the internal point. The second thing is the brand needs a purpose. It needs a point of view. It needs something that it stands for. And this is where Jeff was going. If you've got a purpose, which has led to a point of view, you're in a position where you can start a fight. You can find someone that has a different point of view and you can have that debate. And then it's the brand having that conversation, because it's the brand's point of view and the brand's purpose, not an individual's. So we need to be really, really tight on that and tight on our story. What makes us different than our competitors, and what is our sheet? What is the hymn sheet that we all read from? And part of that is about accepting that you cannot be all things to all people. So let some customers go. It's absolutely crucial. Let some customers go. Pick a fight, alienate. That's the key. That's the key to it. Otherwise, you can't be all things to all people. So that's kind of a strategic overlay. In terms of a tactic, there's an online portal called Source Bottle, which you can sign up to. Now, Source Bottle is like a PR hub, and it is designed for journalists to put calls out for responses to certain stories that they're looking for content on. Now, as a brand, you can actually put yourself up there as a provider based on what your point of view is and your perspective and your fight. So if you're about leadership, and your point on leadership is that it can be taught and you're not a natural, and you want to be a part of that debate. So whenever there's a debate around leaders are born, they're not developed and made, you're going to be in there with your point of view around how leaders are made. And of course, that's your opportunity to then plug your system and your IP and the way that happens. And that comes from the brand. So kind of 3 strategies there, and one critical tactic to try and get you into those PR spots.
Yeah, so the last one is, if you talk to anyone in PR and you ask them what their most valuable asset is, they'll say it's their relationship. In fact, a lot of PR agencies struggle to sell themselves because when clients ask them why they should do business with them, that's the answer that they have. There is some truth in it though. If you have great relationships with your distribution channels, you can ask for things and get things naturally that they might not give someone else. So look at your full communications and distribution channels. Pick the ones that are most important to you and maybe start giving them unique content, exclusive content, building a relationship with them, because you have a transition to make, which is from the profile of the individual through to the brand. Use just a bit of good old-fashioned rapport building and relationship. If you need them to change their behavior, which is stop writing stories up here and start writing them down here, start treating them as humans. Focus in, reward them, give them the best news stories, give them the exclusive content, and make sure they know that you're looking out for them first. If you're doing those things, you have a much higher chance of being able to ask for the things that you want.
You also need clear succession planning as well. Yeah, that's what this is about. So.
And yes, it all comes back to yes, it is possible to move from a personality-led business to a brand-led business.
Yeah.
That's, I think, what that's about.
I definitely believe in the IP thing and operations and having strong systems and processes, because really actually having been involved with some digital shops
10 seconds.
Which we sold, that's exactly what they were buying.
Yeah.
Nice.
Very good.
All right.
Done.
We have got 7 seconds to spare.
We'll call that one closed. We'll go for the voting.
No more bets.
No more bets.
That's it.
So we'll take a quick vote with the audience. Hands up for passed and hands down for stumped. Double hands up.
Unanimous.
That's our biggest fan. All right, Nick. Well, look, thank you very much. Give us a handshake, Nick. Thank you very much for being on tonight. We really appreciate it, guys.
Nick, pleasure.
I feel
Nice.
changed.
Thank
you.
Stepped.
So who's on now?
We have got Andy Kite.
Nice. Lovely.
Beautiful.
Andy, why don't you step on down?
It's Johnny Cash.
So, guys, we're in for a real treat here. So, I haven't seen Andy present myself, but my business partner, Ashton, who I trust his opinion absolutely intuitively, he came back once upon a time. He came back and he said, wow, I've just seen the most amazing presentation. It was Andy's presentation. And it was on, well, loosely as he put it, it was around sales, but I'm sure Andy will clear us up on exactly how he differentiates that. But he came back, he was absolutely buzzed. He said, Andy, that you were one of the best speakers he's ever seen. So what I will do first up is thank you very much for coming. We really appreciate that.
Thank you.
And I happen to know you from the UK as well. So what time is it in the UK?
That's deduct 11 hours. So what are we doing there? It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Perfect. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
2
So
o'clock in the
you
afternoon.
obviously emailed your whole database. There's loads of people logging on, and they'll have
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. So look, the second thing I love about Andy is that Andy has a specific talent and a business that's all about finding the people that are very hard to find.
Yep.
And you call them orangutans.
Correct.
Which I love because it was the first profile I read. I read a lot of profiles, and it was the first one I read through where I had to like take a double take for a second. And then I was like, okay, I get it. There's actually something in here. And as I read through it, it's about orangutans being hard to find, mysterious animals, powerful animals, and they need to be spoken to in just the right way.
Absolutely.
So your business, Demand Flow Intelligence, does exactly that.
Exactly that. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And do you want to tell us a little bit just about how you go about that, or
Sure.
what's in it for clients?
Love to. Yeah. Yeah. It's one of my marketing tenets is the essence of marketing is to do something unexpected.
Yeah.
So what I did to you was something completely unexpected.
Yes.
And that's really important in today's market because audience fatigue is at an all-time high.
Yeah, absolutely. I tell you what, strategist fatigue is at an all-time high as well.
Well, yeah, it's 1 o'clock in the morning, so I'm not surprised. Yeah, I have a little analogy about what we do. People say, what do we do? I say, we hunt orangutans, and they do a double take. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And it's such a it's analogous of the types of prospects that we're looking for for our clients, in that basically they're fairly scarce. And the first interesting thing is, where do you find orangutans?
Yeah, in the jungle.
But are there orangutans in every jungle?
Well, no, they've all been cut down with the palms.
That's true. But even the ones that still have trees,
Yeah.
do you find orangutans in every jungle? No.
Outside my skill set now, Andy.
Well, the answer is no, you don't.
Right.
You only find orangutans in certain jungles. So that's the first problem. That you can very easily find yourself in the wrong jungle and waste a lot of time. You say, okay, I'm in the jungle. There's lots of trees here. I can see other apes. So I must be in the right place. And you can actually blow a whole campaign budget just by being in the wrong jungle. So it's very important to continually ask yourself, am I in the right jungle? The next thing
it's interesting, Andy. I told a story earlier about being in a hot bath in Budapest.
Yeah.
And it was related to a question at the time. I have seen an orangutan live in the jungle.
Right.
In Borneo last year at about 5 paces.
Okay.
I saw a few in the trees, but I came around a corner, orangutan at 5 paces.
Fantastic.
It took us about 5 days to find it, so I know how.
And there was Andy right behind it with a rifle.
Absolutely.
It's over here.
You haven't stopped crying since you don't sleep at night?
Yeah.
Nice.
Take a break, mate.
Well, I'm out of here then. It's been awesome. I think I'm back on at 2 a.m. I'll leave you guys to get on with it.
Leave us with the seagull.
You just got flicked. Yeah.
Good.
He's out of here.
Okay, so, right, let's just check back in, people. For those of you who might be coming in for the first time, potentially from Europe, this is Stump the Strategist. We are here tonight, today, for 24 hours. We are supporting assistance dogs. This is a scale model of what we're supporting, assistance dogs. That's what it's all about. Great dogs help those who are otherwise impaired to live a better life. So jump onto assistancedogs.com.au, give a donation. It's a very, very good cause. So Stump the Strategist, we'll take any question, business strategy, marketing, communications. We'll answer it in 9 minutes. There is only one rule, isn't there, Dave?
There is one rule, Glenn.
And I don't even know why we bother telling you, because everyone breaks it. It's 9 minutes without interruptions, please. Ask the question, by all means, and then let us answer it. We will get there. No yes buts. We've done that before. Just give us 9 minutes. That's the only rule. We've got Andy Kite, the man in black, on stage, and we're ready to go. We've got David Siegel over here. I'm Glenn Bartlett. Let's have a question. Anyone in the audience, online? From the audience?
Yeah.
All right.
Business. It's
Okay.
called Shorelog.
Shorelog.
I am transitioning traditional manual logbook for boats into an online app. It's currently subscription based, so it's a bit of a numbers game. We're doing at the moment $10 per yacht per annum. People can have multiple yachts in their account. As a setup with no credibility, we're struggling to gain traction. We've got a lot of interest in investment commercially through government. So the Royal Marine have invested with us to put a number of their boats into our scheme, but it's cost us a lot in development because commercially every company has certain specifications that they need. My question is how I get this out to Joe Smith. There's millions of boats out there on Sydney Harbour, and I feel that with sort of set regulations on the waters in New South Wales and then Australia, I can sort of refine this app and make it a sort of usability that can reach the masses, but I'm struggling to know how to reach the masses with an app like this.
And so just to clarify, the manual logbook is a mandatory legislated thing where boat owners have to do what exactly?
Correct. So there's an enormous amount of regulations with having a boat on the water, and a logbook helps people track everything from their hours out on the water,
engine hours, that kind of
engine
stuff.
hours, all of that sort of thing, to expiry dates for certain equipment that expires on your boat. So our app will give you automated notifications when things expire, when you need to have your batteries checked, your the bottom of your boat done. It has a whole lot of perks like that. To help you manage your boat.
Gotcha.
Whereas at the moment it's completely manual.
And if you miss it at the moment, you could be fined, your boat could sink.
Yeah, absolutely, you can be fined. And from an insurance perspective, certainly if there's a lot of stuff that can get out of date, and if it's out of date, you miss your insurance. Things,
So do you have to switch from using other apps, or is it switching from
at the moment there
paper
is
log
no app,
to-
it's literally
so
paper
you're one of a
logs.
kind, and you have to get
We're one of a
adopters your
kind.
app.
All right.
Yep, one of a kind.
And the trick, the trick is in the name. Love it. Okay, let's turn the clock on.
Cool.
SHORE, like the shore.
Oh,
SHORE. But interesting. Sure.
Even
Sure.
better.
Interesting. Okay.
So,
all right.
Who's got the? Hang on one second. Start the clock.
Start the clock. Are you ready, Glenn?
Go, Dave.
So, at first glance, something feels a little funny. And to me, it seems like the downside of a faulty logbook is massive. And just to have that fixed, or have a 5 times or 20 times better chance of fixing that for $10 a yacht per annum, just doesn't. It feels almost too cheap and a little bit gimmicky. So I would say that first off, start looking into the actual value of this app. And being as you're targeting people that have yachts, they can afford an app that costs $500, $1,000. So the first thing I would do is look into positioning this so it has massive value. And then once you have, you might be the most expensive app in the App Store. And so once you have that kind of down, I would look into, so we've got pricing, I would look into creating effective partnerships with yacht sales. So all these people are buying yachts, all these people are getting maintenance on their yachts. What if you were to partner with those key stakeholders and you actually package their services together? So the maintenance guy might have, it's $100 a month and I'll scrub the barnacles off the bottom of your boat. But for $120 a month, you can get access to this app. So it starts becoming included and almost a no-brainer in the other sales that happen around the actual app. So that's where I would start in terms of just framing it correctly with that value, and then looking into, you know, how do we break into the market with little to no cost and just leverage other people.
Andy?
Yeah, okay, I'll add a few ideas. I think I agree that at that price point, you've got a lot of pressure on your business acquisition costs, and you've got a lot of pressure on, you know, what is the lifetime value of them having this. So I think it's what's known as a distressed purchase. It's something that people have to do. And when you have a distressed purchase, you've got a lot more leverage in terms of what you can charge people. But my suggestion is that, you know, I always ask the question is, where is the jungle that you need to be in? And I think that is maybe getting channels set up where you get whoever is regulating this to be recommending to people who are doing it the old way. Do you know there's an easier way to do this? And perhaps for them to evaluate it and say that it's better for them to have it done on this piece of equipment than the old manual way, because it's easier for them to process. And you know, maybe boat yards, to have boat yards recommended, just creating awareness throughout the through those channels. And perhaps, you know, on big days like Australia Day, get a boat out there and put a big banner on it telling people all about it. Come and ask me about this. Yeah. So I think it's what you need to be doing, as well as raising the price.
Thanks, Andy. I agree. I think the price is not high enough. Like if there's 10,000 boats, $10 a boat, I don't know how many boats are out, it's only $100,000. Wouldn't get out of bed for less than that, right? So what's the real value of it? And I think the start point's a value proposition. And so it's interesting that I heard sure, because I heard that this gives you surety, it's automated, you're not going to make any mistakes, set it up once, it's just going to keep working for you. So I think there's something interesting in that. So I would start with looking at that value proposition. The way I do it is I look at every feature that you bring, and it sounds like there's a bunch of them. So insurance interactivity, automated updates, all this stuff. Then I'd go, if those are all the features, what are the benefits of those features? So benefits of those automated updates means I don't miss one, et cetera, et cetera. What's the implication of that? It's like massively reduced risk in terms of not being insured, all that kind of stuff. And then you start looking at the value of that. It's huge compared to $10 a year. So we build it that way. We start with features and we build up to implications. And then of course we communicate it back that way. So we talk about less risk and we've got our because. It's basically our because, which backs it up, right? So I'd do that and I'd build, I guess, the gain positive value proposition. But crucially, I'd also do something called a hidden cost calculator. This is the hidden cost that you don't really see in a manual log. So let's take, for example, you miss one update a year and you miss your insurance, and the chance of that happening and this happening, that happening, there's a cost associated with it. There's a cost associated when you're not being compliant. There's a potential risk of finding, etc. There's costs of basically cocking it up, right? And this is cocksure, right? Yeah. Which is interesting when a captain of a boat's called is it a coxswain? Yeah, you see, it all comes together. So you get the value prop right, the hidden cost calculator, which shows the pain. So it's value against the pain, which I think is really interesting. Pricing just need to be, I get really, when Dave said there's something funny going on, I really didn't know where he was going, but the price thing for me is funny because you start pricing it at $10 and people don't value it as much. It's a funny thing with items we buy. The higher price they are, the better they are, right? There's more value in it. It's actually possibly the biggest tool we have as marketeers is pricing. So you want to get that price right. That was like a boat horn. Yeah? Like the ferry just went past going, yeah, I'll have one of them. Okay. Then I think the golden ticket for this one is insurance company partnerships. Yeah? Because that's where this all connects together, is the insurance companies already have thousands and thousands of customers who they're having to chase up, they're having to spend their own money, ringing them up, calling them, going, hey, you need to renew. And of course, every time they do that, there's an opportunity for someone to switch out to another insurer. So if you can actually get them to sell it basically sell your app for you because it's doing a job for them. There's almost more benefits to the insurance companies than there is to the boat owner. So that's the way into it. With your insurance, you get a 50% discount on it. I just think that's the partnership. And then a small tactic, which is almost no-brainer, but automated rollover. It's interesting how some businesses, you'll sign up to this thing, you just want it to keep going, and then they'll interrupt you annually. They'll go, do you still want this? And you're like, yeah, of course I still want it. But what you've just done is reminded me that I'm paying X amount a month, and now I might just check it against something else. So you just want it to automatically roll over unless somebody says stop. So basically, once you've got them, it's a lifetime, basically a lifetime clip of the ticket.
Yeah, so I'll give you one tactic here that I think will be super, super effective. And if you do it, it will be the key to unlocking a massive amount of boat owners. And I think it comes from the insight that rich people that have yachts are used to being sold to. So the key into their heart is another one of them. And by taking another one of them, a recurrent customer, and creating these video-driven testimonials, we can start to show that it's not just us talking, it's actually working for people like them. And we start getting in their shoes, and we actually are a lot more believable. Because let's face it, we don't believe businesses, but we believe each other. When I bought newly to private health insurance, I went to a few websites and I was like, this is garbage. I didn't know which one. I said, Glenn, what health insurance do I go to? And he flipped me a brochure and I said, okay, I'll go with that one. So let's get those testimonials from your current customers and have them be collected as a video on the website.
In my final suggestions, I agree with insurance companies are your friend for once in your life, that they could be a great partner, and maybe you could get them to bundle it in with the insurance policy at that sort of cost. I think you could add another zero. Boat insurance, I imagine, is pretty expensive. So you probably get them to bundle it in with every insurance policy and buy one from you. And, there's probably, I don't know how many marine insurers there are, but there's probably no more than half a dozen.
There you go. Man, if I had that many whack-a-moles in life, I'd be a
So, shore log,
shore log, sort of applause?
cockshore log. We're not even sure what this thing's called. We had a ferry go past the building here in Ultimo. Mid-answer. We've got to say, did we pass? Hands up if we passed. There it is. Chalk it up, Dave. One more.
With pleasure. With pleasure.
Okay. Cool. Shore log. Good question from the audience.
Sure. Oh, great question.
Thanks, mate. Okay. Good. So here we are. It is 1:15 in the morning here in Australia. It's that makes it 2:15 in the afternoon in London. The time in Buenos Aires is 6 in the morning, and I believe they are just waking up now in Abu Dhabi. So we're all online.
I think it's about 7 a.m. States time.
7 a.m. in the States. We've got the US online. We're looking for questions on marketing, business strategy, communication. We've got Andy Kite on stage with us here as well. We are Step Change. Do we have another question?
Sure.
We've got one online, people. We've got one online. Where's the one?
So financial consultancy realm.
Right.
So most of the sales conversations we engage in are face-to-face, but unfortunately currently only converting about 2 in 10 of these conversations. Are there any tactics that I can engage in to increase conversion rates?
Okay.
Yes, that's the answer.
All right, good question. We got that, guys?
Yeah.
Okay. So how do we increase conversion? Financial services consultant. Way you go, Dave.
So financial services consulting, it's a bit of a tricky one because they tend to all be the same. You tend to hear a lot of great service. You tend to hear a lot of experienced staff. If I'm trusting my life savings with a financial advisor, he better as hell have great service and be experienced. So what we find is that you need to start differentiating yourself and your story. And you do that by really looking into what we call your why. and kind of leveraging the power of because. So if you have great service, what does it mean? So what's the because there? So because of what do we have great service? And they've done some studies in behavioral economics and the power of because. So people would cut in line in the copy machines, and they would just say, I need to make copies. They got yelled at about, they got yelled at about 90% of the time. Someone's like, hey, don't do that. And then when they cut in, they just said, I'm cutting in line to make copies because I'm cutting in line. The decrease in yelling, only about 10% of people said anything to them. So it's adding the power of because to that, what I'm guessing you're saying is great experience and knowledgeable staff and good service. So that's the first element, is get your because, so you can start actually pulling yourself away from the market.
Okay. So financial consultant, I'm not entirely sure what kind of financial consultant you are, but the interesting thing about financial advisors, at least in Australia, is 80% of Australians do not use a financial advisor. So there's two interesting things which come from that. If 80% don't use a financial advisor, you're not trying to differentiate yourself from the guy next door, you're trying to sell the category. People just don't get the value in financial advice. That's the key challenge. And that's why you're only converting 2 out of 10, because people aren't seeing the value. So from a messaging perspective, you need to understand what is the value in the category. So 9 times out of 10, we will advise our customers to figure out how to beat the guy next door, not in this circumstance, just how do you sell the category? Andy?
Yeah, thanks. Well, look, I think this is a very personal type of service, and I think the decision to buy is really based on trust. It's a very high trust type of purchase. And I think it's very important for the financial consultants to build that trust. And I think to do that, people need to feel that they're being listened to. So I think that this is a great opportunity for using neuro-linguistic programming, for the sales guys to be highly trained in that, to be able to connect with the people that they're talking to very, very quickly establish if they're a visual, an auditory or a kinesthetic type of person. Because if you resonate back to them in the language that they're using, people feel understood. It's very, very hard to buy something from somebody who doesn't seem to be listening enough, is perhaps talking too much, and is talking in a different language to your language. If you can reflect back to them same language, apply a lot of listening, they will feel understood, and they will that'll raise the trust level between you. And I think, with your finances, if you can trust the person that you're dealing with, I think that's the key thing to do. So I think build those trust levels, get everybody trained up in NLP, get them to very quickly understand what type of personality they're dealing with. Do they want to be shown stuff? Do they just want to listen to stuff? Or do they want to talk about how it feels if they haven't got their financial plans right?
Cool. So I've got a bit of a 5-step framework here to have better sales conversations. So the first step, we touched on this earlier, but there are only 2 types of people in this world. There are the pleasure seekers, so people that are motivated by opportunity and the upside. And then there are the pain avoiders. There are the people that just want the risk to go away. They just want things to stop happening, and they're just more of the negative. They're your accountants, sometimes your lawyers, and a lot of times your CFOs. So they want the pain to go away. They're the pain avoiders. So the first step is to address the person that you're talking to. Are they a pleasure seeker or a pain avoider? The second step, which Andy hit here perfectly when he was talking about neuro-linguistic programming, another way of putting it is using exact phraseology. So when you have a sales conversation, you want to repeat exactly what the customer said in their own words. So if they say, oh, I just really want to grow my horizons into in the next level for my generations to come, you might title a plan for them, the plan to grow horizons to the next generation. And all of a sudden, that you guys are best friends because you listen to them. It's called exact phraseology. The next thing you want to do is look for the orange lights in sales conversations. So chances are, if they're sitting down with you, they'll want to have that conversation. But if they want you to meet them, or if they want to just meet for a coffee, or something just doesn't feel right, they cut you time short for time, you want to then call that meeting off and host it at your office. Then once you're face to face, make sure to ask for the sale. And if they don't give you the sale right there, make sure to follow up with them week on week, just to make sure by the time you're ready to buy, you're top of mind.
Nice one, Dave. So we're selling the category because 80% don't use the category. We've got to sell the category. We have to demonstrate value. Now, if we can't demonstrate value, what we can do is demonstrate that there's no risk. So how about we just take the risk off the table? Why don't you take this proposition on? And if we don't show a payback in 12 months, there is no fee. I mean, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? So it's the 360-day return on fee guarantee. Why wouldn't you give it a go? If we can't show you a way that you're better off with our service over the 365 days, we're so confident that we can, we're just happy to give you your feedback.
With 4% interest, like you get from a savings account.
Well,
now that's outrageous.
That is outrageous. So you've got to take risk off the table. And that's what financial advisors are not doing, financial planners are not, and that's why 80% don't use them. The next one is, and I'm just going to pick up on some of the stuff Dave was touching on, is you need that powerful sales conversation. It needs to be systemized in a way that everybody in your organization can have it, because everybody's not necessarily as good as you might be. So you need to make sure that everybody can have the same conversation. And there's 6 things you need to do in that conversation. Yeah, 6. Would you believe it? So you need to show potentially the current loss, right? By not doing things this way, these are areas where you might be losing. Then you need to quantify that loss. So, your insurance here isn't right, your bank accounts aren't in the most high interest, you're not tax efficient here. Actually, if we add all that up, that comes to, would you believe it, that comes to potentially $67,000 you could say. So you want to quantify that, and ideally, harping back to Andy's point around neuro-linguistic programming, you want them to quantify it. You want to guide them through the calculation. You want them to get to it themselves, because then they'll really buy into it. Then you want to price check them. So you want to say, look, what we've discovered here, interestingly, is that there's $67,000, which is just kind of disappearing down the drain. So if I could offer you X, Y, and Z, and it only costs 45, I mean, how would you feel about that? So of course they're nodding. Then you go, now, is there anybody else that needs to be yes on this? Yeah, I need to get the wife on board, or yes, I need to get the rest of the management team on board. Okay, great. So who exactly are those people? Okay, there's a finance director, the marketing guy, and the sales guy, right? So we know who we need to get across the line, so we can formalize our tender in exactly the right way. So the finance guy wants the ROI, the marketing guy wants to see how it's going to improve the brand, etc. So you can formalize that. Then what you do is you say, what do I need to put in this proposal for it to be a yes? And you look them in the eye, and then you shut up. And then they're going to tell you. And then if you do it, it's very, very difficult for them to say no. That's the neuro-linguistic programming. Now, you've had the conversation, you've got 10 seconds to go, you're leaving the room. What you say to them is, look, don't need to decide today, but what we've got is this thing that we'll send you out. It's called an email of the 6 missing things in financial advice. You send them this, what we call an autoresponder every week for however long the purchase cycle is. So you are top of mind. Yeah. Oh my God. Come on. That. Sometimes it's hard to get it all out, isn't it? Okay, so there we go. What do you reckon, Andy?
Nice one.
We do okay?
Great.
Should we ask the audience?
Fantastic. That's awesome. Yeah. What do you think, guys?
Chalk it up, Dave. And it is 1:30. We are into the second half here, people.
Would you
very
buy
real, very quickly?
Would you buy a financial policy from this man?
Would you?
I'll take 3.
So, what we're looking for is another question. Question's what we need.
Questions what we need.
Questions are what makes this thing work. What do we got?
This one's directed for Andy. So
Let's
it's a little bit,
Andy.
yeah, a little bit vague, but I think you'll get there. So, what are the yields from LinkedIn for a high value, as in the 50K to 2 million, professional services business?
Right. Good question.
That is a good
Interesting question. Right in my space. Okay.
So you're happy to take that one? So it's about
Sure.
yields on LinkedIn
Yep.
for businesses using
Yep.
LinkedIn, businesses using LinkedIn as their main source of marketing. Is that kind of the essence of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
You got that, Dave?
Yeah. Businesses are using
I think it's just going to be the Andy show here, but we'll start with that and see how we get on.
Yeah, baby.
Okay, let's go. That's a great question. We saw a big switch in the high value sales market probably about 3 years ago, 2-3 years ago, where a lot of the majors, people like the Oracles and the IBMs of this world, switched from outbound marketing to inbound and saw LinkedIn as probably a major channel for getting leads and business from. So given that that's the market that we work within, we shifted to try doing campaigns in LinkedIn. And it was a very interesting experience. We started off doing it pretty much how everybody was doing it. And that was actually using the profiles within LinkedIn, try and find the matches, the types of customers that they were after. But we actually found that we wasted a lot of time sifting through these profiles and actually only getting about a 40% fit on what appeared to be a fit, but when we dug a bit deep to these people, we only got a 40% fit. So we wasted a lot of time on that. So we started to think about a better way to do that. And we found that we had, for many, many years, worked with lists, very, very well-targeted lists from good quality sources. So we thought, okay, let's have a look. Let's take a targeted list and let's have a look and see if that person is on LinkedIn, or if they're not on LinkedIn, is their company on LinkedIn? So can I get to them through another person in the company? And we found that we had found about 67% of the people on the list were individually on LinkedIn, and another probably about 13% or more where their company was represented. There was somebody from their company on LinkedIn. So we got about an 87% hit rate. So if we sifted through 1,000 people, we'd found about 870 actually on LinkedIn. So the next step was to actually then connect with them. And one of the secrets there around LinkedIn is, as everybody says, it's more about context than content. So it's really giving people the reason why you want to connect, more than just, I'd like to be your friend, please, or connect with you, which is the standard LinkedIn connection. It's to give them a real reason to do that. We found that the majority of people would accept a connection invite within 4 days. That's 4 calendar days. So remember, always bear in mind that LinkedIn is 24/7. It never stops. And in fact, most people probably access LinkedIn Saturday morning when the kids are playing tennis or football or doing sport. They're busy there catching up on their LinkedIn. So it goes all the time. So you get about the majority of the response comes back within 4 days. You want to then follow it up and with an expansion on the reason that you want to engage them. But the thing is not to sell to them. If they feel that they're being sold to, it's not really social selling and they'll shut down on you. So you really have to take a very altruistic style of approach on LinkedIn and any social channel as to why you want to engage with them. The other happy hunting ground that we found was to actually find groups, so the jungles. So the LinkedIn groups are the jungles.
This is where the orangutans are, isn't it?
Absolutely. Back to them. It works. It never fails. It works every time. But where do these people live? Which groups are they in? And the great thing about groups is that people are in that group for the sole specific purpose of engaging with other people. So those people want to connect with you and they want to engage with you. So you can actually get them to engage very, very easily. So groups are a very, very happy hunting ground, except again with groups, there's a lot of sifting because in those groups there's a lot of vendors, a lot of consultants, and a lot of recruitments. So again, you spend a lot of time sifting through trying to find the real potential prospects in there, in amongst that whole clutter. And in fact, I would say if you have a group that's heavily infiltrated by these non-prospects, I'd leave it alone because That'll probably be a group with a lot of audience fatigue because you've got all of those peripheral guys trying to work the group and get business out of it. So in answering the question is what sort of returns can you get? You can get some very good quality returns out of LinkedIn by engaging people. As an example, we did a campaign around RFID, and the client said RFID is radio. Thank you. Radio frequency identification. So it's the little tags that go into products that can be scanned and without actually, it's really the next step on from barcodes.
Use them at festivals to check in places, don't you?
Oh, all over.
Yeah.
All over. They have them in packets of razor blades because razor blades are have the highest.
You steal them, yeah.
Yeah. Would you believe it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So the client said, "Is my audience on LinkedIn?" And the honest answer is, we don't know. We don't know until we get into LinkedIn and find out. I mean, as we work more and more audiences, we can give a more qualified response as to is the audience there or not. But I have to say, it constantly surprises us that audiences are there. But essentially, we got out of that campaign about 30 quality organizations engaged with our client. 30, yeah.
So that's 3% on 1,000.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good.
Yeah, and these are mostly lower funnel prospects. So they're really what IBM and Oracle would call BANTs. They've got budget, authority, need, timeline.
Yeah.
So the quality of what you get is very good, but it's very black and white. So you either get something good, you don't get any shades of gray, you don't get as many assets from the LinkedIn campaign as you would from, say, an outbound campaign, because one of the big features of an outbound campaign is you're able to acquire a lot of intelligence. So if somebody's not interested, we want to ask them why not.
Yeah.
Is it because you're happy what you got? And as well as finding prospects, you can actually landscape the market and help refine your go-to-market messaging. So, in summary, yes, there are returns from LinkedIn for high-value offerings, but you just have to target it very well. Be in the right jungle, talk in the right way, be altruistic, don't sell to them, just talk about, I want some help with this problem.
So what we've heard is LinkedIn marketing, it's content marketing. It's the same as almost any kind of content marketing. You need to deliver value first before the sale. So you need to buy them a drink before you try and take them home to bed. It's a classic thing. I just want to have a really quick rant about LinkedIn. So the thing you need to do is optimize your LinkedIn profile. So for those of you out there who maybe not quite as sophisticated as Andy, who's playing in the big jungle with the big monkeys, and you're just with the squirrels in the national park, you want to be looking at having 500 plus connections, right? That's the minimum. You've got to get to 500 as quickly as you can. You need recommendations on LinkedIn. You've got to ask for those. You have to ask for them. Nobody will give them to you. Endorsements, content. You need. It's just another channel to deliver your content through. So really important for that. You need to use the showcase functionality as well, particularly if you're in the creative businesses. When it comes to social media, 99 times out of 100, we'll talk about the power of a database and the power in that database over any kind of social media. And the reason for that is you own your database, and Zuckerberg owns your Facebook page, and Bryn and Paige own your Google Plus page. You want to own that data. It's crucial to your business. It's crucial to the value of your business as you sell out. So ideally, you want to be running a database as well as having your contacts on LinkedIn. And I know this is coming at it from a slightly different angle from Andy. Both are important. One's about outbound marketing. One's about using it yourself. So prioritize your database. LinkedIn, in terms of business-to-business sales, is certainly the best social medium out there. And when you're on it, you want to be hunting groups, and you'll find that 87% of your audience is generally there. Give them a reason to connect. They need that reason to deliver value. 3%, potentially 3% return versus 1 or 2 on more traditional DM. And remember, it's not just about selling, it's about market research as well. There you go.
Go on. Nice one.
Well, Andy. Sorry, Dave. It just wasn't
I have some great answers up there.
Yeah.
You can connect with me on LinkedIn after this if you want to hear more.
So, as is the rules of this game, we throw it out to the audience once again. It's a pass. It is a pass.
It's another pass.
It is another pass. Chalk it up, Dave.
61 passes to 0.
Seriously, it is All Blacks versus the USA.
It's All Blacks versus USA. It's Soldier Field in Chicago in the snow. Bear down.
Okay. All right. So we've got Andy Kai here for another 20 minutes, people. 20 minutes is all. We've got David Siegel. He's just run off. I'm still here. I'm still punching. So keep throwing questions. What do we got? Have we got any online? Have we got any questions online? We've got a question in the room.
Woohoo!
We have a live one here, people. It is 1:40 a.m. in the morning here in Sydney. We're still going.
I need an assistant's dog to come out. Give me a defibrillator.
We've just welcomed the east coast of the US online.
Good morning, USA.
Andy, this one's directed to you, but obviously the other guys have got wealth of experience, which I really want to get into as well. I come from a company called What Cost, which helps any home transform its home and its existing appliances into the smart home of the future. That means that you can turn your home into a safer, a smarter, and a more energy efficient home by picking up exactly which appliances are on your home, when, and then applying that to external data such as your location, the weather, anything else about your environment. And then providing this information in text prompts. So it takes the guesswork out of anything to do with your home consumption of energy. Now, my question, more specific to your expertise, is our products mainly focus towards B2C, because obviously we need customers to install our device into their home before we can start collecting data about what they're doing. But our data is very, very, very valuable for B2B customers.
Okay.
Because the energy market, energy retailers would pay millions and millions, if not billions of dollars in Australia alone to get a hold of our data about what these customers are doing in their home.
You should sell it to them for millions and millions of dollars.
That sounds like a great business.
Well, that's great. But what I'm trying to ask you is, how do I balance, or how do I pitch to these companies in a way that is good for both, well, mainly the customers, because customers are obviously primary to us and the business is secondary to us.
Right.
How do I pitch them so that they're secondary but valued?
Right.
I'm assuming this is where he's allowed to ask any refining questions about what I'm pitching to him.
He may indeed ask you any
so
clarifying questions.
Let me replay that. So you're talking about the pitch to a business that you want to sell or supply data to. They can leverage on the data that you have.
Our business model is the customer owns the data, but we'll sell it on their behalf and giving them the majority of the sale value. But it's without actually harming the customers and anonymous, making them anonymous.
No, yeah, right.
Yeah.
And this is, you're talking about consumers.
Yes,
So
individual consumers.
Protecting the privacy of the consumers.
Yes, whilst businesses are trying to push us towards doing the exact opposite and taking this data for free.
Right.
And maybe pushing our services towards their goals. So how do we balance between protecting the customer and serving the businesses, which can generate a lot of revenue?
So what's an example of the intelligence that they would get from the data? This is all about intelligence on consumer habits, is it?
Yes.
And consumer behaviors.
Yeah, the actual energy market behaves very much like the stock market. A retailer buys based on demand for energy, and the supplier sells energy based on the demand for energy.
Right.
Therefore, if a retailer can predict where demand will go, they sell it in 15-minute blocks. If they can predict where the demand will go in the next half an hour, 45 minutes, they can hedge their costs and drastically reduce their overheads and maximize their profits. So that's why they want our data to help predict those peaks.
Okay.
Got it?
Yep.
So the question is, how do we sell to both markets without alienating either, really? Particularly the consumer.
Particularly the consumer. Consumers are our main focus. If we don't get consumers, we don't
And
care
there's going to
about
be more revenue in consumers than business down the track, or 50-50, or not sure?
Businesses don't matter unless we get consumers.
Okay, yeah, got it. We're away.
So I think I heard that you have a payment plan for them. So you'll actually give money back. That to me would be really interesting. We just did a massive value proposition for one of the larger energy companies in Australia. And there are about 10 million people that are looking for less and less cost in their energy bill. I would be willing to bet that those 10 million people would opt into a program that actually decreased their energy bill by supplying their energy company some information. And how I would go about structuring that is this, you don't need to hire a graphic designer because I already drew up your logo, but you just want to have something loud and proud front and center, something like a little lock that has a money sign. And you can say something like, unlock your data for cash. And you have all of the areas that they can unlock. So all of the different pieces of data you could give to energy companies potentially, and let them select what they think is good and bad. You see Google does a really good job with this. If you look in their privacy settings and just different things you can flip on and flip off, it's just made really easy. I know when we're streaming this right now, there's the option to monetize. But with monetization comes ads every 2
Did we not turn that on?
No, we didn't. God. Well, we hope to monetize money for assistance dogs.
We should have turned that on.
Turn it on quick. On the next round, turn it on.
Turn it on for the dogs.
Really transparent. And so I think the key to winning the customer and winning the partner will to be look at their audience segments that are looking for that price cut and be really transparent with those audiences, what's going on and what they're making available, what the implication to them is. Because chances are they have no idea if it will, infringe on their privacy or not. So it's just getting clear about that education piece. All right.
Well, that's interesting, picking up on the privacy infringement. To my mind, if the customer's remaining anonymous, they're never named as an individual, and you're simply aggregating data to provide intelligence, I don't think there's actually even an issue that they should be rewarded for that, because they're not actually giving anything away or any personal information. So I would say that information is yours to do with as you wish, and you don't necessarily need permission from the customer, because there's no potential breaches of privacy. Just a word of advice about that data is don't sell it, rent it, or get people to subscribe to it. So you're subscribing to these consumer behaviors and patterns. It's a little bit like what Gartner do with a lot of their data and a lot of those similar organizations. And I think also that the important thing is that if you do need to get permission from the consumer, as was mentioned earlier, just make sure they very clearly know what's in it for them, how this benefits them, how the energy company is going to turn that into a benefit for them. Okay.
So I don't see that there's actually really a huge challenge here whatsoever, because the business model is no different from any consumer aggregation media company in the world, which is basically we're using our eyeballs or our audience to monetize it. What you've got though is basically social currency. It's brilliant. Like Facebook, I'm going to turn my settings on and off because I don't necessarily want you monetizing my data, even if it is amalgamated with others. What you've got, and for those maybe you don't understand online, it's essentially it's the smart home magic button, right? And it tells you what's happening, where it's happening, and how you can therefore reduce your electricity bill and other utility bills. That's what this is about. So as a consumer, the proposition is save the world and save dollars. That's the proposition. Save the world, save dollars. What's the proposition to the utilities? It's just the other way around. Save dollars, save the world.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, because ultimately, energy companies have their energy efficiency targets. Australia, yeah, laggard, let's be honest, when it comes to global perspective, but still trying to reduce greenhouse gases by 2020. This is a way of making it happen. I feel great about that as a consumer. So I've unlocked just a small percentage of my ability to actually make an impact on the global climatic situation by using this magic button just in my house. But if I unlock it to the energy company who can now look at the macro view, I've just unlocked so much more power to make a difference. There's no problem there whatsoever. It's a classic dual market. And what I think actually, and this is slightly off topic, but I'm going to go with it anyway. And I've written the word stickers, but you want people, there's a social currency, right, that comes along with doing any good. It's why there is a charity for every 30 people in Australia, because people are starting charities because they want to feel good about themselves. Yeah, they want to do something good for the world, but ultimately we do all these things for very selfish reasons. And I'll challenge anybody who tells me otherwise. That's why we're all being awarded for our charity work, and that's a lot of the driver. And that's not a bad thing, right? We're doing it right now. Yeah, we're doing it right now. Popcorn, the kettle black. Anyway, so what you want to do is you want to make that social currency really clear and obvious. And so I've written the word stickers there because you want a sticker in every window. It's like community, what was it, Community Watch or Neighborhood Watch in the day. Everyone had a sticker in their window saying they were part of Neighborhood Watch. You need the equivalent sticker in there saying you're part of making a change in a smart community and the future on every household. Yeah, so that drives the consumer, and the more consumers you've got, the more data you've got, which is the more valuable for the customers. It all starts with the consumer. Exactly, it's the same model as Facebook or any others. So for me, it's just looking at a different weighting on the proposition. It works beautifully across both audiences.
Yeah, I agree with you, Glenn. Beautiful proposition. What I think is super interesting is the push, especially that AGL has right now around their smarter living stores and developing more of a consumer-facing Internet of Things. So because I'm obsessed with leveraging partnerships and how do you use other people's customers for your own benefit, why don't we look into partnering with AGL, and we're the exclusive app only for AGL customers. And for every Wemo you buy, you get a few months subscription to your app. So how do you get in with the big guys that have all of your customers and make it just come along with the product? And then likewise, you share that data back with them. So they're having massive returns. You're getting not as massive returns because you're not an energy supplier, but you're making a lot of money in the meantime.
Yeah, I think you want to maybe create the same sort of psyche as being a blood donor as to being a data donor, because you're being a data donor for the good of the whole community. So if you can work around that psychology where people actually feel good about giving their data to help people, I think that's the way to go. Hey, maybe you might have to buy them a cup of tea, send them a tea bag in the post as a reward for their data. But I think that's the sentiment to go for.
Cool. Why don't you wrap that up?
So let's wrap that up, shall we?
Let's wrap that up.
Let's wrap that up. So there's a number of points that were made there across the board. The first one is the proposition works beautifully to both markets. It's not a problem. The second one is social proof as a way of driving the initial customer uptake. You want people to do something. You don't ask them to do it. You tell them that their next door neighbor's doing it. That drives more behavior than anything else. So Cialdini in his Science of Persuasion will talk about the fact that if you want people to save on the laundry in hotels, you tell them, please put it, please leave it here and we won't wash it. You want them to push it even further. You say people in this hotel have done 30% of that. Then you want it to be even more powerful. You say people in this room, and you see increasing uptake. So that's going to be the key. And it's the social proof piece. We could carry on, but it just blew up behind us. So
I got one more great idea. The money we gave back live ticker.
Oh,
real time ticks over how much money you're giving back to your customers in Australia.
And how much carbon emissions you're saving.
Yeah, baby.
Ooh.
Woo!
All right. Marked it up.
Well done, guys.
How do we do?
Woo! All right.
We have got a pass.
We've got a pass.
We've got another pass.
Serial stumper.
He is yet to stump
He
us.
is using the fish burner facilities
Yeah.
like they're meant to be. The entrepreneurs burning the hard midnight oil at what cost? What a great creative name too. What I believe was an American invented electricity.
Okay, so I think, guys, we just made another millionaire there.
We did.
Didn't we? It's another millionaire on his
So we're
way.
gonna take some equity in his company.
Yes.
And that's the business model. Over 3 hours of Stump the Strategist, and we take 5% of the company.
I think he might just have gone to the toilet to have a wee cry, an emotional cry of joy. So, just 4 minutes to 2 in the morning here in Sydney. We are Stump the Strategist, and we are here supporting Assistance Dogs. Great charity that provides assistance dogs for those that are not fully able. We've been going now for, losing count, I think it's 13, 14 hours, and we are well past halfway. We have thus far answered, is that 67 or 62?
We didn't lock this up. We didn't chalk up that win.
Okay, let's, we're just going to do a count, and then we're going to hand over.
68.
63.
63.
63.
Woo! At 5 to 2. The questions per hour is high. I could work that out if it was a little earlier in the day. So we're going to hand over to our next group of strategists, our next guest presenter. But before we do so, I just want to say a big thank you to Andy Kite for coming in.
Thank you.
Round of applause.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Questions on LinkedIn, finding businesses on LinkedIn, LinkedIn marketing. Andy Kite is your guy.
Hunting gorillas.
Hunting gorillas in the mist. That's what he does.
Thank you, guys. Thank
Pleasure,
you.
Andy.
Thank you for having
Thank
me.
you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right, so at this moment, we're going to call on Jeff Cooper back on stage. Here he is. There he goes. And I'm going to bid you adieu. See you again in the morning. Good night.
You've been great.
Okay.
Well done, Glenn. Thank you very much there. So you got the update. It's 2 in the morning in Australia. It's God knows what time somewhere else. But what we know about marketing problems is they never come when you want them to. They come to you at always the wrong time. So if it's about 9 a.m. and you've just walked in, you've got that email from your CEO, you're starting to feel a little bit sick in the tummy and you've got a marketing issue, bring it to us. It's stumpme@stepchangemarketing.com, a simple email. Now, we're still running well on the reserves, but we actually do need enough questions to get through. So we're smashing our target. We're a little bit ahead, but these hours that are coming are the worst for the evening. Energy levels are going to get low. Question submissions are going to get low. And so we need to make sure they're coming in. So if you're out there, if you've got any problem, I dare you to bring it to us. In fact, I urge you to bring it to us, and I challenge you to bring it to us, because what we need to make this target and to make the lives of all those little puppies that much better and their recipients is questions so that we can deliver on what we said we would. Now, I have someone special for you right now. Now, Anoop Ladd is a good friend. He's also a very brilliant negotiator. Now, he's clever on the digital marketing side, but really tonight we're looking for questions around negotiation and persuasion. This is a guy that just a couple of years ago, I met him, and he wasn't necessarily, at least I didn't know him that well. I didn't know what he was doing, but he started a company in property. And last time I caught up with him, I can't remember the numbers and I shouldn't reveal them, but it made me feel like a small fry because he was absolutely killing it. So Anoop Ladd, welcome.
Hey Jeff, how's it going? Thanks.
All right, and is there anything else you'd like to say about yourself before we get rolling?
I like connecting with people and I like helping people.
All right, cool. And how does someone get in touch with you if they need any services, and what is it that you're doing at the moment in the business realm?
The main thing I'm doing is property, so real estate, and also
it's a hot market.
And it's too hot. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it is unbelievable. Yeah. The other day I worked out that on a property I'd bought about 5 years ago, 30% growth. I think the value is always put a little bit on there to try and shift you into the market. But I was happy to hear that anyway, nonetheless.
I saw 3 properties today, and most of them had above 30% growth.
Wow. Okay, cool. All right. Dave's still on the stage here. Dave's a strategy exec at Step Change Marketing. And I just want to recognize and acknowledge the guy for staying here till what time are you on till this morning?
4 now. My hours just got extended.
Your hours just come on down. You won the grand prize. All right.
Soon I'll be asking for a LinkedIn referral for my new job.
Yep.
My new position.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. That's Head of staying until 4 a.m., is it?
Head of 4 a.m. strategy.
All right, cool. So I'm just going to ask the guys in the corner, can we just get 3 glasses of water lined up? It's getting hot over here, and we're going to start. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a question from the online panel, I believe.
Yeah, we got an online question here.
All right, cool.
Okay, so I have a commercial property management business and all my contracts are negotiated. Yeah. My market is very price competitive, so I'm getting really squeezed in every negotiation. How can I keep my margin and stop wasting time negotiating contracts that if I accepted would end up, would see me losing money?
Jeez. I think we'll start the clock. And I also think that Dave and I will sheepishly step aside because that is one hell of a question.
So we've got a commercial property management business.
Yeah.
And their major concern is price or fee or commission and managing that. So building the business, but not having to negotiate or reduce their fee. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do we have any further information on the business? I guess it's online, right? So,
no, sorry, online. Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Okay. Let's start the clock. Okay. So I can actually kick it off. There's a couple of things I suggest. So obviously not an expert in property by any means, but what I do know is that with any business that's doing business well, there's always a ton of stuff that you're doing or that they're doing that unfortunately we just don't tell our customers. So the question is always, what's great about our business that nobody knows? The reason I ask this is that we have a couple of clients that we're doing some value modeling with for the moment. So one of them is actually a property developer, so slightly different, but they're a developer. And they happen to know from market intelligence, they're always 10 to 16% more than their competitors in market. Now, if you ask them why that is, they'll give you this answer. They'll say, we do things right. Now, that's all very well and true. They do things right. They're a great quality provider. The problem is that's really hard to sell and they get squeezed on it. So walk with me here on the thinking. The thinking is to go through and find all of those things that they do great that other people don't necessarily and start to put commercial values to them in hard costs, risks, and emotional costs. And we do this through using basically a modeling framework and some tricky thinking done by economists that are a lot smarter than I am. So I'll give you an example. They might be 10% more, and it's a $40 million property. So I think that's $4,000 more. $40,000 more. Now, the interesting thing here is that 400K seems like a really big figure. And because it's a complex sale, it's really, really hard for me to understand what goes into that and whether it's good value. Now, if I can't understand the value that's in a sale, what I'm going to do is I'm going to revert to price and I'm going to use that to make a decision because it's too hard to evaluate an area that I'm not necessarily comfortable, or even just if the thinking around that is too hard to do. So for instance, when we said, look, you just do things right, what does that mean? They said to us, we have a full-time site manager on every single site, instead of being those people that have one across 4 or 5 sites. The difference here was that it meant that there was less quality issues and also that the properties stayed out of litigation and out of court. So we went through and said, what's the dollar of a full-time site manager? Well, it might be, it might be 50K over the build of the property. We then said, right, well, what's the upside around quality assurance with that? And that might come to 200K. And then we say, well, if properties are ending up in litigation, how often is that happening? And what's the cost of that? We found out that it was 1 in 20, and that the average cost they reckon when we went through and did the research was around about 50K. In other words, we could actually work out, 50K and went up to sometimes as much as the cost of the property itself. So we found out that there was actually a loading or a way to work out how much the average litigation costs for the average property. The point is that you add those things together and you actually take a really large chunk of this out. Now, if you do that on every single variable, you can actually build a value cost to those extra things that you just do right that outweighs the additional cost. This is the sort of thinking you want to be able to do in your negotiations.
Thanks, Jeff. I think that's perfect. The first thing that you talked about was value modeling, and that's the first word that I've written down, value. In property management or in any service business, what you've got to do, the best thing you can give is your time and your service. And so what we, what what I want to convey, or what you want to convey to your customer, is your value proposition, how you're doing things differently. And ultimately, I guess with a property manager, people often say, oh, look, my property, with an investment, you're looking at a return on your investment. And with a property manager, you need to have somebody that's actually growing your property portfolio. So in this case, the key question you want to be able to tell your clients is, your property is worth more with us. And the main thing, I think the business that was the business that sent in the question, they were struggling with their fee. Right? So the difference, I guess, with a business that is not, that is, I've got to think about this probably.
That's all right.
Yeah. With a service business, I get asked a lot, the other guy down the road is doing 1.6, the other guy down the road is doing 1.8, but I've never dropped my fee below 2%. And the reason I can do that is because I've always demonstrated that 0.2% difference might be on a fee, on a transaction, might be
Fraction of what they
10,000. The difference that I get in terms of a result in growing their portfolio or in the return on their investment is going to be 40, 50,000. So it's just, it's a no-brainer in that regard.
Yeah, nice.
So I think what they basically nailed down here is build an amazing story that shows your value and really proves that with the right value, you get the right answer. Your property's worth more. So I want to take that story and that value modeling and dive even further into when you're going through the plans and the contracts. And I think what's really important to have in these contracts, the first step is make them beautiful. So these people are investing a major piece of their earnings into the future. And the future is really scary. You don't want to go into the future with a company that doesn't look like they're from the future and they're forward thinking and they're successful. Successful companies make other successful people. So get it looking premium. The next thing you want to do is that obviously they're not seeing your value. So a little thing that is a helpful trick or tip in these contracts is put line items in them for what they're not paying for. So it's the management, it's the inspections, it's the any other points of value that you have here, and then actually put what they're worth and put a dash through them. So all of a sudden they have this plan that looks like it should cost 5 times more than it actually does because all the value you stuff in there, and then that becomes real to them at the level of price where you're probably losing.
Yeah, nice. So a little tip, particularly in service-based businesses, is, again, across the value chain, there are like a million little places that you create value. It's in the way you hire your staff. It's in the systems that you use. It's in the quality assurance. It's in the track record that you have. The problem is very, very hard for someone to hold all of those issues in their head. So what you want to do is brand the process and own it. Rather than try and explain all the things that you do, which simply won't work in a sales conversation, you have 5 to 7 things that you can let someone walk away with, and you need to drill them in at high frequency and with rapport. And to do that, there has to be something easy to hold on to. So own the process. Find something that works with your brand name and actually map out that process in word salad here this morning, in an easy to understand infographic that has those 5 to 7 key points that they can hold in their head. What you're doing is you're taking all the great stuff that you do and you're boiling it down into something that only you can own. And once you name it, put a trademark on it and make it yours and start communicating it every option, it's something your competitors can't own. They can't then come in and sit down with a proposal and have the same process as you because you guys had it first and you're communicating it.
Sorry, I just want to cut in before you wrap up, Jeff. Anoop said something here that is magical that you might have missed. He says, I never drop my price below 2% because the extra 0.2 makes a remarkable difference. So that's what you need to find in your story, is that because. And when you start leveraging that, people start believing. Like Anoop almost sold me a property right there. I was like, oh my God, he's who I need to be with. It's the 2%, it's okay. So
nice.
A quick bit before the
So
end.
last one here is track your track record. So if you are able to create more value in a property, why don't you have a look at what that was? So I think that the way that it works is that you can actually work out the difference in the two. So if you track that over time, at least you'll be the person that knows those figures, so that when they're talking to other providers, if you've got that certainty around it, then instantly you're a step ahead. So just to wrap it up, look at your value proposition and your service and make sure that they're coming out really, really clear. Do some value modeling around all the stuff that you're not paying for. So Dave said here to make sure you list the things that you do well that other people aren't necessarily doing. And then, of course, wrap that up into an easy to consume branded process and you'll do well.
All right, ladies. That's it. Oh, do I hear a little applause from the audience? Usually that gets an applause.
Wow.
So for the audience, is it from heaven or from hell? 3, 2, 1. That's a pass. Beautiful.
It's a pass. So we're going to wipe this down now. We're going to take another question. It's live here. Now we're focusing questions on negotiation, on sales. Anoop's great at that sort of stuff. I'm not too bad myself. So I'm going to look for 1 or 2 more questions just here while Anoop's here.
Got 3 questions.
3 or 4 questions left. So we're just going to take a question from the online panel.
Ooh, drop the mic there. Mic drop. He's out.
Okay. So I've got a short and sharp one here from online. So I run a company selling expensive Italian business shoes online, but I'm being smashed by the big retailers such as ASOS. How do I rebuild or demonstrate my value up against the big guys?
Perfect. I'll go straight off the bat here.
Let's start the clock. And we're live.
I actually had an amazing experience recently. I turned 40, and for my 40th birthday, my business partner gave me a special invite to an event, and it was an experience where an Italian shoemaker, Artioli, 3rd generation, was hand making a pair of shoes for me. These shoes were, it was a present, so it was a crazy price. But the difference that this guy was doing was he was creating the whole experience. It wasn't just going into a store or clicking on a link on ASOS and getting a pair of shoes. It was about the whole journey. He's 3 generations deep of handmade shoes. It was about choosing the leathers. There was all types of leathers. It was like choosing the construction. He actually took the time. The whole thing lasted 2 or 3 hours. I learned how a good shoe can look, how a good shoe can feel, the benefits of a good shoe. And in the end, I'm waiting for my custom-made shoes. So I think the key focus here is the difference, and the difference between a handmade Italian shoe and a mass constructed shoe is like comparing a Mercedes to a Hyundai. No offense to the Hyundai drivers out there.
Nice. So what Anoop said there is focus on the experience. So we will pay absolutely over the odds to the experience. There's a great line from the very famous Don Draper. It says, the greatest advertising space is in someone's mind. If you can live in that space, then there's no time restrictions, there's 100% engagement. The experience is what drives us. So we all know that when we go to somewhere like Cafe Sydney or one of the nice restaurants, that within that space, there's something about the way it makes us feel. What this is experience mixed with the emotional selling proposition. So what this is how does it make someone feel in 2 ways? What does it say about them? So if I walk down the street with a Mac laptop and someone sees me with it, does that say that I'm creative? Does that say I'm discerning? Does it say that I look for the best? And then also, how does it make them feel? Wrapping those up is the key to selling products that are sold at much higher values than they are in terms of actual costs. Now, the big guys that are selling shoes are not doing this particularly well. So they might be doing volume because of their retail distribution, but what they're not doing particularly well is repeat purchase and owning that customer for life. Now, what happens is they bring out a range, and if I like that range, I will go in and buy another pair. But that's risky as hell. And experience is something that you can own for life. So you want to make sure that every time a customer comes to you, you catch their details. You understand their shoe size, you understand the colors they like, you understand what they're looking for, how they dress. all of those hooks that you can use to market to them again and again, because you don't need to sell one pair of shoes to them, to a new customer. You don't need to acquire that customer. You need for your shoes to be repurchased when they wear out. You need them to come back to you specifically when they're resold and make money off that. You need to sell the products specifically for those shoes that make sure that once that shoe is bought, that in 6 months, 3 month or 12-month intervals, you're getting the value across all of that, and then that person comes back. So it's about starting a relationship based on the experience and also the emotional selling proposition.
Cool. Great point there, Jeff, on the experience, and especially around that emotional selling proposition, because that's the battle you win, and that's the battle when you win that, people share about your company. So you said something in the question that actually sprung up in my mind as another question, and you said they're not seeing my value. So I asked, well, what is your value? And when you think about strategically where you need to go, you're not necessarily competing in the high-end shoe market. You need to own this custom, handmade Italian shoe market. And so it's really a category building story for why Italian handmade. And so the real category or the hierarchy of communications you need to put out is, first of all, why Italian handmade? What are all the benefits of it to the people, both aspirational, self-expressive, and emotive? And then why your company? So from there, you start switching customers in. Once you build that story, you want to think about just the moment that Anoop shared with us and how do we be remarkable around that story? And we all know remarkability is amazing, but if people aren't sharing, and if we're not collecting those customers onto our database, it's just pointless. So after we're remarkable, drive it to a database, and from that database, we can message our customer with effective frequency, driving more effective marketing dollars. There's a magic ratio called the 1-4-7 rule, and it's if it costs $7 to acquire a new customer, it costs $4 to cross-sell or upsell that customer, and it costs $1 to retain a customer. So we've got to look at how we can spend in the 1s and 4s to get more bang for our buck. And a campaign that might grow the category for you here is a don't know it till you buy it campaign. And you show videos of all these people that are just having the experience that Anoop had. So they're getting their custom made. They're showing how each step, it's really pulling the differences that you just don't know about the handmade Italian shoes until you buy them, until you go through that experience.
All right, so I've got a couple of tactics here that all fit in with this experience. So I'll run through them. First of all, make no mistake, this is a status purchase. I want someone to know that these shoes are Italian and handmade. And in fact, their value increases the moment someone knows that fact. So when the shoes are being made and when they're finished, I want a photo on Facebook and I want the customer tagged in that photo, right? I want to make sure that it's really easy and not even something they did like, oh, how embarrassing. All my friends found out that I have Italian made shoes. I want to give them a really nice key ring, not a crappy one, but the kind you'd see on a Lamborghini. I want to make sure that they get 4 million thread count socks that have the brand on the side. I want to make sure they get a couple of pairs so that when they pull it up like this, there's the branding, because no one wants branding on a shoe, but branding on a sock or a discrete logo, you can probably get a website. These are also valuable things that you can sell on. I want to see demonstrations. Have you ever seen one of those infomercials in the morning where they get a pan and they cut it in half to show you the copper layering, or they'll take a knife and they'll put it through a shoe to show you how tough that knife really is. Now, the execution and the way that they do that, the way it feels, is all wrong for your brand. But what I'd like to see is a cheap shoe cut in half and a demonstration in video and in store of exactly all the places the corners were cut. I want to educate that customer so that when they leave, they have what we call the defense for the shoes. Now, when we market craft beer and when we market beer in this country, there's a simple problem. If I get caught drinking low-carb beer, or if I get caught drinking a bit of a sort of a wanky beer, then I need to have the defense to tell people why I'm doing that. We call it a bar defense. You need the shoe defense. When someone says, Anoop, damn it, how much did you spend on those shoes? Anoop needs to go, hey, it's not how much they cost. right? It's about why, what's in them, and how they're made. Did you know that when they come from China, they do X? Did you know that synthetic soles have been, proven to cause testicular cancer? Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? We want to arm him with the reasons to make this sense. Get testimonials, absolute number one. The customers that love your product, you need to get them talking about you.
I'm just going to jump in there, Jeff.
Yep.
When I was there, the experience came in a black box. It was a stick, a video.
Yep.
It told me what I was going to be going through, and the experience was even better. And the testimonials came from, there were people like George Bush. There were world leaders that were the last few people that this guy had flown around the world making shoes. And it was the why, right? He was passionate about shoes. The guy's company's worth $300-400 million, and he doesn't need to make shoes, but he does it because he loves it and because those shoes are everything. And my business partner was inspired by that, and it made me inspired. And so
now you've got shoes. Look, I want to tell you one last story. We've certainly got time. No, we don't have time. That's 8 seconds. Photograph the manufacturing process. Make sure they get it in their email. Involve them in the building of the shoes. Woo! I feel like we're warming up again, people.
I feel like we just killed that
I
guy.
feel like we are warming up and we just killed that.
If I was more Australian, or if I was more American, I'd ask for a high five, but a year in this country, I'm slowly going down.
So, of course, we have to have the audience vote. So we're going to have a quick voting session here. So just hands on heads for the win and for us not being stumped. And if you believe it came from somewhere a little bit rubbish, hands on the backside.
Is that a pass? I can see it from the whiteboard.
It's a majority pass.
Majority pass. That marks the 65th strategy built this, I guess.
you guys haven't been stumped yet. The whole 24 hours. What are you, 13
No,
hours?
there's a lot of
13
stuff
hours
up
in.
there. We almost
13
had
hours
one.
in.
There was one close one, but we had a little bit of brand interruption there.
All right. Have we got another question?
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. We've got another online question here.
Yep.
So I have a backpackers hostel up in Ballina. Our industry has the rare dilemma of being a completely local business, but having an international client base. How do we get customers when word of mouth is largely irrelevant at the moment and repeat business isn't a factor either?
So where's Ballina?
Ballina is the northern New South Wales, I believe.
Near Byron Bay.
Near Byron Bay. Beach, surf, hippies. Predominantly
All right.
English, Irish backpackers.
Yeah, I know you had some great answers up here. I just want to start this one out.
Sure.
Just really quick. We got to hit the clock.
Of course we do.
Of course we do.
Nice.
So, the first thing is, you're absolutely kidding yourself if you think there's no word of mouth going on about your business, about the industry. It might not be like physically, but look at TripAdvisor, look at all the places that you can book hotels, resorts, and destinations, and think about all of those reviews coming in. A little eye opener. That is word of mouth. It's not. It's more word of keyboard, but it's people talking about you to other people and opportunities to get positivity and opportunities to get negativity. So I just wanted to kick that off, and then I'm going to hand it over to Jeffrey here, who's got some good stuff for us.
Okay, so the job's to win the next day, and I totally understand some of the restrictions you have around it. So look, Dave's right, reviews are everything, whether it be the Lonely Planet guides or whether it be online. My question would be, if they are the channels for referral, then how good a job are the other backpackers and the other hotels and places to stay within the area that you're in? How good a job are they doing in those particular environments? For instance, I'm yet to get to a site where I see a review on TripAdvisor, and it's got the description about the place and where it is to stay, which is editable by the location. You can add to that, but the reviews are obviously authentic. Where's the off-bound link that goes to a video page with video testimonials from the people that have stayed? Because for me, that's something that's been done really, really poorly. Also, if we can understand the search terms that we happen to know that video is 52 times more likely to end up on the front page of a Google search term than a page without video. So once again, getting the video reviews, building some optimized landing pages around specific terms, and explaining to people not just how good the stay was, but what did they do while they were there, why did they come, where are they going to next, what was their favorite thing about staying. It's within this that you start to build not only an asset Google favors and will rank better than just the text-based ones, but also you start to provide some sort of a service. So my question would be how to incentivize that. And the first way to do that is to make sure that we're talking to the customers that have had the best possible time. So the way we do this is we have an active Net Promoter Score system. We make sure that as everyone leaves and as they're staying, they're asked a really important question, which is how likely are you to recommend this place to stay to a friend or a traveler? Now, what we do is we make sure that when we get those scores in, we actually look in an active way at what they are. If it's 6 or below, we've got to deal with that right now because they are detractors. If it's around sort of 7, not so much of an issue, they're passive. Once we get to 9 and 10, these are the people that are really, really happy. And people that are happy are those that are willing to leave testimonials. So instead of having to systemize and ask every single person that leaves the hotel or that leaves the backpackers, which would be a nightmare, we can take all of our audience and we can just cut it down to just those people that are likely to recommend. If we therefore incentivize them, not only are they most likely to do it, but they'll need the least incentivization.
Yeah, I'll jump in there as well, Jeff. I think reputation is key, right? And that's about what people are saying about your about their stay. The videos was I jumped on the same thing.
Nice.
YouTube is like
because it's gold.
It's gold dust. YouTube is the #2 search engine in the world, right? It's the second most widely seen thing.
Yep.
So I think having videos out there, having those testimonials on YouTube is going to get the message out. And measuring the performance, knowing how you are standing. Every business needs to know how they're competing with the other places to stay in Ballina or in Byron Bay, and that's key as well. I think those are the 3 areas that I'd be focusing on.
Yeah. So Anoop touched on something really interesting here about the reputation, and so I just want you to hold that thought because I think there are a few things you need to think about before you start talking about reviews and all this stuff. The first thing you need to think about is where are you switching your customers from? So is it from no vacation to Ballina? Is it from another Ballina resort to you? Is it from just going to Byron Bay to you? I don't know because I don't know what your business is, but you need to get that down straight so you can figure out where you need to be predatory against in order to give them points or objections. So once we figure that out, you need to find what you're all about and why you. So a really interesting case study about another travel destination, one in Queensland, actually. It's called Moreton Island. So Moreton Island for the longest time had been going to market with all the other islands up in Queensland. And they were saying, beautiful resort destination. They had shots of palm trees. They had people frolicking on the beach. It was a beautiful place. And they were just losing. And when they came to us, we worked with them and we came up with the insight and the reality that Moreton Island is just a pile of sand. It's not a holiday destination. It's not a vacation resort spot. You go there to go fishing and camping, and 4-wheel driving, and all of that really gritty, dirty stuff. So we said, screw the resort, embrace what you're about, and start winning. So they've started to win on a huge front within 4-wheel drives. So now they've been marketing heavily to 4-wheel drives. And by looking at what they're about, they found that who. And that who is who you need to build that reputation with. So Moreton Island starts finding their who. They start building reputations with those 4-wheel drive companies. And then they can really define their audience to create those switching behaviors.
Nice. Okay, so there's an opportunity because your category is not necessarily doing things well. So your job is to get the business of people that are coming to the area. Your competition is other backpackers or cheap and budget accommodation. And the reality here is that you want to look at pain points. So for instance, I happen to know I get really frustrated when I go on one day to get a price and I look a week later and the price has gone up because I know that they're running supply and demand booking engines. So I hate that. I also hate if I get there and it's dirty and it's not a good place to stay, or it's run down, or there aren't clean sheets. The fact is that there are reasons and pain points why someone would pick you and wouldn't pick you. And yet the industry hasn't done a lot to take that risk out of the sale. So what I'm talking about here is guarantees. So you might have a price holding guarantee where if someone makes an inquiry with you and trades a contact detail, whether it be an email or a phone or whatever it is, if they trade a contract detail with you, you will hold the price for 30 days. Right? You've then got their information and you can market to them at a later date, but you've also taken out a pain point. So the advice here is go through, ask your customers all the things that suck about backpackers, then walk through that and go, well, how can we create a different experience about that? How can we take the pain out of it, or create a guarantee there that takes that issue out? Because the reality is the service delivery isn't perfect. And whilst you might not want to change your operation model, you can put in guarantees that make economic sense to at least give people the perception in the acquisition phase that you'll treat them right when they arrive.
So one more idea before we run out the clock. You call it the non-backpackers resort. And it's a little campaign that you put out there, and you target it basically to all the people that do activities. So you go to a backpacker resort, there are all these little flyers and brochures and people take you around. So you partner with those people, and then from there you get the database. And to that database, you actually launch something that pulls out all of the major pain points inside of booking. So things like dirty sheets, things like, what do I do if I get, bed bites? So what are all the really horror stories from those backpacker places? And then make them real to the people that are staying there. They'll freak out and probably try to go with you. So just a little campaign idea to throw in the mix.
With 21 seconds to go, do we have any more gold?
Do we have time?
Yes, we do. We do. All right, so you market one location. You have other locations around the world as a backpackers group. I think the answer here is affiliate programs. So you're no doubt doing this, but who are the other people in your area that are acquiring customers, and how can you trade media exposure and customers and database exposure to throw leads their way? That's it.
You'll hear some clapping.
All right, nice. This guy's a stayer. So we really are in the graveyard shift right now, guys. So before we go, it's getting skinny, but we'll have one last vote. Are we stumped or are we passed? Heads for passed and stumped. Thank you.
Wow. Jeff, didn't you rent your house out for backpackers destination?
I haven't done that yet, but I am thinking about doing that on the trip overseas. Yes.
Airbnb,
Well, I haven't decided that yet, but I'm thinking it might be a good idea. All right. We are going to need another question.
Got one here for you.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Hit us.
I am about to launch a website covering art, culture, food, and events in Sydney, with the hopes of expanding to all other major cities in Australia. Obviously, I'm up against plenty of other sites online. With a development and marketing budget of about 70K, how can I best separate myself from other Sydney-based sites such as Broadsheet, Pedestrian, and the Thousands?
Wow.
We can repeat. So it's a art, culture, food, events site, and they're looking to separate themselves from the competitors within that realm.
Okay. All right, I'm going to start the clock and we can go. All right. Do you know what? I'm worried for you. I'm scared. And I'm not just scared because it's 3 a.m. in the morning. I'm scared because there's just too much competition out there. There's established players that have been doing this a long time, and they've already got all of their feeders. They've got their organic SEO. They've got their SEM sorted. They've got much larger budgets. So without putting a dampener on it for you, I want to talk through some of the things you can look at. The first one is to mix up your communications channel. So the typical way that this works is that you have the property, and you have feeders in from that, and there's an email database which gets blast out. There might be some apps as well. What we found out, the latest report from McKinsey's not only said that that email was 40 times more powerful for conversion than social media, it also found that whenever we're mixing mediums now, we're getting much greater engagement. So once upon a time, it was all post. And as we've moved through electronic channels only, and they've become lower cost and lower cost, so too have they become crowded, and they've started to dive in terms of their open rates, their effectiveness, and their engagement. In that, people stopped using these other mediums. So SMS hasn't really lifted off like it probably should have. Print mediums are no longer being used very heavily in a lot of spaces. So your question is, what mediums would you partner with your online experience to make sure that you're getting that engagement through other channels? The second point is new product development, new product development, new product development. The products that are out there are more or less ubiquitous. They differentiate themselves maybe on the content, so whether it's all video, pictures, and copy, or differentiate themselves on the age-old editorial style and editorial content. The advantage and the opportunity here for you is that they're actually quite hard to differentiate on perceivably. So really, I get back to, what are you building? Because if you just do what everyone else does, you will get slaughtered in this space. But if you can actually say, well, what product is needed and why, then you've got an opportunity. So I would look around, again, I would look around pain points. I would look around other markets that have these sorts of properties that are a step ahead and see what I could bring over. And I would look around all of the things that don't work with these particular products right now and build something new. Because unless you have a fundamentally different product with a great story, I can't see how you'll succeed in this space.
Yeah. So I think I have an answer for you. And luckily, this is what step change is wicked good at. So this is the,
if we do say so ourselves,
the definition of predator, and it's how do you use your competitor's greatest strength and how do you make that a weakness? And in this case, our competitors that are massive are these other big websites that are established and set up and have tons of traffic and tons of partners. Well, now it's our mission to look at that strength, and that strength for them is they're about art, culture, and food, but the strength is that they're mainstream, they're established. And so what's the weakness? The weakness is that they're not really in touch with the underground. So there's a really interesting positioning around finding the underground in Sydney or wherever we go. And we position it about, you know what, we actually cut any artist that gets a certain popularity level. Maybe it's if they sell over 1 million records on iTunes, they're not featured on our site. Maybe it's if they get issued in a certain other publication, we cut them. So it's about positioning the underground. Another thing you could do is actually have a password to get into your website. You shut people out. You don't want to be popular. And the only way to get a password or a key to this might be from buying an LP from one of these artists. It might be hidden behind a painting or a print. It might be encoded in something interesting. So screw trying to be like everyone else that does art, culture, and food, and start differentiating by being the guys that are exclusive and underground. And from that, there's a billion ideas on how you can roll it across your touch point and start winning on a completely different level.
Okay.
Dave, you started with why. Jeff, you talked about, I guess, the value proposition. So I said the same thing. I said point of difference. I had an involvement with a business. I still have an involvement with a business called Time Out, which
that would be market leader.
I hope so.
That would be market leader in this space currently. So you founded and worked with that.
And Step Change was quite integral in our launch part of the business. So we really focused on the content, and we focused on what's our point of difference or what's our angle. So with this business, it's a local voice. It's the locals' guide to the city, and that's why visitors and tourists want to pick it up. We started with an angle of having a little bit of playfulness in the way we deliver content, and we also wanted to be independent. So everything was independent, authoritatively written. All of the food reviews are all paid for. They're all anonymously done. It's that sort of thing. It's getting with that underground vibe. All of the events and so forth, the experiences that we deliver, both online and also in our actual events, are sort of that grassroots type thing. So we always have artists, people that are on the up and coming at our bar events and at all our reader events. The other thing that we wanted to do is we looked at, so when we launched Time Out Sydney, we looked at another city that's really culturally vibrant, and that's Melbourne. And what the difference, what we saw that was a real plus that Melbourne had that Sydney didn't have it at the time, was a small bar scene. And we found that, you know, by championing this and getting behind, there was a movement called Raise the Bar. So Time Out did a lot of work supporting Raise the Bar, and it's because of that now that the liquor licensing laws have changed. We fought the big hotel chains, and you know, Sydney is starting to have this up and coming culture of small bars and unique places to, you know, really communicate and build in the local suburbs as well as in the city. So yeah.
Nice. So I've got a big idea. It's not necessarily a good idea, but I think it might be. So this really explores, it's just one example of new product development. So I don't know if it's the best idea. What I do know is that if you did this, it would be a fundamentally new product offering. So the positioning of it is now and live. So as we're demonstrating with this event, you can actually deliver content to people live now. So imagine if all the reviews for everything on the site, there was no content over 4 hours old, or you promised to have all content updated every 4 hours in some way. So there might be still that key piece of editorial, but there was like, what happened this last 4 hours? What happened this last 4 hours? So it was all about see it now. So it's not, oh, this weekend we've got this on. It's like, get here right now, the beer tasting's on. You could crowdsource reviews and give people the ability to put that information in as it comes live and take the pressure off your newsroom. So what you'll see here is you would be, I don't know if a world first, but certainly an Australian first if you were able to deliver that. And now there's live streaming, there's Twitter updates, there's crowdsourcing content. So it really is possible right now in this day and age to deliver a very timely and a very fresh update and newsworthy angle on all of the stuff that's happening in Sydney. Now that is up to date, and I believe that if that was delivered, it'd be fundamentally different. Now, is it right or wrong? Not sure. But within the pain points, there are opportunities across all of these areas to look for something truly different and launch with that.
Cool. So I'm just going to wrap this up here with a little framework, guys. So start with your why, find your positioning that actually sets you apart from the major players. From there, you're going to look into what kind of experience you're creating. How are you actually getting in front of people? So taking it from just online to in events, and look about creating movements in different cities. So each city is different and they're looking for different things. So how do you translate that across Australia? I think fourth, which could be a massive, massive game changer here, is look into actual innovation and new product development. Jeff talked about now going live. He talked about content no older than 4 hours. This stuff is actually revolutionary and can really start pulling you apart from the major sites.
Nice. With just enough time.
Woo!
All right. Come on, Big Generous. We've got a 4-step framework over there. We've got a big idea over here. And we've got trusted and proven experience launching what is now market leader in this space. That's got to be a pass. So ladies and gentlemen, vote again.
Hands on your head if we pass.
Pass.
It's majority pass. We're heating up.
We're good. We're good.
We are heating up.
Woo! I do have to say that was probably my best answer yet. That was high.
Probably the best answer in the world. Yeah. All right. So we'll just ask our, so it's just on 3 o'clock here. We're going to ask our angels in the corner to dig out of the question barrel a question from today or a question from overseas and pull that into a marketing challenge that we can solve here live in 9 minutes.
All right, got the perfect one for you guys. My engineering firm is struggling a little, and now I'm expected to build relationships and contribute to new business. I heard I should build rapport. Isn't that just being nice? What advice do you have for a non-salesperson?
Okay. Alrighty. We will absolutely start the clock. Okay. I'm going to go and vamp here. I haven't had time to get anything down, but this is a question I'm very passionate about. So the first thing when it comes to new business, you want to think about it as a team and a system. So not everyone can be a hunter. Not everyone can be a systems person. Not everyone's great at building rapport. So what you actually want to do is work out within the business what each person's role is to deliver new business. So you might find that even though you're not the right guy to be sitting down for that open new business meeting, you might be a great person to bring in down the track when things get a little bit more technical. Or you might find that you're a really good person to write the proposals off the back end so that you can attend meetings, take the work off the back end, but not necessarily have to run the conversations. So you want to have a look at your conversion funnel. You want to have a look at what's needed, and then you want to slot the team in just like a coach would with a football team and make sure that you've got that production line. Now, that may or may not be possible. I mean, the answer may be that you just have to do new business. You have to be the person that's sitting down. You have to be the person face to face. But it's not until you've asked 2 questions that you move on to that. You ask the whole team in the context of what's needed to convert a sale. You ask them, what can you do and what will you do? And basically, you're looking for hands up around the table. I can do that, and I'm willing to step into that role and do it. Now, if your organization's in trouble and it's doing tough times, basically the people that step in are the people that are going to be successful and stay around and be rewarded, because that's how the business machine works.
So when we hear problems like this, it's often accompanied by, I feel sleazy, or I don't feel right making the sale. So the first thing you need to get through your head is that it's okay to sell, because what you're actually doing on the other end is a good thing or a positive thing for your customer. So if you're really passionate about what you do, and engineers usually are, then you know what, you're not selling, you're building something for the future.
They're usually very passionate, but just no one can tell.
They might be emotionless, but they love their job and what they're building. The second thing that I would do is look into getting the right tools to have more effective conversations every time. So one tool that we use pretty heavily is called an A3 discussion guide. And it allows us to effectively host the correct sales conversation and walk through that conversation with the customer, no matter who's doing it. So if I'm having it, or Jeff's having it, or Nikki or Ivan is having a sales conversation, they know the exact path and the points that they need to make and where they need to anchor the customer to have an effective conversation. The next tool, before I hand it over to Anoop, who's really excited, is look at how you can systemize qualifying questions and having those conversations. So you want to pull out all the right questions you need to ask, or you could ask, to take that customer through what's the problem, how do I build the basket size, what's the upside or the downside potentially, and all of those little nitty-gritty things you need to do before you ask, will you buy my product today?
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Engineers solve problems, right? And you've got to believe that you're solving somebody's problem. The best way of building rapport, right, is to ask questions. You've got to focus on what they want. Everyone knows that what you want. You want to sell them engineering services. You want to fix, want to fix their problems. You want to grow their business by growing your business. But what is their want? What is their key? And the first thing to do is ask those questions. Pre-frame those questions. Have systems in place so that when you get those qualifying answers from those questions, you can then respond. But listening is key. The more that the other person talks is the more that they trust you. The more you talk, the less, the more you trust them. And in building rapport, it's key. The key thing is trust. Is this engineer, is this company going to solve my problem? So ask questions, focus on their wants, and listen. That's the first part.
Cool. Jeff, while you finish up that thought, I'm going to throw out one more here. So the best way to build rapport is not just to have coffees. It's not just to give a phone call. The best way to actually build rapport is to add value to whoever you're talking to. Because people are time poor. They don't just want to sit down and have a coffee to know you. But if I tell Anoop, why don't you come over to Step Change and I'll answer your juiciest marketing question that you've been sitting on for the past 3 months in 9 minutes, he's going to pop over because we're actually adding value to him. Once we add value, we're adding just as much or more rapport. So it's that type of relationship that you want to create, not just a, hey, how's it going? Could you use some engineering? Yeah. So that's what you need to keep in mind when you think building rapport.
Yeah, so I want to break rapport down into some kind of practical things you can do to build it, because rapport is just a feeling of similarity. Rapport is they're a person like me, and we like people like us. It's the root of racism. It's the root of gender equality. It's the root of a whole lot of stuff. Humans tend to want to congregate with those that are like them, and you can trick people into that. So the first one is intent counts more than technique. Your job is not to sell them something. Your job is only to fully understand if you can help. Asking questions and breaking down problems is things engineers do better than anything. So turn up with a great intent. The rest will look after itself. This is an insight. You can't help them. If they've got a problem, you can't help them unless they buy. So buying isn't making them buy or helping them buy. That's not something you're doing to manipulate them. If you genuinely believe that you will help them on the other side, then you've got to genuinely believe that they're going to buy from you, because it's only once you're engaged that you can help. Use exact phraseology. So it's really easy. If someone states a problem to you, you don't want to parrot it back in exactly the way, but you want to use key words. Like if they sit on something, if they mention something repetitively, if they smile or laugh when they say it, if they get intense, they get pensive. These are warning signs or little flags that this is important to them. So if someone says, you know, Jeff, I'm going to come to you for some marketing and I want some out-of-the-box ideas, and I convert that in, oh, you'd like me to run a facilitated brainstorm, they're going to say to me, well, no, that's not really what I want. What I wanted was out-of-the-box ideas. So just by linking exactly into their phraseology and repeating back to them those key words, you can make sure they feel they've been listened to and they know what you want. If you just did those three things and made sure that when you were in that, you did a lot of listening, as Anoop said, you would absolutely have gone a long way to building this thing about rapport. And it's not about being a pushover. It's about being someone who listens and has a genuine want and an intent to help, and who is perceived by the other person as being able to help and enough like them to do business with.
Yeah, you got to understand their needs. And that comes from.
I think I don't know if there's any more. I think that was it.
Yeah.
We're going to call it on that one.
Framework on it. We're going to know, you know what? You're not just selling, you're actually doing something you're passionate about and solving that.
Problems.
You then want to come over here and you want to make sure you're listening, you're asking questions, and you're solving the problem.
Yep.
And then what Jeff said, rapport is broken out into these simple few steps. Jeff, run us over them.
Intent counts more than technique. Your job is only to fully understand if you can help, and if you can't, you will close the sale. The minute you will walk away from a sale that you can't make is the moment that your integrity is absolutely full. Use exact phraseology and try and be as much like them as possible. You know, understand their interests, know what they like. The last one in just shortly, use tools, right? If selling is not something that's easy for you, then find ways to leverage that. So is there a way that you can systemize the follow-up with an email system? Can you have a video on your website or on your email signature that helps them on-sell to other people so that you don't have to? Is there an A3 discussion guide, which is a modular way of having a discussion with visually anchored points that you can use? So for those of people within the organization that struggle a bit with those opening conversations or particular parts of new business, what can we build for them to make that easier so that they can do what they do great? It's about empowering your people. So we will call it there. I'm going to take a high five. All right. So it's getting skinny. It's the wee hours of the morning.
It's time to vote again.
But we are going to ask for a vote, for a cheer. Put your hands on your head if we nailed it and give us a cheer. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, baby. So that's another roaring pass from the audience.
All right.
Woo.
I think you guys are, you're passing everything. You haven't been stumped once. I think I might play the Dan Illick.
Did you watch it?
I watched it.
If
crazy.
If you can deliver a Dan Illick experience, I will.
I don't know about
I'll buy you a beer afterwards.
Barbecuing a cow's leg.
So look, guys, again, we need questions. We've got to keep them coming through. The show only goes, and we can only deliver if we have questions. So it's stumpme@stepchangemarketing.com. That's stumpme@stepchangemarketing.com. Just send us a quick email. Tell us a little bit about your business, what your problem is, and again, try and be as specific as possible. The more specific you can be, the better the answers are, the more fun we'll all have. So have we got a question from the online panel?
Great. We do. I just want to say there's actually some online comments, nothing that we can read out, but yeah, everyone's happy. Cool. So got one here. Positioning seems to be the hot word, but how do you settle on it? I always hear that I need to get my message clear, but with so much going on in the business, it's hard to boil it down to something punchy. Got any tips?
Yep. Okay.
Get messaging clear. Yeah.
Okay.
That is not. That is
haven't
not.
told us the business?
Yeah. No, there's no business specific.
Okay. We'll take that anyway. I mean, look, there's some rules and some tenets. So I got to admit that I also, when I started in marketing as a young brand strategist, it was positioning, and I didn't really understand why. But the reason that we need positioning is basically that humans are remarkably lazy and they've got a very small amount of attention span. Now, we hear that all the time, but I'll give you an example. If you just say in your head, if I ask you to name a toothpaste brand, you name one. I then get you to name another one. You probably can do that. Third time, fourth time, 5 brands, 6 brands. The reason that we run out of brands that we can name in the toothpaste space is because it's a low interest category we don't care about. Now, if I asked you the same question around the car industry, you'd probably be able to name a lot more brands. Now, this is because within the brain, we have a very limited amount of space and we're willing to remember just a couple of things. So we like to say that in a sales conversation, someone can remember 5 to 7 pieces of information out of that. And you need to get very, very high frequency on that in different ways as you sell to them. So whenever we're talking to a customer, if we haven't got that absolutely down pat, we'll leave them confused. Now, there's 3 things you want to look at. You want to look at your competitive context. You want to look at what's great about your business. And you want to look at imagine them as a Venn diagram. And within that is a center in the middle, and that is your positioning. What is it that's great about our business and differentiating about our business that our customers also want that's significantly different? And once we've got that, we can employ a piece of thinking called inch wide, mile deep. Now, it's a little bit bigger than an inch for the cameras.
But board jump over here? Come on.
I am, mate. I'm stealing answers. What this says is that we want to define our category narrowly enough that we can be the market leader within that. So we're the first brand to brain, and then have enough depth in that market so there's enough customers to come through to satisfy our growth objectives. So when this all boils down, the question that you asked was, how do I actually come up with this? Well, it's a grueling process. You need to list every single feature of your business. You then need to rank that by its importance to, so we've got features. We then want to rank that by its importance to our audience or our customers. And then we want to rank that by out of 10 by how we perform versus the competitive set. You'll see what I've done here is I've created a framework for bringing those 3 spheres together into one space. We then rank based on features, and off that, we can then look at the benefits and the implications of that. So I'll give you an example, right? We might have a vacuum cleaner that's 2 watts. That isn't going to sell a vacuum cleaner. I don't even know what wattage my vacuum cleaner is at home, and frankly, it's kind of unimportant. What might sell is that it'll pick up more dust, or it'll suck, or I can get the job done faster. But the implication, right? The benefit is the utility that comes from the feature. The implication is what is now different in my life as a result. And here is what sells. If I say it's 2,000 watts, it'll suck up more dirt, and the end result is that your kid's asthma won't flare up, or that your husband won't snore at night. Now you are selling to me. People buy on implications, but they want you to be able to prove it with a feature and a benefit. Once we've filled this out and we have it ranked, we actually have quite an analytical way to look at what our number 1 features are. We can cluster them together into those 5 to 7 messages, and whatever is the highest or the best grouping, we can bring that out and make that our positioning.
Cool.
I'm standing with 2 marketing and communication strategist gurus here. So I don't have.
The question was tailor-made.
Well, just talking about features and benefits and implications, very, very important when looking at all the value in your business and crafting your story. So I just want to touch on why positioning is important. It's important because we need a single thought that we can hold in customers' minds. And without defining the most important features, benefits, and implications that we want to communicate to our customers, we can't define that single thought that we need to hold in customers' minds.
So that's what positioning is, and that's why it's important. So I'm going to give an example here of a UK brand that was previously in the ice cream category. And they were going up against the Pauls, the Walls, the big ice cream players, and they weren't doing very well. And so they decided to launch a brand of ice cream called the Ice Creamists. And they were a little bit radical, and they were a little bit out there. They had flavors like Sex Pistol and vodka liqueurs. And to top it all off and take their business to the next level, I know you're going to cringe when I say this, but don't do it too much in front of the camera. They actually launched breast milk ice cream.
Yikes.
So what they did was they actually created a positioning around adult concept ice cream. So the ice cream that's a little different and a little out there. And once they're known for that, they can start innovating and developing and basically building this brand that they need to create based on that single thought of adult concept ice cream. I can go for another one if you guys don't got anything.
Yeah, grip it and rip it.
Cool. So I'm going to go for the next step here. Once you have that positioning based on all the features of value, you want to look at how that comes to life. And the most effective way to do that is through what we call archetypes. Archetypes are essentially based on stories that have been told time and time again from the Kalahari Hill tribes to Hollywood. And within all of these stories, there's a philosopher, or he's a psychologist named Carl Jung. And he identified that through those stories, there were 12 characters that consistently appeared. And so what happens is actually these characters are built into us as humans, and we innately know them without ever having to learn them. And the implication to your brand means that if you can align behind one of these archetypes that customers inherently know with no effort, you start being really relatable and really rememberable. So that's the next step as I would take once you develop your positioning.
Very nice.
And from your key features and benefits, think about which of the archetypes, you can just Google this, and the 12 archetypes will come up and you'll immediately know them. But think about what archetype you want to align by and fits with your brand so you can start really driving forward with the building of this.
Dave, thanks for that. Jeff's talked about how to get your features and your benefits and getting those key messages. I'm going to go with a little live demo that you can only do on.
You can only do live.
on stage.
You can only do this live.
And that's going to test Dave's, I guess, dexterity and so forth. Dave, I just want you to catch. Okay, so what I did there was throw 4 or 5 different pens at Dave, and he managed to pick up one, didn't really catch them. The point I'm going to illustrate here is I'm going to give Dave those 3 or 4 pens, those 3 or 4 marketing messages that we've narrowed down here. I'm going to say, Dave, here's 1, here's 2, here's 3, here's 4, and here's 5.
Hey, well done. Well done.
It's a simple point. We all
the
know
eye
it,
of the
and that
tiger.
is that, if you are delivering that message to your customer, you want to give it one point at a time. People don't have a lot of space, right? So they need to take one point at a time, one key feature, one key benefit at a time.
Yeah, look, last point with a minute to go. Typically, when people look for a positioning, what they do is they put the blinkers on and they look at their business and they say, it's in here somewhere, it's in here somewhere, it's in here somewhere, it's in here somewhere. Now, the problem with that is that a lot of categories are quite mature. And in fact, they've kind of worked out all the positioning. So for instance, if you happen to be an engineering firm like we had before, like getting stuff right, pricing, quality control, quality of your people, experience of your people, that stuff has become hygiene because of what's happened in the industry. So because it's mature, people know to look for it. So you actually sometimes need to build your positioning. It may not actually exist. For instance, if you run through this and you get, you look at it and you say, well, look, against competitors, actually, it's parity. We're actually all the same on that issue, or more or less the same, or it's very hard for people to perceive it, but it's of high customer importance. You might actually go through and build something that is unique to position around. So you're looking for innovation, whether it be a guarantee or some sort of change in the service delivery to fundamentally have something new and different.
All right. Usually we get a clap when we take a question like that. So in Stump the Strategist fashion,
well,
audience, stand up,
And
hands
give
on your
us-
head. We passed. Hands on the bottom if we didn't.
And no cheers. Greedy people. Now, Anoop, we can't thank you enough for being part of this. You have to be absolutely barking mad to turn up somewhere at 2 a.m., work through till 3 a.m. I know you said you're a night owl, but we've just got you. So we're doing this for assistance dogs. You know that we've committed to solve 100 strategies in 100 hours. We're raising money for assistance dogs. What these guys do right here is they actually help people who can't necessarily be fully mobile or who can't grasp and do the sorts of things they need to do. So they're kind of like the canine hand. So guide dogs are all about helping people see. These guys are all about doing things for people. They can do amazing things like get a beer from a fridge. They can take people's socks off. If someone falls down or out of their wheelchair or something like that, then these guys can bark and get attention. They've actually saved lives. So this is actually Opal. We had Opal in here today. And this is a miniature version of her Anoop. So you can take that as a sign of our thanks and for your generosity. And just here, put it there,
Thanks.
a real handshake.
Thank you.
And thanking you very much for coming on board with us and doing this.
Cheers, thank you.
And we have a lovely bottle of wine for you from Grace Farm, a super premium wine that you threw a question to us earlier, award-winning in the Margaret River.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil.
Thanks, Dave.
Pleasure. Good to see you again.
Lovely. So we are actually on the home stretch, believe it or not. At the end of this next hour, we'll be at 4 a.m. and the sun's going to come up at about 6 a.m. here in Australia. So we're hoping to power through. We're hoping that all the people online keep submitting questions to stump me at stepchangemarketing.com. And we're hoping to keep the energy levels up. So it's not easy here, guys. We thank you very much for the comments. You got to imagine we actually worked a full day yesterday before we came here. My first shift was at 12 o'clock. I know Dave was working as well. So to keep up and be going for, I think it's been 12 hours now, guys?
Yeah.
About 12 hours. No, it would be 14 hours.
14
To be going
hours,
for 14 hours is absolutely amazing. We've still got 100 problems to solve. What's the tally now, Dave? Where are we at with that?
We're at 69.
69, all right. So we're ahead of schedule. We have more or less 30 questions to go. We're hoping to knock it out of the park. We need them submitted to stumpme at stepchangemarketing.com. Now I have one more guest. You can see her just off screen. This is the very lovely Nicola Adams. Nicola is a strategy executive with us at Step Change Marketing. She's cut her teeth on a couple of complicated agile strategy projects in financial services. And tonight she's going to join us and just add another perspective to what we're talking about today. How you doing?
Agile strategy.
Agile. Why don't you tell us, Dave?
I'd love to hear it from your words.
Okay. So Agile Strategy is a business innovation product we have. So look, not all issues can be solved by marketing alone. Sometimes marketing is the lipstick on the pig, you know, and in this day and age, sometimes, as we've said tonight, you just need to actually change the business model. So we'll go through that and do that with people and make sure that they actually have something that's competitive, they have an offer within market that's differentiated, that will work, make them money, and that's commercial.
It sounds really valuable to a lot of businesses out there.
Nice. All right. So we're going to keep on rolling through here. We need a question.
Yes, we are.
And we need 9 minutes on the clock. So.
We are.
And it's an online one again, not surprisingly, at this hour of the night in Australia.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So, online question. I've started a juice company packing and selling premium juices to stores. I've got a marketing budget of around 100K and want to know what tactics will be most effective to invest that 100K in.
Okay. Now, was there any hints around what made that juice premium? Is it cold pressed?
It is cold pressed.
Ah, gotcha. And I know that because that's the trend, right? So that's what's popping up around.
Got a note here, you know, definitely jumping on the trends of, you know, green juice, multiple fruits and vegetables within the same packet, within the same product.
Okay. Is there any other information submitted within the question?
No, there is not.
Okay. So fresh, cold pressed juice. All right. So I'm going to go out on a limb here. So I think a couple of things that I'll mention here you're probably already doing. The reason being is one thing I know about. So cold press is really big at the moment here. I know it's really big over in San Francisco as well. And what I know about cold press is it kind of has to be drunk that day because there aren't a lot of preservatives put in. It's not what they call heat treated or homogenized. And for those reasons, if it's not drunk that day, it can get a little bit funky. So whenever you've got literally a daily juice that must be drunk that day, you've absolutely got to be a subscription business. Now, the issue with this, there's twofold to this. One, you can have recurring income, which is great with a subscription business, but the problem with it is that you need to build that database first. So I'm assuming that you either understand that that's a requirement of your business model or that you're moving towards it. But for all of those that are listening in that haven't necessarily heard and understood your business, I'm going to run through that anyway. So the very first thing I would be doing is looking for complementary businesses. We talk about this a lot. So I get a food service called HelloFresh, where I get fresh food to cook at home with recipe cards, all individually cut up and ready to go. Now, the reason that I mention this is that this is for people that are busy but want to look after their health. It's for people that care about what they eat. If you actually look at those customers, very similar to the ones that you want. Now, I also happen to know that every single Monday when I get the box, I open it up and right on top, there's my recipe cards, and there's also 3 or 4 other businesses that fit with my attitudes, my behaviors, and my feeling towards food, health, and nutrition. Now, these guys have got massive databases. They're also always looking for retention because they understand exactly the same thing that you know, which is you need customers to come back 1 week, the next week, and the week after. Because the only way that you can manage your production flow and make a successful business is knowing that you've got that subscription money coming in. So once again, it's a partnership. You want to have a really clear why. You want to have a really clear partnership model, and you want to have something of value to deliver to their customers so that they aren't seen to be marketing to their customers, they're seen to be adding value and growing their customers.
That's interesting, Jeff. So when I hear cold pressed juice, I immediately think there's a lot of cold pressed juice out there. So unfortunately, you're not in the room with us today because I'd love to ask you more about it. But so I think your first challenge is really pulling yourself apart from the 10 or 20 other cold pressed juice options. I mean, you go to any cafe in Sydney, you can get cold pressed juice. So really encourage you to look deep into your store and what actually separates you, and if that's a reality or not. Because a lot of people have cold pressed juice that's green. So something I watched the Simon Sinek video, Start With Why. So every great story is communicated from the level of why. Then it's the how and the what. So a perfect example of this is how Steve Jobs presented the iPod. So when Steve Jobs presented the iPod, he didn't say, I have a computer machine that has 4 gigahertz RAM and processes 1,000 megabytes of data, and because of that, you can walk around and play music. No, Steve Jobs, when he started with why, he said, your entire music collection in your pocket, and this is because. So it's that wow factor, it's that why. So you need to find that why that differentiates you. So the second thing I would look at in terms of a tactic that's really interesting once you've found your why is you have $100,000. So you can do, I highly recommend looking at your current customers, but look at owning an occasion. So I don't.
Ooh, lovely. The old owning an occasion. Very bloody good.
Sorry, my second one.
Dave, you're sneaking things off Nikki's board. We've talked about this.
So maybe it's every time somebody posts workout and you look at different partnerships there. Or maybe it's every time after work. So after work, God, I love a cold pressed juice. Maybe it's the walk to work. So you start finding those little points throughout a customer's life. The clock's not even on, guys. What a rookie mistake.
It's all right. We've got an official timekeeper in the corner. He'll give us the update and we'll move through. This is exactly what happens when you start something at 3 a.m. So it's all right. We'll get an update. We'll just ask for that. If you could just let us know when 9 minutes is up, that would be absolutely awesome.
So to recap what I just said, find your why and get real with yourself, because cold pressed juice isn't a differentiator. And then look at owning an occasion. So whether it be a workout after work or on the way to work, what can you do to own that occasion?
Okay.
All right. So I would start with the brand personality. So think about the juice that you have. It's a very saturated market. So you want a brand personality that is going to differentiate your juice from every other juice out there. Now, this brand personality is an archetype, so a personality like a lover, a jester, a caregiver. Could be any of the archetypes out there. And if you pick one, line it up against your competitors and try and own that archetype. So make sure it's different. That archetype then follows through, the personality follows through into the packaging. So that when it's on the shelf, if it's, is my mum?
Not picking up.
Not picking up. So when it's on the shelf or in a store, because I'm not quite sure how the cold press is distributed, then it will look different visually. And it will match back to this premium look as well.
Nice. Cool. So, Jeff, before you dive into another tactics here, I just want to stress.
How did you know I was getting tactical?
Because you're a tactical man.
Oh,
so
come
I want to step back to a strategy layer here for a second. And it's a little study done of the Fortune 500 companies versus the Fortune 100 companies. So they found that the Fortune 500 companies spent about 12 to 13% of their marketing budget marketing to their current customers.
About 2 minutes left, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. And then when they looked at the Fortune 100, they found that it was a whopping 34%. So we need to think about if we're getting customers and if we have loyalty and referral programs, we have to capture that data in order to market to our existing customers more effectively. Because the Fortune 500 companies are, we want to be a Fortune 100 company.
All right, so I have a couple of tactics here that are all rolled up. So cold press, it's everywhere at the moment, but no one's doing the only. Why can't I buy juice that has Indonesian dragon fruit in it? If we bring in these exotic fruits that no one else has, we differentiate. At the moment, it's all your super greens, it's your breakfast juice. They're very, very similar. There's very little innovation on the product formulation. The other one, if it's made for today, why isn't it made for today? So of course you have your favorites, but where's the drink that's summer is for slim, right? Which is all about low calorie and energizing the metabolism. What about winter hugs? What I'm talking about here is making sure that as the days tick past, if it has to be made today, then why isn't it made for today? The last one that I've got here is making sure that you're surprising and delighting. So if someone orders a week's worth of juice, you put 8 in because you know what? You're worth it and I want to keep you. And also the last one is what we call a thanks barometer, which with their order is an online way to get points and earn by sharing and telling friends, which then comes back as value in the terms of my financials and how much I'm paying for the drinks.
Cool. So to wrap this up, you want to start with why and really look at what differentiates you. Once you find that story, bring it to life in your marketing collateral through point of sale by aligning your brand personality with one of those archetypes. And then look at how you can differentiate your packaging from that. From there, you want to look at owning an occasion and investing in your current customers. So getting that data, marketing more effectively. And from there, you want to create word of mouth and referrals by surprising and delighting your customers.
Nice.
Thank you.
I feel like we've warmed up again, you know? Every so often we hit our stride. So look, thanks a lot for submitting that question. That was an awesome one. We really enjoyed that. Keep submitting those questions. We're going to keep going. So what we're going to do now is just have a quick vote. There's very few people left here in the studio, but you know what? We're really thankful for those that have hung on. They've hung on with us for assistance dogs. They've hung on for the love of strategy. So we're just going to ask up the back there, stumped or passed?
Woo! Yeah, fantastic. Oh.
Right. We're really excited, guys. So basically, we're down in Fishburners, which is an online and which is an entrepreneurial and startup community in Sydney. Now, even those guys are tending to walk out in their caffeine-fueled haze, but come 7 a.m., we know that they bounce all the way back in. So if we can push through all the questions from online into the room today, answer them, we know that come 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, we're going to have people back in the room, and it's going to be amazing. So we're looking for one more question for us to chew on.
All right. I have a mobile dog watching business that watches after dogs, but actually delivers them to their owners at specified periods during the day, be it over lunch or midday. Turns out pet owners love their pets and want to make sure they are getting the right care during the day. I'm having trouble because my customers are a bit spread out and can be a hassle to schedule everything. How can I grow my customer base without having to buy new trucks and equipment? So mobile dog watching business.
Just if you could just pull out for us, just because that was quite a big question.
Yeah.
And it's quite early in the morning here, so we're doing our best. If you could just pull out some of those nuggets and fire them at us again.
So I'm having trouble because my customers are a bit spread out and it can be a hassle to schedule everything.
Yep.
How can I grow my customer base without having to buy more trucks and equipment to get to my customers?
So what business, real quick, just the first few lines.
I have a mobile dog watching business that watches after dogs, but actually delivers them to their owners at specified periods during the day, be it over lunch or midday. And it turns out pet owners love their pets and want to make sure that they are getting the right care during the day.
Okay. Alrighty. Any questions, thoughts, comments?
I have some comments, maybe some opinions, not advice, but I have an opinion.
Should we start the clock?
I think we should start the clock this time.
All right.
Cool. So you said you want to grow your customers, and I think that's kind of a dual-edged sword because you really need to think about, I mean, the question is, how do I grow my business without a massive investment in infrastructure and employees and all of that stuff? So there are a few things that I think could get you there. So the first thing I want to ask you is, what kind of saturation are you looking at? If you are super packed, then think about how you can grow your price in order to actually grow your business without, without having to make that extra investment. If you're not and you have more capacity to take care of more dogs, I would look at your current customers and see, what buildings are they in? Because it sounds like you're driving from company to company, and that can be a lot of time and a lot of pain. So you want to start owning the buildings. There's some big, huge buildings out in North Ryde that have, I could say near a few thousand employees. God knows how many pet owners there are in them. If you could just start penetrating those customers, then you actually decrease all of your travel and you start winning easier in those businesses. So I think those are going to be a few quick levers for you to look at based on how much capacity you have with this mobile van.
And just an add-on to that, grouping by location, Dave. If you think about it like a car share, so you save money by doing a car share. If you can get a group of 4 dogs in the area together, then you get the discount.
Brilliant.
Oh, that's
brilliant,
so
brilliant, brilliant,
get
brilliant,
people to work
brilliant.
Together, provide a platform that they can get in touch with each other.
Gotcha.
Their dogs can play together.
So it might be 3 new dogs and your dog walks for free.
Your dog walks for free.
Gotcha. Lovely. Okay, so I have this is very tactical stuff here, but I totally, Dave was all over it, and so is Nikki. This is all about geography. So I'm asking, what are all the non-traditional and in fact free advertising mediums that happen within that geographic area? So for instance, why don't you put your dogs, much as the assistance dogs do, in branded coats to make sure that when you're walking dogs in that area, there is a bit of messaging and a web address and a mobile phone number that lets people in that area know that this service is available. Also, within all of these areas, right, when you go to the park and there's that mangy old dog bowl next to the tap, there's an opportunity there to put in a nice, beautiful, premium dog bowl that's chained to the tap and that carries your branding and your contact details. I bet that not even a mangy old sheriff or a local council member would be upset with you for putting that sort of thing in that's actually providing a service to the community. Now, every single dog that goes to that park ends up at that bowl. So if it's a beautiful stainless steel bowl, it's chained and padlocked so that it can't be stolen, and it's just got etched in it your contact details and your value proposition, I think that you'll do really, really well. So moving out of that, I just want to ask, you want to grow your business, maybe you want to grow it by 20%. How much competition is there? How unique is your service? And how much do your customers love it? Because if the competition is low, if the uniqueness is high and your customers love it, you may be able to grow 20% by just increasing your prices. Now, they won't love you for that, but you'll make your growth objective. So rather than getting an extra dog in the area around scheduling, you might be able to actually just make an extra $10 an hour, an extra $15 an hour and hit your growth objective. The next place I would look is additional services. So my business partner, Ash, I know more about what happens at daycare for his kids than I do about even my own godchildren, because his kindy or his daycare takes photos of the kids' activities, just plots them in an EDM and blasts them out on a daily basis so that mum and dad at 3 p.m. when they're feeling horrible for being at work and the guilt kicks in and they're like, I can't believe I just left my kid and I miss them and all that sort of stuff, they get this oh moment. And the amount of times that Ash turns around and he goes, oh, Coops, oh, right? Spreading the word. These are opportunities to drive frequency and get an ability for people to talk about you and tell other people and other friends. It also increases the perceived value of your service. If you can find enough of these that cost very little for you, but have a high perceived value, that is the key to charging more for this price without necessarily upsetting your customers.
Cool. So I think we've given some amazing opinions on what to do without actually expanding and investing in infrastructure in your business. So I'm going to go off piste here and think about one thing for you. Since Jeff took my happy dog.
Oh, don't be like that.
Collect the video moment, share it on Facebook idea, because I know that's where it was going.
Lovely.
So the question we really need to ask is, are we switching from moms that are just taking care of the dogs while the husband's at work? Or are we switching from families or people that actually have dog watchers? Because what could be an interesting idea is a partnership with GoGet. So any mom that wants to take her dog to see the husband during the day can sign up and get a free 10 trips with the GoGet car. And that information gets passed on to GoGet, so then GoGet can then market to them. And it's really this dual joint ventureship that does your mission of getting those dogs out to the families. So just an interesting innovation and business idea.
This is less innovative, but there's an online platform called TimeBridge. So it's one example where you can use it as it's an online scheduling platform. So it will help you just to get on top of your schedules. Customers can log on, they can book in a time that you're going to drop off their dog, and other customers won't be able to book that time. So it will help you organize your day-to-day and make sure you're not double booking.
So the insight there from Nikki, just to make it really clear, is that you might actually say for this suburb, they can only walk between 11 and 12, right? Or you might say this suburb gets Thursday. Now, I know as soon as you hear that, you're thinking, but hey, the whole thing about my service is they get it wherever they want. This is true, right? You may not be able to switch your old customers into this new behavior, but you can acquire new customers based on this new behavior. And basically what Nikki's saying is that if you made 9 till midday St. Leonard's, which is a suburb near us right now, if you made it that was their time, then 2 or 3 dog owners could only book within that time. And what we find is if we acquire the customers based on that parameter, it's really hard for them to get upset. That's brilliant.
So next idea I want to give you is looking into another venture aside from GoGet. It's look at partnering with pet stores. So obviously pet owners buy pet food. And so we start looking with those pet food providers and the pet toy providers and see how we can get in with them to start using their data and their customers and their shouting to leverage our customer base and get people to sign up for our service. So it's just a quick and easy way to add value to pet food and merchandise companies and grow our database at the same time.
Okay, so I have a few tactics as well. So again, I want to think guerrilla advertising. I want to think stuff that we can do around parks, playgrounds, and walking trails that we can get away with. So, you know that paint they put on the grass that doesn't kill the grass and it also washes off? Chalking. You could chalk the entrance to the bathrooms. You could chalk near the dog bowls and near the taps. You could chalk near big walkways. You could also go into the bathrooms and use electrostatic decals, which aren't expensive. They stick onto mirrored or smooth surfaces, but they can actually be peeled off.
Have
So
you
you're
seen
not
your dog today?
Yeah, you're not vandalizing, but what you do is you put these up and you just make sure that everywhere you go, you slap one up. So I'm thinking on the back of the doors in the toilets. And, you know, even if it is just a simple paper flyer that can be put on with blue tack, you know what? It'll get torn off every day, but it doesn't matter. You're there every day. And if all you did was make that your ritual and look for these little guerrilla opportunities, you know, bus shelters, places people congregate, the RSL, then you're getting that real local area marketing feel. And look, I've got a hunch I've got a hunch that you might get a few funny calls from people, but you're not necessarily breaking any laws to do this stuff. So give it a crack and get out there. And you know what? It's always better to ask for forgiveness than permission.
Isn't that the truth? All right. So
All right.
I don't know if I heard any clapping from the audience or not.
Right up the back there. How did we do?
Yeah.
Stumped or passed? Thank you very much.
Heads
Thank
for
you
stumped.
very, very much.
Oh, another pass. Hands on our head for pass.
All right.
A little delirious here.
How are we going?
After 5 hours straight on the Stump the Strategist. Go.
Now we've got a real treat. So I don't normally announce the strategist in advance, but coming at 4 a.m. is Adam Long. Now Adam has, we call him Stones because he's got such big kahunas. And the first time that it was an event not dissimilar to this, he stood up in the audience and he asked us for a job. And we thought that was absolutely brave as hell, so we call him Stones. He's also got a reputation for standing on tables and getting audiences' attention. So he does that all around the world, and the reason I'm excited is we're getting tired here, we're working really hard. We thank you so much for all of your questions and for watching. What he's gonna bring is a whole lot of energy and a whole new perspective. So he's in half an hour. He's an entrepreneur, a serial entrepreneur that's owned businesses before. He's our general manager, and he's an absolute legend. So if we could just get questions in at stumpme@stepchangemarketing.com. We're forever indebted. For those of you all around the world that are watching, we're super thankful for you giving this a crack.
Cool.
So next question, good sir.
Got one here. I manage the local university shop. We sell everything from textbooks, stationery, computers, right down to even chocolates and lollies. We get a big rush for textbooks twice a year at the start of the semester, but find it hard to keep up sales during the rest of the year. Do you have any ideas? So local university shop, textbooks, stationery, a bunch of stuff. Big rush for textbooks twice a year, obviously, but there's slums outside of that time period. Any ideas?
Okay, so I'm just going to restart the clock as we always do. All right, so believe it or not, I think you need to do what we call it portfolio management. That might sound really, really strange when you're a retail business, but here's the question: where do you make money and where do you not? So you've got a store. I don't know if you pay rent, but certainly when it's open, you're paying staffing costs, electricity costs, and all that sort of stuff. I think the answer is to actually look through your inventory and what you sell and peak periods in the year and really ask yourself the question, when are you making money and when aren't you making money? For instance, you sell confectionery, you could do that with a vending machine outside the store. You could literally cut a hole in the wall, put the vending machine in, and then have the store not staffed, right, and save a lot of money. You might also find that it's around stationery and that sort of stuff. You could put an iPad out the front where people plugged in their order and they were delivered to them the next day. So my question here is, if you've got really peak periods around certain parts of the year, then that's where your cost base should be. But in these other periods, you've got to look to cut costs. So can you have a less experienced staff person? Can you unman the store? And in fact, maybe even close down altogether, because really for you, it's about understanding when you make money and when you don't make money. And what you want to do is isolate the products and the times that are making you money and cut the rest of it out.
Cool. So I want to address the elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room
Is that Nancy? Because she'll be really, if you just called Nancy an elephant, mate, she's going to be really upset.
No, Nancy's a sweetheart. You're a sweetheart, Nancy. Is that you're competing against Amazon, right? And so Amazon is this massive, massive textbook retailer. And chances are you can get a better price from Amazon than you can at the bookstore. So it's the easy choice to just type in your course number, have the book pop up, and have it pop in your door in 5 to 7 days. So we need to think, how the hell do we beat Amazon? And it is not easy. But I think there are some things that you can do to kind of take that risk or take that competition off the playing field. And the first thing I want to look at is adding value to the newest students. The students that come in freshman year, what do they need to know about school? What do they need to know about courses? What do they need to know about anything fun? And so you get them in freshman year with a best party on campus guide, as well as something that can say, you know what, any price that Amazon has, we can match it like for like. And so those are two tactics to get people in the door at the right times and get them switching to Amazon, leveraging that local knowledge that Amazon will never be able to provide. Nikki?
Great, so 2 more tactics to build on that. One is outrageous discounts. So we all know students don't have a lot of money. They're also a little bit lazy and won't come into the store unless they
Lazy
absolutely
students?
need
No.
to.
No.
Oh, yeah. So send them out an email to the database and offer them 90% off for the first 10 people in store. So 90% off up to $500. That should get them racing across campus
lovely.
into the store for whatever they need. And once they're in store, you can try to cross-sell to everything else. And if they arrive and the discounts are gone, give them something else, a little 5% off.
Yeah, because this is actually genius, right? So we did this for a wholesaler of agricultural products, so pesticides, fertilizers, that sort of stuff. Now it's a very catalog driven industry, and they released the catalogs and it's really hard to stand out. What they were doing is discounting across the range, which basically just hurt their profits. What we moved them to was finding products that were in season, and exactly as Nikki said, it was first 10 free if you call up now. What we did is we trained them to open and look for the catalogs that came out so that we changed their behavior. And what we find, the stats were amazing. So if they called in and the products, the limited discount was gone, we found that 90% of customers bought it anyway because they needed it. They were already on their phone. We also found that 50% of customers, even when they got it free, then bought an additional thing. In other words, I came to spend $700, I didn't have to, so I'm also going to pick up the Osmocode I need, the whatever. In other words, perceivably, it's like they'd won a prize and now they had this extra money to spend. It's a beautiful piece of behavioral economics that will change the way they think about your communications.
And to even build on that is somewhere on the other, so a way to get discounts across is on the other side of campus, you can place iBeacons around the place, which will send an alert to their phones, so their mobile phones, they're on it during their lectures anyway, which will pop up with the 90% off first 10 people. So that'll literally start a race across campus.
You're saying if they have some university app or something on their phone, when you release that, all of a sudden everyone on campus knows that the sale's going on now. It's a fire sale.
And it's 10 minutes.
That is good, Nikki.
So I had one more little tactic, which was just joint ventures. Find the coffee shop, the Boost Juice, anything around campus or nearby, and offer them the discount cards as well. So maybe not 90% off, but a standard 10% off, just so that you're popping up all around campus and they are reminded all the time. It's effective frequency. You need to be told somewhere between 7 and 13 times before they'll actually move and do anything.
Cool. So I'm going to address the other times in the year that essentially you said there are 2 times I have huge sales. And so we need to think about what are we doing to increase sales and to add value during those weak periods that get customers to keep coming back and recommend us. So I drew out a little thing here called an email autoresponder series. So what that is, it's a little different than a newsletter. What it is once a customer buys and you get their email, you message them once a week over time with something of value to them. So I mapped it out here as the first, every 2 weeks, maybe this goes out to your customers. In the first week, they get a coffee. The next time they get tutoring. The next time it's getting closer to finals, they get a massage. They're starting to get relaxed. And after finals happen, they get a coupon to go to a local bar and have fun. And once they get through that, it's time to buy again. And we've been top of mind that whole cycle.
Yeah, so I actually just want to go back to the obvious. I'm a little embarrassed that we hadn't got to this strategy here. So they buy books at a particular period, right? Get it, check. That makes heaps of sense. But outside that period, they don't stop spending money. They're still spending money on mobile phone credit. They're still spending money on soft drinks. They're still spending money on going out. So my question would be, during your opening hours, understand what your customers and where they're spending money, because my understanding of university students is that they are pretty much spending money, throughout the day. Now, it might not be a lot, but if they're not coming to you around the textbook period, I'm sorry, if they're not coming to you when the textbook period is over, then what other services and products could you be offering that they would come for? So a really good one, get an ATM in store, always needing money. Where are the ATMs on campus? Would another one in store be an additional revenue stream and a reason to come in? I guess what I'm saying is there has to be stuff they're spending on because they don't stop spending when textbooks aren't around. Or aren't needed. I just want to come back onto this service model. Given this here, it might not be the way to go, but we want to explore everything. Could you have a temporary shop, stop the rent, close it down, and just have a shop per certain times of the year, make the money during those months, and stop the rest of the time and run another business and do something else? Yeah. Or could you actually use an app like we talked about before to say, look, the shop's closed unless you need something. There's an iPad out the front, which is locked onto the TimeBridge website, and they can actually book in a time. In other words, you might say, look, I'm here every day from 9, but if you need to buy something, then you can book me in and I'll come in. In other words, you would come in just for the sales. Might be an interesting way to look at it. All right. Is there any more in the last 40 seconds?
We can wrap it up with just a quick idea. Copy Apple. So Apple has the Apple Geniuses. What if you had the Campus Geniuses, where Amazon could never compete with you because you had the fixers, the knowledge champions, the cool kids on campus that could tell you what the hell to do during the off hours. So a quick idea of the Campus Geniuses as a positioning.
Yeah, nice. Okay. We're going to close it there. There's only 12 seconds to go, but we believe that that's a pretty good crack at it. We've just got the one audience member here, but many online. So we thank you so much for staying. We're just going to ask once again for the vote. It's a pass. Thank you. Thank you. Alrighty. So how are we going? Can we just get a count on the number of questions, where we're at and how we're going?
72, Jeffrey.
Nice.
72. So we're going through until 1 p.m. So we have 30 more questions. That's roughly, we're way ahead of schedule. This is good news. This is good news. I tell you what, we didn't want to have to look at those puppy dogs in the eyes and tell them we couldn't make it. So we'll be seeing Opal tomorrow. We'll be letting her know that we delivered.
Can't wait.
All right. Okay.
Here we go.
So we're looking for our next question.
Fantastic.
From the online panel. What have we got there?
We've got one here from a plumbing business. So I'm a plumbing business and looking to redo my website. Typically, our potential customers go straight online and pick the first credible looking plumber they come across. Are there any marketing or communications tactics within the digital realm that can help me separate myself from my competitors?
Yeah.
So digital space, about to redo the website. Obviously, everyone's in a panic when they have a plumbing issue and pick the first credible looking one they can. How can we separate ourselves on the web from all the saturation?
Okay. Right, so we are going to start the clock.
I can kick this
Can you
off.
kick us off?
Go, Nikki.
Yes, so kicking off with Google+. Now, you know when you search for a business and what will come up first is the AdWords, so the paid advertising, then you've got your natural SEO. If you look across to the right side of the screen, there's usually a little box that'll come up, a few different businesses that Google recommends. Generally, it has a little map attached, especially if you're searching with a location, so plumbing Sydney, then a map will come up with your business. You need to register for a Google My Business page. It uses reviews, which used to come from Yelp, but now Yelp told Google that they couldn't use their content anymore, and Google turned around and said, stuff you, going to use their own content. And so it's a new opportunity to become the most recommended plumbers in Sydney if you can up the amount of recommendations on your Google My Business page. Now, this does several things. So your reviews will up your SEO because of the natural words and the terminology that are used. Will get you to the top of the search rankings. And it will also show how many happy customers you have. Obviously, well, not obviously, but it's good to only direct your satisfied customers there. So if you're running a customer survey or a net promoter score, send the 9s and 10s out of 10 to my Google place and get them to leave a review.
Cool.
Nice.
So I want you to start thinking about your website in terms of the customer journey. So how does a customer find out about you? What information gathering do they go through? What does the sale look like? So is the sale face-to-face? Is it over the phone? Is it online? And then how are you following up with them? So that's the first place you want to start in terms of the functionality for your website. What Nikki really hit on with Google Plus here is a great recommendation in owning that, but that's how customers can find out about you a lot easier.
Yeah.
From there, I didn't read your board, Jeff, so I don't know what you have, but
I'm hiding it. I'm hiding it.
You want to launch a simple and easy to use website, and that, my friends, is going to be one that you can get off squarespace.com. So squarespace.com, simple, beautiful, easy to manage website, and you want to have all of your best messages on that single page website. That's the kind of website that's not going to trigger any red flags. It's going to build your credibility, and it's going to push that customer onto the next stage. And so from there, you need to decide what is your call to action. So do you want the customer to put an inquiry online? Do you want them to pick up the phone? Or do you want them to order now? So once you make that call, I can't do it for you. You just need to be focused on how do I make it easy for them. If it's you want them to call you, make the call us now button in the number loud and clear on the header of the website in bold font. If it's click here and order a plumber to come now, make that data entry simple and easy and short. Don't ask for their daughter's name and their dog's name and all these places. Ask the key information. So for you, it would be name, phone number, maybe email, which you would be great, but you don't need necessarily. And then most of all, address. And so that right there, my friends, leads you into the latest step in the customer journey, which is the follow-up. And we do that by capturing the data on the spot. So once we capture that data, we can then again start thinking about different strategies we can use to stay top of mind. So next time the plumbing bursts in the kitchen, they know exactly who to call, and you have credibility and all of those great things. Jeffrey?
Yeah, okay, so your industry's hated. You know, it isn't just that people find the cheapest or find the first online. They actually have a really crappy experience. So I don't know about plumbers all around the world, but I know about plumbers in Sydney, right? This is what happens. You call them and you go through to an answering service, not the owner of the business, not someone that works within the business, but an outsourced answering service. Now what they do is they take your contact information and the problem, and then they tell you that they'll call you back with the time. In other words, they don't even tell you that they're going to come, and there's no guarantee around when it is that they'll turn up to fix this problem. We also know plumbers are notorious for being late. They're notorious for making a mess. They're notorious for overcharging. They're notorious for things not getting right. All of these problems with the industry are just opportunities for guarantees, for messaging, and for changes in the customer experience so that you can stand out. So you've got your web page. You know they go to the first credible page. Two things you must have: a video that is based around the pain points and says why you're different. It will either give a rational proof point, you know, 90% of our plumbers turn up within 2 hours, or it'll give a guarantee, we promise to leave your house cleaner than when we got there. Or it'll be a call us and we promise that one of our employees will pick up and get back to you within 15 minutes. You want to be able to do that very quickly in video. So the average dwell time on websites is now down to 8 seconds. That includes all the bounces and all the crappy websites out there. But for a website like this, if you haven't captured their attention in a minute and a half, you haven't done your job. And people are not reading anymore. So video is absolutely number one. The last one is a traffic light system. You know, when you go to a software page, it says, here's the package. Here's all the green lights of the things that you get if you come with us. And then here's the competitor. You get some of these things, but there's an amber here. They're not that great there, and red and red. And then this competitor has a lot of red lights. So what you're doing is visually helping someone build a smart choice checklist and a criteria for selecting your business where you have actually showed them that you're the right choice for them. And you do it all visually. This should be front and center on your page. And what you've done is you've gone through the pain points and you've gone through your customer journey, and you've made sure that those 7 things, and there'll only be 5 to 7 things, remember, before it's too much for my brain to make a decision. we're going to have 5 to 7 things that you just happen to perform really well on. We're going to show visually, we're going to have the messaging, we're going to have icons where we prove that we're better, where we give a guarantee, where we help someone make a decision in under a minute. Because they are making decisions quickly, and as long as you've got the information for them to make those decisions, you'll come out ahead.
Cool. So I think Jeff touched on something really interesting earlier, and is this, what are the pain points in your industry being really hated? I think we kind of answered your initial question about how to build a credible website. So I'm going to go into something that might add extra and above value, because that's what we're all about, a step change. And it's based off a guy that created the business called the Clean Plumber. The clean plumber is the guy that comes to your house, he wears little booties, he shows up on time, and guess what? He's clean. So it's a major pain point of plumbers. So exploring some other positionings that might be interesting for you in the industry to stand out besides being a serious plumber. So what if you were the friendly plumber? What if you were the funny plumber? So every time you showed up, you cracked a joke, and you had to, otherwise you gave them something, your service for free. What if you were the on-time plumber? So you showed up 5 minutes ahead of schedule from what you told them. You didn't tell them a rain. You told them I'll be there at 2, you're at 1:55. Or guess what? The fixing's free. Or what if you're the first time plumber? I know a major pain point for plumbers is that they come to your place, they don't have what they need, they go back, they schedule another appointment, and it just gets annoying because your dishwasher's leaking all over your kitchen, you're running out of dish towels, and it just is a pain in the ass. So think about how you can have a unique and interesting positioning that will pull you apart from all the other plumbers and tradies out there.
I have one quick tactic just to add on. We got time?
Definitely got time.
Just about trust marks. Woo! So customers might not know plumbers. They're just looking through to find the most credible. But in order to get that credibility, link yourself to a brand that they do know. So use a brand such as maybe Bunnings or a really well-known toilet company, the toilet they have maybe, and try and get their trust marks, so their logos on your site. So immediately they go, oh yeah, that brand's good, this plumber must be great as well.
Okay, in 19 seconds, track your customer satisfaction down to the key messages that make a difference. Not just were you happy, but how did we perform on these 7 things, and report it back. You have a live counter on your website that says this month we have 90% happy customers, and the 10% their issues were fixed within 48 hours. And differentiate on personality. It is an industry that has a perception of being a little bit shonky. Be straight up, deliver the regular guy, talk down the barrel of the camera, and make sure that when people get to this site, they don't feel tonally that you're the same as the rest.
Woo!
Jesus! We're heating up again here. It's just on 4 a.m.
In true Stump the Strategist style, can I get a 3, 2, 1, hands on your head if we passed? Woo! And below.
Nice.
Oh,
thank you.
Pass again. Woo! Well done. And that makes 73.
73.
73, and we are roaring.
Woo, we're in the 20s. Go.
Alrighty. So it would be about time for, you guessed it, another question.
No.
Now, guys, we want these in from all over the world. We want these in from everywhere. Do you know what? In our wildest dreams, we actually didn't look. When we said we'd do this, people said we were barking mad. You know, answering a strategy in 9 minutes is not something people normally do. Management consultancies, they charge $300,000 and they take 12 months to answer. We're answering in 9 minutes. We're not charging a single thing. People said we'd be barking mad. But I tell you what, when we said we'd do it, I really didn't think that at 4 a.m. in the morning we'd have any people here at all. And look, the crowd has thinned out from what we had last night, but it's going to boost back up at 7 a.m. when the startup community around here gets going. But I'm going to first of all thank you very much because you've come in to support us, and it is an ungodly hour. I'm sure that you have good places to be. So I'm just going to ask you for a question and maybe a few clarifying questions.
So before the question, we're actually going to switch on to this part 3 of the Stump the Strategist live feed.
Right.
Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to post the link to the feed in the chat box so everyone can see, and we'll also post it into the info. So I'm going to do that right now for all of those viewers, and we'll go ahead and get that thing rocking. immediately.
Yeah, okay. So the story here, guys, is that Google Hangouts, they only last 8 hours. I'm pretty sure it's because Google thought no one was crazy enough to try it for any longer. We obviously need 3 times that. It's 24 hours. So in the chat box, what you're going to get is a link and a web address that you can click on to go on to the next session and continue to watch and continue to listen.
So it's not letting me put a link in the chat box, but I will put it in the comments section.
Okay, we're going to put it in the comments section.
So just wrapping it up.
And can I at all write or read that out? Is it a difficult one, Dave? Could I write it on the